Boy, Dason, aka mgthefuture.com. Maybe I'll get another .com. I don't know. I don't have anything to sell right now. I miss having websites though. Shout out to everybody out here in Europa. Thank you for tuning into my channel. Appreciate all the new subscribers. Sometimes YouTube notifies you via email that people subscribe. Sometimes it doesn't. But we're at 990, 18, 9, loop. So we're about 10 people away from the big 1K. I appreciate it. I did not expect to grow a new channel. I did it out of necessity. Surviving craziness. But we're months into the game, and we're also surviving craziness part 2. Sounds like the government shutdown might be nearing its last days after it's reigned for 40 days and 40 nights. You know, these guys are very biblical for people who didn't write it, man. I tell you, they're very biblical with their symbology, man. They're going to do this on the eve of Mercury retrograde, too, man. They got an astrologer in the White House. Somebody snitching out here, giving them all the things that people think is synonymous with witchcraft or evil or the devil. Yet, they keep getting benefits from the government that uses all those things. Where do we draw the line? But I went out earlier this morning. I normally stream from that side of town, but I wasn't feeling it. I think it's the cold air. It was like when it's 110 degrees outside, you're like charged up with the sun and electricity and stuff. But when you're out here, when it's cold in the desert, it's like, meh. Plus, it wasn't really no one out there. There was no spark. And that could be for a myriad of reasons these days. But I didn't want to get into a sunken place out there. But I'm back. I know at the end of the last stream, I was kind of pissed off still. So I kind of woke up less than my perfect self. And I was like, what is that about? Like, what am I really pissed off about, like, in the background? Like, that would cause me to hold on to, like, not even anger. It's kind of like, ugh, like, fuck them. You know what I mean? Like, where is that coming from? And then I was reading different tweets and threads, and I seen maybe 4 different accounts say, guys, do you feel that feeling, like there's a looming feeling or eerie feeling, and they equated it to right before the last pandemic. Like there was a strange feeling in the air, and then in their experience, the pandemic was next. So they kind of took that as a sigil to let them know that something of that gravitas could be looming around the corner. Outside of the fact that we have all these wars and Israel's being shut down by other countries finally. I mean, at the end of the fucking banking cartel madness. But I don't know what that is. But I do know exactly what they're talking about. But I don't remember if this is what it felt like before or something else. I mean, a lot of the feelings that we have is from the bad news and the content, the people in our lives just cycling the same 5 things, and it's all low vibrational. So that's going to be a greater contributor to the overall mood of all humans anyway. Whereas before the pandemic, I had the heads up that it was coming. So as I was feeling those feelings and trying to do the dailies and stuff, or right before the dailies, I was like, yeah, something's off. Problem is, that off feeling was persistent with me from since 2017, 18 especially. So 2018, the end of 2019 is when it started. And then that winter, kind of like right now, November into March, those 4 or 5 months, all I remember is being like, I need to hurry up and move to the West Coast. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about this region just yet. Although technically I'm on the cusp of California because this used to be California before the federal states zoned it. So I actually got to California, you know, ancient wise, but I don't know. I can feel something different out here versus the East Coast or the Southeast where I was, specifically in the Piedmont, in the middle of hills and stuff like that, in the forest. But who's playing that recorder, bro? That is so random. And they're terrible at it. It must be a child. I'll try to bear with it. But now being out here and they're saying there's another wave of feeling coming, I'm like, bro, can we reset the modem? Can we just sit down for a little while? Like, do we have to have another moment? I don't know. Hopefully not. Shouts to brother Ascending E. Peace, peace. Shout out to all the likes and the views in the chat. Appreciate y'all. Who's in here? Why don't y'all say hi, 10 weirdos? Jonathan Lee's in the building. Replay yesterday's stream twice this morning. It was very solid. I didn't get a chance to do that. Only what I like to do is watch the last 15 minutes if my energy or my journaling is kind of like, what was the last thing on my mind? Unless I channeled something in that stream, or like, and I can't even explain that to people because it's no different than freestyling or thinking. But you can tell it's coming from somewhere else. But one of the ancestors probably. Appreciate you though for checking it out. Shout out to all the people leaving comments and stuff. I'm gonna try to get back to all of them. They're not common for this type of material. King Lowell, what's going on, man? Jonathan says, yo, it was mad cold in Oklahoma last night. It hit freezing temps. Hey, I don't look forward to it. Hopefully the desert, all these damn mountains protect us. Jonathan Lee says, back to Texas. Hey. Track Addicts, how you doing, brother? Peace, peace, yo, yo. Jonathan said a lot of dots connected. Well, please share. I know you visited the Tulsa, Oklahoma Black Wall Street exhibit, and you confirmed there's a lot of Masonic stuff there too, and how their narrative is boule washed, but you had the clues and the signs, which is good if those who have ears and eyes to see type beats. But what did that video say to you? I don't know, honestly. What's up? Are you a musician? Kwame, what's the name of this video? I'm asking for like real, for real. Like, what's the name of this video? You saw the description of this video? Composure Slim, whoa. Donovan Dixon says, you smoke hard, bro. You read the title and description of this video, bro? Yeah. You did. Let's get out the markers. I need fathers to be fathers. At the very least we can do. It says, oh, it's okay, get help, gang. I need help from vanilla cookies. You okay? Did your father get help? You know his middle name? No. Probably not, right? You're my dad? I don't know about that. I don't think you could pull a baddie like my dad could pull a baddie. You sound like an idiot. What are we talking about today? I'm waiting for the brother Jonathan to give me some dots to connect. But you still don't know your daddy's middle name, do you, Donovan? It's okay. It is okay, it's okay, you're welcome. I haven't had a snap on nobody in a long time. My mom was on Plenty of Fish. I don't think so. My mom's a baddie. That's something that your mother did to feed your 3 little stepdaughters. And they're your kids, imagine. Jonathan Lee says, very timely with everything I experienced. The conversations I had in the last 24, the math and the science. Oh, wow. What did your, the conversations? I don't remember the damn stream, forgive me. I know I talked about a bunch of things. I started getting pissed off because of the nomenclature, how people can steal our identity and run up the score or the credit card on our identity and then deny us of that identity and then get to be all willy-nilly and not really live by the code or actually stand on business when it comes to what they're borrowing. And then we're left picking up the pieces as they die off. It's very weird. Get them out of here. I was waiting for it to be funny. I am your dad. The fuck is, what's going on with these kids? Y'all had just had to be in East Orange in elementary school with the snaps, man. We were funnier than these people with our pinky in 2nd grade. Like, we had adults crying, laughing. Like, these guys watch streamers who don't get bitches until they waste a lot of money on them and then cry when the girl leaves. Like, it's a whole different playthrough in life. I don't understand anything. Get him out of here. You can't sit here. Seats taken. Then Jenny comes out. You can sit here if you want. And that's her problem. That's how she got HIV. She always got someone sitting next to her. Anyway, they gave me a QA. They gave me a QA sticker that says, if you were a vegetable. Yo, YouTube, your AI is lost. We'll end up channeling one way or another, man. Y'all tell me what else is going on. What was the conversations about, Jonathan? What's the topic of the conversations that looped in the video? I'd like to know where I get all these inputs from. Since it be damned. All I know is I couldn't sleep last night easily. And then I woke up and that damn Schumann resonance was like, hey, how did you guys sleep? Hey, you guys, blah, 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 blah. I was like, really? The earth is just cooking us too? There's one thing for the sun to cook you. You can get in the shade a little bit, but the earth start cooking your ass. Schumann resonance, it's kind of like the earth's, what do they call that? Tick rate? Refresh rate or some shit like that? Mm-mm. Earth is transforming. Yo, what's good? Sheikh Sufyan. Hey, on Muhammad. Inshallah. Jonathan says that's one of the topics. The morning after museum. Timeline screwed. Sellouts revealed. Tulsa also reminded me of Philly. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I can see that. that makes sense. Considering who the builders were. We out here. We still out here. Watered down, but we still out here. What up, Popsy? Shaikh Sufi says, am I Muslim? Depends. It's like asking me if I'm Christian. I'm not a religious group. I'm the people who wrote the Quran and the Bible, though. Yes. I am the son of the kings. Genghis Khan, Muhammad Khan's grandson. Yes. So I am those things. If at that time, that's not what those things are no more. I hope you understand. Mr. Now just canceled him? Mr. Now, what are you canceling him for? There's a bridge that even reminds me of a bridge that goes to New Jersey out there. That is similar to Queens and Charlotte look like that too. You said weed? Wow. Who said this was weed? He kept asking, spamming. I wanted to see if he understood the difference between joining a religion that don't belong to his ancestors and being the people in the book. I notice that on Threads a lot. Their AI or their algorithm thing, like if you love God or retweet Jesus things or quotes from the Bible, it'll put you in this weird version of the algorithm, which is just all contention based, but about the Bible. I was like, these people are evil, but the people who are posting like that are kind of, like sixth grade when it comes to comprehension. And I'll give you an example. A girl was like, I don't get it. So is Jesus the Son of God or is he God? It's so confusing. And I said, does the son of a bear become anything besides a bear? Like just real simple gender like that. Like their brain can't fathom it. They just do it to be chatty patties or contrarians. Because like the alternative to the answer, like, all right, so let's say you don't subscribe to any of that. What are you gonna do instead? You're still gonna be stupid. So I don't understand why people even care. Like the people who can't read or are just playing games with that type of information. Or playing in God's face, if you will. I don't understand what their end game is in these, and I'm telling you, it's tons of threads. It's not a couple of people. It's lots of people that do this daily, at certain times it seems. And the more you engage with it, like if I like someone quoting Psalms, or if I like somebody who has some type of cool interpretation of Daniel or Hebrews or something, you'll see the others. And I was like, there ain't no way this many mothers out here failed all these children. Mothers used to help their children do homework. This way they could tell how stupid they were. And I just don't think moms are doing that no more with the iPads and working second shift and shit. Because a lot of these people were stupid kids and now they're stupid adults. And I'm saying that and that sounds kind of crass or mean, but I'm speaking generally about stupidity. So, I'm not targeting anyone in specific, but I've noticed through the internet lenses, like a lot of people grew up stupid. There's a one-eyed orange cat, or he probably got eye closed because of the sun. Look like he got one eye. Maybe he got two eyes. I don't know. Yes, he's staring at me. Yeah, a lot of people grew up stupid, man. And it's crazy because you think like money and nice things would, equate to some type of competence. It doesn't. People scam and spend other people's money all the time. You met a woman before in our age group? Nah, it's not being smart or being aware, erudite. Those words doesn't entitle benefits, I guess, outside of not being stupid. It helps you navigate, but it's something totally different. It's kind of like you just the more you know, the less of the other shit you just it's not even fun. You know what I'm saying? Like it forces you to live and look at things a certain way at the very least. And then when you see that these people are 30 or higher, and it's crazy when I see sisters that are higher or my age and higher, and they're still kind of stupid when it comes to these things. I'm like, what kind of children are you gonna raise if you're stupid, right? And no disrespect, I'm just saying if you really gotta think about it. The problem with our back in the hood days in the ghetto, late 80s, early 90s, when I lived on that side of the train tracks, I noticed the single mothers were also equivalent to dropouts. There was no socialism, democratic process all the way in those cities with that amount of people just yet. We didn't start seeing that shit till like 2000, 2004, 2008, where women would have a kid and still go to community college. And then from community college, go to the universities, or programs and licensing and all the things where they can take care of themselves, right? If the ones that choose that route versus the ones who get benefits at some point or Section 8, or not even that. It's not always that. It could be something as simple as the Trenton Housing Authority, right? Which is similar, but it's statewide. So they can get into a state project program and take care of their kids and blah, 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 blah. But we cannot forget that those women were stupid. And the ones that are in my age range, because, I was a kid watching these women with kids. So she might be 10 years older than me, but she has a kid that's 4 years younger than me. So we're in the same generation, right? If you understand everything about math and science. So a lot of those kids that grew up with me with the single mothers back then, they're my age or young, a little bit younger sometimes, or maybe even older, depending. And I'm here to report the news. As a kid, they were stupid. So they got raised by these women who were stupid. So, what I noticed, the patina for my sisters today who date guys like that from those mothers, they love that shit. They love a dumb dude. They love a dumb dude that has money and things or clout. But they don't love smart people. Because their mother damn stupid. And it doesn't come up like an SAT score. I'm talking about the general conversation, the general vibration, the general way of life. The way they look at it is pretty fucking stupid. That's why it's so petty. That's why everything's transactional. Now that's influential. Even some people had good parents and good upbringings and good grades and productive, competent, erudite. We still all in the same society, so we don't need exceptionalism. But even those, they look up to those type of girls or those lifestyles and those guys, especially, and then have one of their stupid ass kids, and then be on the internet talking stupid. Like, I don't want no single guy. Trust me, you'll be fine. They don't want you either. The fuck going on? Like, that's stupid. The dating stuff, it always turns back to that, right? Survival, dating, pairing, mating, or for the sisters on the internet, to get something else, to get benefits. I've come to realize why it's so repetitive and frustrating, and why it doesn't seem to budge. It's because it's a gridlock of stupidity. Even Democrats, largely stupid. Not all of them. There's a lot of liberals and people go to college and well-spoken. You got the Asians, you got all kind of people. But Democrats in general, policy-wise, they come across as stupid to me. Even the people they vote for, the politicians. I watch them speak. I have to. They're dumb. They don't answer direct questions ever. That's a sign of either manipulation, deception, or stupid. You ask someone a direct question, they start talking about something else. I follow an Instagram channel, this African guy in London. He asks people, like smart people, questions, and the Africans never answer this question, and the Indians never answer this question. They'll answer something else. I was like, damn, that's not United States then. That's stupid. Okay, cool. Now I know what this is. All right, so when you're dealing with stupid, when you're dealing with stupid, it's a whole different game. It's a whole different reality, for real. I promise you. It's very difficult because with a stupid, in the context that I am aware of it, that type of stupidity, if you will, is stupor. It really is stupor. Like you had to realize how bottom of the barrel their awareness is about things that you would consider smart. So it'd be stupor, stupid. It's like, yeah, it's why we get so many sassy and catty hot takes. And the only thing a person can say is like, wow, he or she really ate that. That's stupid. Y'all have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. That's just a cool thing to say when it almost makes sense to you. Because you're stupid. How many steps does it get to cognitive dissonance? Tells you how stupid a person is. If you're ever wondering, how many exchanges can you go back and forth before the person starts to go to ad hominem? And trust me, I'm with the shit, so that never bothered me. As a boy, especially. What the fuck? I was talking about your mother and how much she sucked to buy how much crack and how much she lost. In second grade, so I'm cool with dudes. But with women, it's whoa. A lot of our sisters are stupid. I really think it's the vaccines too. I ain't even fronting. I ain't playing. We have normalized stupid. And I'm not trying to say that as a smart supremacist or ableist or none of that. No. I'm not talking about retarded. Although it might be the same category, actually. A type of mental retardation. But functional in all other areas. That would seem targeted. That would seem programmed. That would seem vaccine. That would seem everything. Diet and everything. Yeah. We have a stupid society. The West is now stupid. Have y'all noticed? Not even just here. That's you know what I'm saying? It's not just here. It's the world, Craig. Yeah, I'm not even the sharpest knife in the drawer. So I'm not talking about people who can win, who wants to be a millionaire. I'm not talking about Jeopardy smart. I'm not even talking about like how much facts about a useless jungle. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about scholastics. I'm talking about vibration, social, how they can communicate ideas effectively, how fast and can they reason with information, new information? Can they deduce answers on their own? Or is it always a referral to authority? Most times you hear, that doesn't matter, I don't care, whatever, or an insult ad hominem. All those are the signature moves of a stupid person. How the fuck it don't matter? Whatever it is. If I'm talking about it, it won't matter more than the shit they want to talk about. By default. What's our problem with this? Because I didn't want that to be the answer. I did not want to live my life. I'm talking about socially, just in real life, like real people. I never went around thinking I was smarter than nobody. I didn't like smart. I didn't like school smart. Like how they do that. Like no, I'm in classes with people who are fucking doing it. They know it already somehow. I mean, their parents work in tech, but as a kid, you don't know all the you don't know that someone else's upbringing is different if both their fucking parents are engineers, right? So they're smart and aware in that. So I'm looking at those people in my classes and going, no, I ain't that. Look at that nigga's shoes. I'm definitely not that. Look what they talk about. Look what type of girls they like. We definitely not. I'm not smart. I'm not that kind of smart. I'm no. But then I'm in the smart class with the smartest kids. So then it's kind of like, all right, I'm kind of there. I'm a cusper. I'm a cusper. I'm on a cusp. I'm on a cusp of smart. One foot in, one to solve my social woes. Because then I got older and started working in fast food and stuff. And you assume like you don't have to be a genius to work in a restaurant. You'd be surprised though. I worked in restaurants. So that I was used to, right? I could see the social economic disparity, if you will, and why people talk about education in college. The problem that how can you take a stupid person to get an education and go to college, bro? How they gonna get a better job by getting educated? They're stupid. That's probably why that word smart don't make sense. Because it doesn't mean reading a lot of books and retaining information and knowing the answers. It's more speaking to how your brain connects information, how fast it connects information and draws references and patterns. It's kind of like IQ, but with information. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's the way your brain functions with things. So if they're hurting people, or it's bad genes, or the diet and the blockers and the fluoride and the lead and the asbestos and the DDT and all these things that are known to cause brain damage. And don't forget, a lot of these people come from streets, so their mother used to do some type of drug. And if they're not doing drugs, you know, per capita, they're probably alcoholics. Let us not forget why they're outside getting pregnant at 14. They're not hanging out with people who are not fucking reprobate, who don't know how to wear condoms, or not fuck a 14-year-old. I mean, go down the line. Yeah, and then it's their kids with that girl. On top of that, you gotta really do the science on this. Like, who the fuck got a 14-year-old pregnant? Like, what the fuck going on for real? And I'm talking back in my day, before the internet. Like, you see a grown ass man. To us, like, you know, as you're a teenager, as you're going through your growth spurt, you can tell, like, that person's a grown person. I'm tall, but I'm not there yet. That's a grown person. She's like a little girl at 14, you know what I'm talking about? Because there's some 14-year-olds who mature, and there's some 14-year-olds who like fucking 12-year-olds. So, you know, you understand everything. So it's like, this is stupid. Motherfucker, stupid, boy. I ain't got time for this shit. So yeah, I didn't think myself smart. I just thought myself not stupid. So you grow up and you think, all right, shit, I'm gonna become an adult. So I have other people who have like thought about shit for 20, 30 or more years. When I started talking to women who were older than me, I was like, yes, I'm about to win. She's been alive 5 to 10 to 15 years longer than me. And she got a good job, and she got the money, and she got her own car, and she got a house, and all the things that you think of smartness. I got bad news for you, Chief. Not one of them girls were smart girls. I'm not saying they're stupid. I'm gonna talk about stupid in a minute. But I want to tell you what smart is traditionally, how most people seem to use the word. Those girls ain't smart, ish, smart. That's not what that is. They have intelligence, right? They. I tell you this one thing. Listen, this is. I don't even know why I'm talking about this. Someone must be watching. Forgive me if I'm telling all your business. I won't say no names. Every last single one of them in recent era, post pandemic, meaning this is a pattern that's older than that. You know, people don't just change patterns at our age, let alone older. Every last single one has revealed to me different levels of scamming. I'll be paying attention. I'm like Denzel Washington. I'm from around the way. I won't leave here with something. Look, I know they ain't my forever girl, but she don't teach me something, boy. Every last single one did, and that wasn't even their objective. That was my objective, to learn something novel, and I did. But in the category of scamming, oh my God, watch. I'll tell you in 1 second. These girls be scammers, bro. I just gotta say that. Hold on, let me just highlight that. The millennial and Gen X class of women who are single, unmarried, without kids, and the traditional nuclear outcome, and everything else in between it. Oh yeah, them girls are scammers. I'm going down the list. The girl I was with the longest, big time scammer. She was scamming me. Nah, it was all good though. I needed that. I survived. She helped me survive, even with her bullshit. I appreciate her for being a person, for being real, real fucked up, but real. I can tell. And I could tell why she's the way she was too. I think that's the only reason why I put up with it. But even her, she worked at places like, let's say, a scrapyard, and within 2, 3 weeks, there'll be some type of hustle there. For instance, scrapyards can only accept certain types of materials and categories for their fee. So, like, if you bring in a bunch of copper, it's a they hit a button, give you a receipt for X amount of pounds of copper. But there's a category for everything else, like a scrap that's just like unsorted or just junk, but recyclable junk, right? It can't just be anything. Whatever that number is, people will come through, bring junk, and then let's just say the person at the gate weighs it as copper. I heard about all those Ponzi schemes in that dimension. And mind you, this was recycling going to the trains, directly to the boats, directly to China, by the way. So they're ripping them off at price either way. You know, pennies on a dollar back then. This is the early 2000s too. So, but just on a local hustle, like these girls always be in the middle of it. And I'd be in disbelief. I'm a young dude. Like, I'm like 21, 22, no, 23, 24, 25. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck going on. I know that shit sounds highly illegal. It kind of rhymes with embezzlement. I worked at Sonic one time. I'm almost familiar with this story. I work at Apple later. I definitely know the story, but I'm right in between understanding like the dimensions of this stuff, right? And these are not smart people, but they're really good. They're intelligent. They're in, they're life they're life intelligent. So they're survival intelligent. There we go. But the way they get there, they're going to choose the path of least resistance, which is always on the side of wrong, illegal, taboo, gray area. But it's always there is my problem. It's always there. It's never like sometimes it calls for it. I'm one of those people. But other times we chilling. You feel me? They don't have a chilling button. What I'm saying is they'll go to a reprobate activity and find a way to multiply it, Tower of Babel, to do more reprobate activities as a foundation of reprobate. And I'll be like, yo, y'all don't think like y'all should chill? I'll tell you a secret about these white people. Come on now. We know we going there. And all these little local hustles, there's a white guy. White guys that come from like whenever these white people came to Raleigh that started buying land. Them types, their descendants. And they be headquartering the fraud. So much so that at the previous gig that most of these employees I ran into and knew because of her and her father worked together at another one. And he was running that fraud too. He even brought his car in or his wife's car in and destroyed it and got the insurance and all. Like these people. I'm talking about these people. I'm talking about them white folks. Like the white folks. Your hardworking local companies and businesses and, rural country, good old conservative folks are fucking ripping off the Chinese. Habitually for years. I was right in the middle of it. I saw it. I didn't understand their world and, I didn't understand geopolitics and all that shit, like, to the level I do now, then. But I was aware, pretty smart. But it was just mind blowing because I'm looking at her like, what the fuck? Then I'm looking at her dad and like, what the fuck? But then I'm like, your boss is in on it. Oh, this is like drinking alcohol and slushies at Sonic. I know exactly what's going on here. These are grown people. They're in their 50s, by the way. Boomers. I got so good amongst these would-be conservative racists. that they even invited me to Big Boomer's house. Mind you, my so-called I'll call him a father-in-law, but he's more like a godfather to me actually. He's Puerto Rican, so they accept him no matter what. That's his gift as a person, I think. Like racist white people love him. It's weird. Rest in peace. But because of him, he was able to take me into some of those rooms. And I'm telling you something. These motherfuckers are criminals. Their whole fucking life. Like, didn't really do good in school or college. But you know the story? They're like our version of the hood nigga, except for society celebrates them by giving them money. They're the white people society version of hood niggas. They're white people's YNs. These blue collar dudes who probably make six figures or more a year in these countries, southeastern cities and states. They're all the same. I can sniff them out. They all have the same game. They all go to the same type of bar. They all drive the same type of pickup truck. They all wear the same type of hat and boot. No matter what flavor it is, what city, or whether they came from Massachusetts and came down, don't fucking matter. They all factor in, because to not sound too harsh to white folks, y'all don't have that much flavor to have like regional, you know what I'm saying, like tendencies that I couldn't predict at least. Whereas a blood and a crip are two different beasts. So yeah, and it's mind blowing because you know I learned that early in life. Like all that shit that people be talking about online or just their values and projecting about how to get ahead and success and all these things and hard work. And I'm like, yo, the hardest job in this life is to be a fucking criminal. Because they got to work a real job to pretend they're not criminals. Y'all think y'all hustling. I know motherfuckers who have who just have jobs to cover up the fact that they're fucking criminals. Rest in peace to Calvin. He took me to Calvin's house, white dude, and he showed me he used to be a guitar player, and he showed me this old video. I forgot the name of it. I think it was in the 60s or 70s, and he kept telling me, because he knew I made beats, he was like, this is really the first rap song. And it was like a band, and it had a black kid rapping, like how we understand rap. But it was in black and white. I wish I remembered the name of that damn song. But I just knew it. I was like, yeah, I can see that. I can see how regional things from older traditions, Judah, gets passed on and then it becomes commercialized. And now we have the technology to share in between regions. We didn't have that before that. So everything is new-ish. You didn't have access to all different tribes of people. You wouldn't even know who the other tribes of people were just 150 years ago. So we had this boom melting pot of culture recently because it's the first time this world has been reconnected, especially generationally. The first time this generation of people all over the world even come in contact with each other so willy-nilly. So it's rare, actually, if you think about it. But yeah, so he let me into his world, and over time I learned their stories and things like that. I'm like, oh, they're criminals, man. They're criminals. I was in when I was in Charlotte, a black one, boomer, or early Gen X or late boomer. He was in his early 50s. He was a black Jew, right? That's how they interpret it. People from New York, like we're Jews. I was like, I know, nigga. Nah, man, we're the black Jews. When he introduced himself to me, that was our first conversation. Like, first we have to establish this. And he brought it up. I didn't bring it up. He's from Harlem, and he's in Charlotte, old, sick, a lot of money. And it's like, yeah, we're the black Jews, blah, 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 blah. Good ones. Like, cool fucking story. I know your sister, dude. I already have this story. But yeah, tell me more. And I learned about him. He was Mike Tyson's bodyguard when he first started in New York. So he one of them. Like, he protects Mike Tyson. I need you to understand everything about life and science. He has some type of gloves from boxing when he was younger. And he has a Rucker MVP trophy. So he can hoop too. Like, so he one of them. Around my size back then. Yeah. And he's a killer. Yeah. And he never went to jail for it. Yeah. Then he worked in like waste management or something in New York. Got a really high paying job. Severely unqualified. Yeah. Definitely a womanizer. Always joked about how many kids he could have in the Dominican Republic. Black Jew shit, right? Yeah. And all this shit. And he's retired in Charlotte, North Carolina, in a nice, those mid-rise Houston, Atlanta type apartments. And he's inviting me over there because he's fucking old and lonely, and no one wants to deal with his narcissistic bullshit no more. Can you fucking imagine? But I learned so much from him. To see a different playthrough of a criminal. And he would say this. He would joke with me. He says, my name crime and crime don't pay. And he thought that shit was funny. My name is crime and crime don't pay. And he's always referring to like how much favor he has from people. Even in his older age. And the him being in his 50s wasn't what made him old. It was his health. So you notice, like, yeah, you definitely, black don't crack, but it definitely does when you're in your 50s and you're sick. And he was light-skinned, so I don't know. They don't know who his real parents are because he was adopted from a trash can. Can you imagine? So he one of them. Obviously blackish, but raised with black Jews. That's why he claims it. Or he might be. Maybe the grandmother knows who the mother is for real. You know how they lie about things to cover up trauma. So anyway, all that to say, criminal through and through. But he had a real municipal job with a retirement pension that gave him $10,000 a month. Unfortunately, because he was a fucked up individual, he died in his 50s. So that was like, whoa, slow down. Like, because everyone always wonders, like, if bad guys get their karma, or you always hear this shit about, like, people getting away with shit when they're younger. Like, how does it end for them? Oh, I can tell you. I'll tell you how my grandfather died. I can tell you how the black Jew died. I can tell you about how Calvin died. I can tell you how they died. But one thing they all got in common, every man I'm talking about, even my godfather, they all died in their 50s. They live life very hard, very fast, and very short. Like, and what I don't think that most people don't know about that type of mind, they're a type of intelligence that most smart people don't have. They know how to manipulate people almost on an instinct level. And if I wasn't old enough when I met the black Jew, he would probably try to got over on me too. He tried me many times. But it's so natural to them. It's almost not like they're not singling you out even. It's like it's practice to them. And when they meet genuine people, it fucks them up. Because they want to protect you and take advantage of you. They'll fucking you and them versus anyone else, they got you. In real time, at least. But other people, they're just devouring. You can hear how they talk about them behind their back. And what I'm saying is you'll hear a story of how they describe someone, but that person, you come see them later and they think like they're the best of friends, or they like a different story than what I heard. You know what I'm talking about? Like so many times with these type of people. It's very bizarre. It's a very transactional lifestyle. And a lot of our sisters make the mistake of dating guys from that tribe. Or very close proximity to it. Who is just like that. And they blame all men. Man, regular men could never. It's a very specific subtype of underworldism, like out of the indoctrination, the government, and the education system, like how you survive without that brainwashing. These people, totally different story. Totally different story. But thank God for media. You could probably talk to them about similar things, but they live their life in a totally different way. They're begging to die. Every last single one of the men were ready to die. So imagine you get away with so much shit. And then after a point, novelty wears off, and then you think about the ruin. Usually they're kids. That's the illest shit about life. They don't even be like they did their kids wrong. It's the fact that they did so much bullshit they stayed away from their kids. Ain't that a bitch? It's not that they didn't want to be around their kids. It's not that they didn't want kids. It's that they knew the life that they lived. They didn't want anything to happen to them. So they had rather just been a deadbeat in the narrative. Like most of them, actually, that I talked to. And what I'm saying is that's not an excuse. I know what type of niggas these are. They're serious. The shit they will do, someone will come after your fucking kids. Literally. Because that's what they fucking do. I thank God I'm still alive, bro. I know way too many killers who get away with it. But they're ready to die by the time they're in their 50s. Nightmares and shit. They be having nightmares, bro. They want to die. And then if the mother turns the kids against them and the kids on some bullshit, like, you a piece of shit, you was never there, you motherfucker, you selfish, you coward, you're not a man. Whole time, this ain't that, shorty. This nigga has killed people. Coward do not rhyme with that. He up all night on missions. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I met those men. So yeah, stupid is something different, you know what I mean? They're not stupid. And they're definitely not book smart. They're not stupid. So there's a whole different, there's a different word we gotta use. But I know what stupid is. It ain't none of them. They do shit people don't ever heard of. Like, you can do that? Wow, that's how that works? Damn, and don't nobody say nothing? That's crazy. You can only do that as an alcoholic, by the way. It's a very particular spirit. It's an alcoholic spirit. It's the only way they can deal with it. I promise you. Most killers end up becoming very heavy drinkers. Beers especially. Not partying bullshit, not Henny and Coke, no, none of that weird Ciroc shit, no. They drinking. They don't all become alcoholics, but they all heavy drinkers. I don't know the difference. Like, some alcoholics get sick. I meet them in their 30s. They look like they're 50. These are real niggas though. When I was in Charlotte, I was hanging out with them every day. Not the black Jew, I'm talking about the ones on the street. Same fucking story though. Living out a fucking motel. Got fucking $10,000 in their goddamn jeans. Cause they can't get no fucking apartment. They got fucking warrants. The fuck going on out here? I'm wondering why they ain't got a car. Register it with weird, nigga. You got warrants. Meaning I'm meeting them on their final ride. I'm meeting them on their final ride. They gotta make that shit count. Because either way, they dead or going to prison. That's the stupid category of the same thing. So I seen that too. It's flashier. You think they have a lot of money. Not as much as them white boys and that black Jew. Shit. Nah, them crack dealers and shit like that, they got bad karma too. Yeah, overdoses they responsible for. All the exchanges and favors they make these women or boys do. Very dehumanizing game when you get to their level. Their level of it. The devil level of it. I'm so fucking lucky. I get to be fucking first-hand witness all this, huh? My life doesn't make no fucking sense at all. But anyway, so God has given me the pleasure to witness this in HD, up close and personal. Damn near unscathed. You know how impossible that is, being around these days? I'm never in one of their fucking stories. To God be the glory. They problems way more bigger than money problems, boy. They'll be down for a couple of days, but by the weekend, boy, you can't tell them boys nothing. Then they're down again. Then they're up. Oh my God. This time you gonna save some money and stretch it out at least? Nope. Nope. You gonna go down again. They just can't fucking stop. They have to spend it as soon as they get it. Because they got warrants, nigga. What they saving it for? A lawyer if they were smart. Apparently. But it depends on that fucking crime, too. Or how many. Maybe a lawyer wouldn't fucking make a difference. Thus, they spend all their money real fast. That's why the girls like me. That's how I know the girls are stupid. How you get your heart broken? You know what the fuck this is? That's why you over there. It's free money. You got pregnant by free money and thought that was a long-term investment. You mad at him? The fuck is going on outside, y'all? I be watching our sisters just make shit up. I know these niggas in real life. And there's no fucking reason why a woman would ever look at one of those guys and not see all that fucking demonic energy on them. It's not sold fucking separately. First of all, that's not sold separately. The demonic energy is on them off rippy. Like, you notice it right away. If you're around a real one, it's very heavy on the demonic side of polarity, I promise you. Very demonic people. However you imagine those words to go, whatever that means in our language model. I'm just saying that polarity or spectrum of decent humans, voters, and everyone who went to college, yeah, let's call that neutral. I call that stupid, but let's start at stupid, and there's a left turn off of stupid called demonic avenue. Why do you think how I be like, there ain't no fucking voting and unity in this bitch when it comes to fixing everyone's problem? But I'm telling people that knowing that I grew up around a bunch of damn demons. They're fucking demons. All of them. My dad's a fucking demon. You understand? I think that's why my life, why I sound the way I say and how I talk about things, and I sound kind of like crash sometimes. I'm not. My reference point is just demons, though. So it is harsh. It is life or death. It's a different type of intelligence. to even survive around them. Most people don't have that. Thank God. Why the fuck would anybody need to know how to navigate around demons? These guys are all demons, bro. By the time they murdering people and got an alcohol addiction, man, they already got that contract going, fam. They get away with a lot of shit. A lot of that shit spiritual they got, boys. I seen it. They don't talk about it. They ain't one of these crystal bitches. But they met a bitch like that. And they did some stupid shit, being cute and clamorous, tricking off their money, high and shit off of cocaine. And then all of a fucking sudden, nigga, they're getting away with shit. All of a sudden, nigga, that case getting thrown away. All of a sudden, nigga, drugs in the closet, but the cops didn't see it there. All of a sudden, nigga, every last single one of these stories come from real people. That's why I be asking questions. I be asking, like, yo, y'all notice that? Y'all feel like this shit, like, and you think like God and telepathy, like, that's why I be on 3 a.m. I grew up around demons. I already know this shit real. I just don't know what it is. Still don't. I still don't fucking quite get it all the way. And I don't think I'm supposed to. I don't think that's my ministry for real. I don't want to figure out how and why demons become demons. I don't know what a person does, or they talk about it was trauma on their kid. I got trauma when I was a kid. They say, oh, it's something like this. I'm like, oh, I seen a whole bunch of something in my own damn life. I don't know how you get there, but they get there, and I'm not knocking on that door, but I know it's there. I know it's there. I know it's there. And most of them die in their 50s. That's what I'm saying. You're gonna die anyway. So I get it. I get why so many of them choose that. Because they're like, fuck it, we're gonna die anyway. And I'm like, damn, I'm alive anyway, so I could die at the same time. Would it matter if you don't understand what's the cost of anything after this life, maybe. Maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know. I can't speak for them. I don't know what their next stage of development is. I know it ain't mine. Thus, everybody ain't everybody. Yeah, man. That hood shit demonic. It ain't poverty. Y'all got the game fucked up. These niggas got money. They the one that bought all the studios back in the day. Fuck their business smarts. They got way more money than the business stores. Cut it out. Are they wise investors and flipping it? Hell no. They got warrants. The fuck you talking about? The fuck are y'all talking about? And they stupid when it comes to relationships and girls. They all 20s and 30s with that one bitch. They all say the same shit. Even when they not faithful, it's always this one main bitch somewhere that just breaks their heart. And that's it. That's it. That's it right there, man. And that happens in their 30s. That happens right about now where I'm at. And from this point forward, my friends, oh my God, crime spree. At a higher level, though. You get, bigger risk, bigger reward level, I mean. Because they have the law of attraction. They end up impressing and fitting in with all your local criminals. They have a very similar pattern, man. Like, I know them so I can see their spirit. So I don't even have to look for them. I just notice them in the wild. Like, oh, this nigga's a criminal. I did a video earlier this year. And I was outside at the store in Raleigh. And the Mexican guy pulled up in a nice pickup truck. And he was complaining about the cost of fixing something. I was like, I know you got it. And he was laughing because he was on the phone, but he heard me. And then I just said something else. I was like, oh yeah, Mr. Miami. I already know what the fuck this is. It won't even stereotype him. I seen mad Mexicans. I knew he was one of them though. I don't care if his shirt's fucking tucked in, yo. I don't give a fuck if he on a lease right now on his grandmother's or his abuela's name. I know that nigga a damn demon. So I know he got money. Demons got money. That's why these girls love him. But I could have sworn to God they love God on a spiritual healing journey, but I haven't heard one of these girls say. And it's so clear to me that y'all love demons. Swear to God, you don't. Y'all keep having demon children. I see the trends. I ain't that damn old. We didn't have many YNs. And we still have more real niggas per capita. Where they at? Anyway, y'all love demons. They having half demons. Having babies with a bunch of fucking criminals. And wondering, like, what's going on in my life. First of all, sis. Y'all celebrate all the fucking criminals. King Von, Rapper Dapper, gangster guy with a lot of chains that don't match the same chroma. Yeah, hot girl summer with them. I like going to clubs with them. Men who love to spend money that you can't make in a 40-hour job anywhere. So how else do they get it besides being fucking criminals? We supposed to be retarded. Girls supposed to go to college. And they haven't done the math on this yet? How fucking impossible it would be to fucking exist. Some random black guy with a lot of chains, a lot of money to spend on purses. You think that's normal jobs? Oh, he runs businesses? Businesses. Oh, he has a couple of LLC credit cards? That's his business, bitch? Like, come on now. Cut it out. How many millions of women have to go through that summer program to be like, yo, it's always the same course? Like, yeah, you're dealing with demons. Let's wake it up. Let's wake it all the way the fuck up. How is it? If you put it in the category, they describe their experiences like they're in a very demonic situation. They call it toxic. I swear to God, that's what they called it. They use all the words that mean demon, by the way. I didn't make none of these fucking gay words up. This is the gay brothers who made these words up, and the sisters ran with it. You know how this shit go for real. Men got to invent everything. But anyway, so like, yeah, clock it, right? That's a gay dude talking. That's a black guy talking. Anyway, so once you clock it and you understand everything, like, yo, shit. Demons really been having their way out here. For a while, man. They own credit. And crime don't pay. Understand everything. They run out of energy by the time they get to the time they're 50. That's the beginning of the decline. But for the demons where I'm from, they don't live that long because they do a lot of fucking crime. They hurt a lot of fucking people. That's real life. I get to meet all their fucking daughters. Can you fucking imagine? My life. Law of attraction be damned. Almost every last single girl I run into is one of these niggas' daughters. Yeah, my dad, he used to sell drugs up in Buffalo, New York. Yeah, he got enough money to retire down here. Yeah, man, he started working for the Oh, your dad's a criminal. He got away with it. Oh, yeah, demon. Sure, I'd love to meet him. He makes spaghetti? Can't wait. Type shit. Oh, your dad, he's a cop. Oh, Myrtle Beach bike gangs. Ooh. Extra security in Puerto Rico and at the nightclubs. Oh, a little trafficking going on. Oh, your dad's a demon. Love to meet him. Love to meet your dad. He's a demon cop. Oh, hey, black demon cop. Hey, if I ever need a traffic jam, I got a guy to call now. But tell me more about this Myrtle Beach thing y'all got going on. And this private security thing. You know what type of people need private security? Going back and forth to islands? Yeah, fucking criminals. Oh, shit. Nice house, though, I'm saying. He got remarried. They got Christmas trees up. I'm sure they went on vacation. You know what I'm saying? Real normal shit. Real regular shit you see everyone on social media do and talk about. And I'm like, y'all can't tell they demons, though? Like, what happened? Spirit of discernment? They know which way the tarot card go. But they can't tell their baby daddy a demon? Or at least his mother is? I mean, you're going to see signs. It ain't just going to be one. Demons love company. They don't just manifest. That energy, that spirit doesn't manifest. It's not a lone wolf spirit. It's a legion. You feel me? Even when Jesus casted them out into the pigs, it was plural, wasn't it? Yeah, they don't travel alone, my friend. They're not smashing pumpkins Green Day enough for me. I walk alone, I walk. No, they don't. That's a Jesus story. That's our tribe. That's Judah tribe story. Demons don't have that story. Demons be having friends. They be having baby mamas with an S. Demons beat the shit out of a woman and she'll stay around. Shit. You can just answer a question to a girl wrong and she want to break up with you forever. But she get with a demon, he can beat the shit out of her ass and she don't know how to walk away. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Y'all know what I'm talking about? Y'all familiar with the demons? They get away with murder, get away with abusing people, get away with all kinds of DV issues, and for whatever fucking reason, it just keeps going. And even the people who knew beforehand still get involved with them. That don't seem a little black magic to you. That don't seem a little spiritual to you. That don't seem a little bit extra. Not just the way things are because they're so fucking, unique and lucky, or maybe it's a manipulation of energy. And you're not calculating what a real narcissist is. If they actually get what they want from people and what they do with it. Yeah. I was like, duh. Everyone knows that, bro. Because they're always talking about crystals and this and timelines in the Matrix. Oh, I forget. They think this Matrix one way. They forgot that even in the Matrix they have fucking demons. Be leaving that part out. It's kind of fucking important. You wake up from Matrix, you still got a demon problem. Fuck, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck what the fuck y'all call this shit. They don't care about your goddamn government. Demons are gonna demon no matter what time period it is. And that's why I be like, motherfuckers are stupid. Because this whole time, I took for granted that people understood what demons were. And they don't. That's crazy. But I'm biased. I was raised by demons. Cool story though. It's a cool fucking story one day. I will get Tyler Perry on this one day. Hold on. Be right back. Go figure. They even called the shit demon time. I thought they knew better. What the fuck does demon time mean if you don't have demons? Of course these kids are on demon time. Their damn daddies are demons. Quite literally. These are the kids of these niggas I grew up with. The demons. Yeah. It all makes sense to me. They made that shit trendy on Twitter or something. World Star Hip Hop. That was like per capita. A lot of those videos were demons. Demons love attention like that. Oh, a lot of people don't know that, I guess. That's what's weird about this life. You don't know what people don't know or how they look at things. We use the same words, but it don't mean the same thing, does it? That's unfortunate. Yeah, you should upgrade your life to a demon filter real fucking quick. It rhymes with narcissism. It's always going to be vampiric. It's always going to be parasitic. But when it's on a demonic level, how we mean today, like in an evil sense or in a negative, stupid, manipulative, all those words, that side of it, oh my God. The ones who get away with it, oh my God, that's spiritual. They ain't just normal, mean, stupid people, petty people shit. Mm-mm. They have perfected something psychic. Mm-hmm. If manifestation is just delusions and fucking brainwashing your own mind, doesn't matter what you're trying to brainwash yourself with, whether it's success or a good job or a lovely family. You can choose demon. You can choose, I want to get away with crimes. And they do. They learn manifestation before you. They just don't call it that. They call it everything else. My name crime and crime don't pay. That's a fucking affirmation. It's a fucking affirmation. He said it so fucking much like it was an emote or a quip, but it's legitimately an affirmation. My name is crime and crime don't pay. And he's probably been saying that goofy, corny shit for 20 years. They have their own affirmations. When you reach that level of demon, that's what the fuck I be talking about. That's what the fuck I be talking about. Ain't nobody down here dumb enough not to believe in God. That's not the damn litmus test. Why wouldn't a demon believe in God? Let's do the science on this. Is the demon trying to fool people? The demon is not the fool. Yeah, the math is bad in this fucking civilization. Demons don't give a fuck about none of that shit. They don't give a fuck about what everyone else and all that. No, they look at people as sheep. The Bible is even written in that way. People are like, yeah, I'm a sheep. You're a follower. All the churches, their doctrine is based on being sheep for some reason. I don't care. Like, I know who Jews are. I know who Israel is. I don't know who these people are, but they're sheep. Okay. What are sheep used for? That's a weird fucking story. I'd rather be the wolf. And then, so you'll understand, like the demons, half of it's Hollywood. Half the people don't believe in any fucking way. They don't need you to fucking believe in them. And then the other people who are kind of more spiritual and tapped in can sense the aura or can sense the darkness of it, but then just throw it back into, well, we're all universal God and we're going through this soul contract. Like, oh, motherfuckers, man. But everyone is equally delusional in their own way, in that way. You can only make life make sense for you anyway. When you throw it across the whole collective and the language model, God, we're cooked. We're missing so many degrees of these things. No, it's because they're demons. That's it. It's okay. They're never going to change. They only die if they lose energy. If you keep feeding a demon energy, eventually they become Donald Trump. And then they die because his genetics and whatever the fuck, how he abused his body. Whatever. That's a long ass demon run, though. Benjamin Netanyahu. You can't see it in his face. You don't hear it when he speaks. And you know he's lying, but look how natural it is. Look how he has so many supporters and women who don't seem to give a fuck about decency or humanity, but they love him. You gotta look at that part of the game. It'd be different if these people were just like liars and everyone knew they're liars, thus everyone ignored them. But nah, the clout of being a president or someone important, and how people pander to that energy no matter if it's right or wrong. You've noticed. If it's 50-50% red and blue, we got a fucking problem, Haas. We got that many fucking people down the middle, stupid. If you do the science on voting, now do the science on the voting. Come on now, stop fucking playing. So, yeah, but nah, these are demons. Demons get away with that. It's demons that get away with that. A regular person can have a reputation like any of these people. You know that. You couldn't get away with a scaled down version of what they're like in real life, in your life, and then have your family go vote for you. You hanging out with who at Tony's house while the little girls are? And you know what's going on over there, and you still hanging out with him? You was doing what? Oh, you was stealing from your job? Oh, but you wasn't paying your child support? Oh, like, you sound like one of them. They're the same category of demon. What are we talking about? Just one spectrum of demons gets most of the benefits. White people. It's easier to see in white people. That's the funniest thing about it. I can see a white person as a really decent, kind-hearted white person a mile away. It's in their eyes. It's in everyone's eyes, but in white people, as a not white person, I can see it in their eyes. Like there's a light. But then there's white people who don't have light at all. And people don't notice that. Y'all call that shit a poker face or something, right? Intimidation or something. I don't know the fuck. That's a weird thing for a species that can't fucking fight me. It's too passive aggressive if that's what it is. You classify that as strategy? That's a bitch ass nigga to me. If you gotta stare at me like that, say something. I'll hit you so fucking fast, you won't even finish your speech. So I don't believe them when they attribute like what they think toughness and all that dumb shit is. No, it's not. Toughness is kind. Toughness is graceful, actually, because you don't get that from a personality trait or a self or an affirmation. You actually have to go through violence. You don't become a tough guy acting tough. You are tough because you endure violence. It's a consequence of violence, not personality, not handshake grips, but suffering violence and winning. Everything else is just a demon. Bitch ass niggas. You have to identify that as a kid, so I have an unfair advantage for the time period, especially Jesus Christ. Was that a time period to be a kid with them? But then when you grow up and everything's, more distilled because there's other people in society now, where did all these Mexicans come from? That's a lot of people in Mexico to be in America, bro. What are they eating down there? How are they fucking so much with no money? But we don't want to have kids because wait a minute, let me do the science on this. Mexicans keep coming to America or crossing the line, right? And they have families. But they come in here for opportunity to make money. But this is more like 10, 20 years ago, so it's probably not today no more. But we've been here the whole time. Whole time. And we got way more money than they ever made in their country. But we won't have a family. They will take their fucking family and run across the border and risk everything to build from scratch. And then do it with 2 or 3 other families, or members, or uncles, or cousins and stuff. And then go get a job and meet somebody at the site that just kind of related through the valley or designation, and then have them sleeping at their house until they can get on their feet. And I watched this shit for 20 years straight. But people today, our sisters today, like, well, my house and my student loan, like all this artificial belief in the way of multiplying. That's crazy. I just thought about that. I think Mexicans falling off when it comes to that strategy though. I don't think they're doing that no more. But I've seen it for a while, over and over and over again. I was like, wow. So when you move out to the Midwest and the West and you see it's common that the more common out here, I was like, wow, I can see the difference. And I can see what's the same. Wow. They figured it out quick without half that money and without half the fucking criminals. But a lot of them are criminals. I met a lot of them. I had a lot of them that were neighbors. Buy a lot of cocaine, get a lot of white women pregnant, and do a whole lot of crimes too. But work every fucking day and drink beer at the end of the night like the hardest working men at line ever. And then go to a life of crime, man. Turn right around, man. You be thinking they getting trucks because they working 80 hours a week. Nigga, please. Shut the fuck up. They buying them shits in cash. I don't give a fuck how many hours you work. I worked with them. Nah, they're criminals too. They get money by doing other things. Family businesses. It's crazy. You just gotta go to a flea market. You just gotta go to a Mexican flea market, bro. There's not just carpets there. Where you think we were getting those Mexican bricks of weed from? Like regular old looking grandmother Mexican women from the damn flea market. That's how they take care of all them kids. Whatever inflation is. Ain't from no damn job. Y'all crazy as hell, boy. Y'all crazy as hell if y'all believe that goofy shit. Why you think 3 or 4 families gotta live together if one family could do that with a husband working like that? Cut it the fuck out. Stop talking to me. Stop fucking talking to me. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. They know that family, that exception, that's crime. And I'm not judging, man, because I've seen it in every color so far. The American dream is getting away with crime. Now look back at your political landscape and all of your members of society. Are they not all a bunch of fucking criminals? Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. This is common sense. So then that's why we like, yo, but people are mad stupid. Hence, they would have to be if they don't realize that the United States is run by criminals and that all of their role models are criminals. Even in the NBA, the illegal gambling and all that other shit, criminals. All the crypto bros who make the most money, but they jumping in their paywall and discords. But homeboy got him and his wife sliced up in a fucking desert, being a fucking crypto criminal. You feel me? Like we look up to a bunch of fucking criminals who get away with it until they don't. And this year, a whole bunch of criminals' time has been rinsed up. If you notice, I'm talking about people who got away with murders, people who got away with drugs. Like, I mean, they're throwing us in prison for what, 40, 50 years for having possession of crack cocaine. But these people get to do interviews about how much drugs they did. You know what I'm talking about? You don't know what I'm talking about? Like, in the 90s, I saw it. Like, if an 18-year-old, 17-year-old was caught with possession, whether it's intent to sell or not, you know he didn't have that fucking much. He out there. Whatever it was, he gets locked up forever. Whereas the people we celebrate in our society and rock and roll dudes, they talk about all the drugs on their tour buses. They talk about all the drugs. They talk about their girlfriends. Fucking even the black folks, Richard Pryor and Pam Grier, sniffing fucking cocaine out of her asshole. And then Paris Hilton and Kim Kardashian says, we too do a lot of cocaine out of our assholes with Scott Storch. Like, they're like, oh my God, when I grow up, I want to be a multi-producer like Scott Storch with all this cocaine they're buying and distributing. Like, oh my God, so much is on their asshole. Can you imagine how much fucking cocaine you have if you can waste it on this white girl's asshole? Like, you don't understand what type of crime you would have to be involved in to get that much fucking cocaine every time these assholes come over. On Rick James, bitch, he had that shit in a fucking in a Jägermeister sized barrel of cocaine at his parties. A pirate barrel worth of cocaine, like straight off the boat, straight off the docks, Buffalo, New York. and just get away with that shit. But if I needed to like flip 150 into 300 real quick because rent is due, I get to go to prison for years. Just because they didn't go to jail, that don't make them not criminals, right? Why are people in jail for? I want to do the science on this one day. And this equality as society we live in. Fucking a bunch of fucking contradictory hypocrites in every fucking dimension of what a society is. We live in a constant state of hypocrisy. And then when you kind of wake up from that and you try to go the right direction, you realize there's nothing but resistance. And then you're isolated, right? And then you feel like all Sigma and lone wolf like. And it's like, because the United States American dream is to get away with crime. United States Service Corporation is pirates, they're criminals. Thomas Jefferson's a criminal. They all betrayed the empire and the kingdoms that gave them their boat, that gave them their militia, that gave them the weapons. Remember, these people were broke. So where they get all this shit for a war from if they didn't fucking steal it? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Same thing with the World Fairs. They went in our own ancestor cities and took all the technology, whatever they could find, stripped down the gold and everything. They're fucking thieves. They literally call them robber barons. Like, this whole history of this thing is about a bunch of fucking criminals who set up pyramid schemes, master builders of degeneracy. These type of societies degenerate within 3 to 5 generations every time. They don't miss. The first generation that normalizes sin, the next one celebrates it, and then the third one forgets what it is. Over and over and over again. There's no shame in being a single mother no more. It's a badge of fucking honor now. They get Father's Day now. I was just alive when that shit was shameful to the single mother. It was shameful to herself, not because society and fucking social media. No such thing. She might know like 5 people. Like, look how degenerate we are. That's why I be calling stupid. Like, because what's the word for it? Like, why are we going, duh, you hang out with fucking demons and criminals. Of course your outcomes are going to suck. Yeah, of course at first it's like a big explosion of light energy because it's borrowed from someone else. They have an unusual amount of energy because they're fucking criminals. Wake your dumb ass up. Duh. If I work all week and they only give me $300 to $500, and he hang out at the right time at the wrong spots, and he get $3,000. Of course, I'm not gonna be able to buy you a purse, you goofy bitch. We did times tables in elementary. They don't consider that. It's weird that you can go to college and become a fucking doctor in this bitch, but you can't consider math. You want a fucking criminal. Because there's no other fucking way in this criminal ass society that you get ahead unless you are. Tell me I'm fucking lying. Even them LLCs, those non-for-profits. Somehow this bitch got a new car. Fucking criminals. Tax write-offs and everything. Shit don't even count. They ain't even got no solar panels on their house. Fucking criminals. The damn people who do your taxes will even suggest to you on how to do some criminal shit on your taxes. And then the IRS and Federal Reserve are criminals. Taxes? What is that? Wait, in what constitution? In a republic? You paying taxes to a third-party entity, a bank, that wasn't approved or voted for by the people? 1933? I was there. We got the video. Shout out Smyth-EL. He still has them uploaded before AI gets to it. You know what I'm saying? The fuck? Hell nah. Criminals, boy. The mafia runs Vegas. Criminals, boy. The mafia and the NBA doing betting. Criminals, boy. Like, the NBA didn't know criminals was on board? Like, the fuck going on out here? Every porn site, you gonna have like 85% of those motherfuckers are human traffickers. Criminals, boy. Bill Gates stole that shit from IBM. That's a criminal, boy. You call it a white crime? He a white criminal, boy. The fuck? The fuck going on out here? We haven't noticed that all these motherfuckers are criminals? The Epstein list. Ooh. Perverted criminals. Then who are these women who read all these files who are just sitting right next to them during a fucking, what is that shit called? The new ballroom? What do you have? For Great Gatsby themed dinner where all these victims of SA and we care about Epstein list is taking pictures for Instagram next to these niggas are criminals and demons? Fuck wrong with people, boy. The United States is ran by demons. Right? You haven't noticed? You think the narcissism is sold separately in those doses? Nah, that's demonic, boy. The West is ran by demons. You know who possessed that type of magic? Besides us. You know who else is known in history for doing, I don't know, you hear about it, Bohemian Grove, child sacrifice, missing people, organ harvesting, human consumption. You know other people who are really fond of this type of demonic activity? I'm not going to say their names if you don't. Ain't they behind everything going on now? So the people who have spec in all things fucking evil, the people who have specialized in the dark arts of things that are generally known by everyone as evil, whether you played a video game or a TV show or movie about it, the people in real life who practice those things, whether it's effective or not, bad enough what their ingredients is, trying to get anything to work. I need you to just math and science here. The missing people, the kids in Epstein Island. They're doing rituals, right? And rituals are usually sacrifices to false gods, right? Yeah, we're in demon territory then. So if you understand that Epstein Island is a mock so-called pseudo-Egyptian, although it's Etruscan blue and gold, I see where they're going, but they're not Jew enough for me, Epsteiner. But those guys trying to do the beta male version of real nigga shit and all the weird shit they do with kids and all, you do understand that that's ritual. That's not just perversion and going to the hotel room after the fucking conference. This is like they're going to perform a ritual to a false god. By all vain imaginations, is classically classified as demons. They have something beyond human powers. Can you fucking imagine? Being a whole different dimension of things. But they're doing these things for a whole nother dimension of things, right? You understand that? The cartels too. You understand that? You understand that? Haiti too. The gangs in Haiti too. They do human sacrifice to a demon. You understand that, right? The Sun Cartel. They have shrines and everything, and pendulums and amulets and all kinds of things. You can Google this shit. They have these shrines to demons. When they do those tests with the barrel and put you on fire and make you bulletproof, that's a ritual for a demon. I'm telling you something. Indians have that shit too. A lot of us were bulletproof on Shango in Ogun. Come on now. Come on now. Call it what you want. It's the same type of divinity though. But either way you do it, you must be channeling a demon, right? So far, so good. We out here. We'll wake up eventually. I think we skipped so many steps in this bitch because of the internet. Nah, let's get back to our fundamentals. Life is hell because there's demons here. Alrighty. Everything ain't fucked up, but I tell you one thing, demons definitely are, man. Demons will fuck your life up. It would seem like your whole life is fucked up if you're around a whole bunch of satanic ritual abusers. And that's not what they call it. They might have 144 different flavors of the same source of demon. So yeah, the devil's greatest trick is proving the world he doesn't exist. I think the bigger trick is it's one entity with so many different names. Mirror principle. Same thing with God, isn't it? Of course, of course. Of course, 401 false prophets to God's one real one. You read that story, Ahab? That was in the kingdom of Jerusalem in Israel, by the way. So these were Israelites who were lying to the king. You feel me? No Simba. These are 401 gifted bloodline Israelites who abused their divinity for favor from a king, Ahab. And one Micaiah, I think, was that his name? He was like, I'm a real one. Yo, don't mess it up for us, man. We're gonna get bonuses, benefits. Nah, God told me to tell you, you take your dumb ass out there, y'all all gonna get killed. How about that? Whoosh, smack the boy, touch not my anointed ones. That whole fucking army got embarrassed. So if that spirit is in the kingdom of Israel, can you imagine it everywhere else? Pagan. Can you imagine it everywhere else? What they call them, Gentile. Can you imagine everyone else Baal, Balaam, Balak? Can you imagine everyone else serving demons? That would be everyone else, actually. Wouldn't it? All right, then. They always talk about Jesus died for demons. Weird story. That reprobate comes standard. I think we're just all of a generation and age where you can clearly notice it. Demons are always reprobate. That's kind of the definition, actually. That's why narcissism is the strongest degree in it. Just the internet pushing narcissism is very interesting. It changed things. People can talk about it now, but I don't think they've realized what it is just yet. They're kind of fucking around like it's changeable. Narcissism is not changeable in that way. When it's a demon. It's to the degree in which they feel guilty to God. It extends into the degree in which they're ashamed of their higher self. It's a choice, free will and shit. They go down that road by themselves. You don't know what they did. And I'm here to tell you all the gory details and stories that people like to overshare with people with my gift. I can deduce some shit they didn't tell me. Oh God. And the shit they telling me I wouldn't do. So I couldn't imagine doing the things they told me they did or experienced or whatever it was. You know, everyone's going to filter it through their lens. But I can deduce and deduce to deduce if I was in those situations too. How it would affect me. Oh yeah, I'll be on Demon Time Part 2, I think. Ish. If I didn't pray to God when I was a teen for a book, they didn't. They prayed for something else. Free will. Basically, they failed their own Job trial. Or they feel like they did. Or they don't believe that God can forgive them for something, which is also a sin. So they're judging themselves out of grace. They're judging themselves out of taste. They're judging themselves out of decency. It's all self-inflicted wounds when you're dealing with one of those type of demons. That's why it needs energy from everyone else, because it's leaking. It's leaking light. So it needs everyone else's light. So if you or a loved one have been attached to a demon, I'm telling you why. It felt like love to you. It felt like supply to them. That's the difference. And then I see the women struggle when they talk. Now men is weird. Getting on Instagram and TikTok, grieving a girl after the pandemic not being who they thought she was or something. And it, I can empathize with it as going through that younger. But for her to be hitting everyone at once after Kevin Samuels came out, it's kind of weird. I wish I had that when I was 12. But I didn't. But they do. And they're feeling it. Like, well, I don't understand it. I can't get it. Day 7, day 100. They're doing these day 121 videos days after someone broke. Man, Get your goofy ass off the damn internet. That shit weird. Something wrong with both of you niggas. First of all, something wrong with her and something wrong with your ass too. The fuck going on outside for real? Demons. Jesus was being followed by demons. You of your father the devil. They don't read this, do they? They can't. That's why I be talking about, like, there's got to be a degree of stupid. But then they tell us, like, most of the people are becoming illiterate. Most of the kids are failing reading comprehension and math. Like, in real time. And that's a direct side effect of your mom and dad. So if the mom by herself can't do it, then I know daddy a dummy. So what other grades are these kids going to get if they just keep on fucking? Demons. What are all the guys saying, right? The decent guys. I'm talking about the non-demon guys. You know, there's a spectrum of that. Good and bad, I guess. Useful and useless. I know. Up and down, left and right. You got to use all your coordinates, but they're not demons. Normal guys who are not demons, what are they like? Oh, I think I want to have a bring a kid into this world. What he's saying is he don't trust these women. Ain't got shit to do with the world. Ain't got shit to do with the economy. Niggas don't trust these bitches because they demons. Ooh! Swapping spirits. What our grandmother say? What did God say? What did grandma say? And are we living the results of not listening to both? Yes, of course, naturally. Naturally, we noticed it. Our generation noticed it. Because that was the last time we heard those things. They don't even have no fucking equips and moats for this shit that they're going through. Just white daddy, please, more benefits. Ass niggas. Crying because white daddy ain't got no benefits for them. And I understand it's tough when you have a white daddy that's a criminal, and so is everyone else. But at this point in time in life, with all this independence and how far we've come since the civil rights movement, we talk about, daddy, please, give us benefits to eat. That part by itself is demonic. The fuck wrong with us? Indoctrinated by demons. Same story. These people are known for doing this weird shit back in Poland and Germany. And the United States didn't turn that type of weird until they got here. I don't know where the fucking mystery yet. You hear about the Illuminati. Any of that sound like God, or does that sound like demons? All right, then. All right. All right. All right, then. So the Illuminati infiltrated Masonry. Duh. We can see that today. All right, then. All right, then. And you have to be one of those two, or a Shriner, to become a president. Over 85% of the time. All right. All right. Even if you have a president that's not, what does that tell you? If all the presidents had to be one at some point in time, then what about the rest of their cabinet members? Do you know to be a military general, you're also a Mason? All right. All right. All right. The same organization infiltrated by the Illuminati. All right. All right. They said that was from Bavaria, Germany, where these Jewish people, Khazarians or Ashkenaz, or, they're not Ashkenaz, I'm Ashkenaz, but they're Khazarian. Or Radonite, whatever the fuck they want to be tomorrow. Them niggas that are not our niggas, them people. All right, then cool. Well, I wonder what's going on with the military and our government ass niggas. Man, it's ran by demons. People who ritually abuse people and do sacrifices to demons, like in every documentary, Alex Jones. That's what we're getting at. If you're doing even if you're doing a mock ritual, you know, you take a white guy's flesh as a cracker and his blood is grape juice and you do communion. You motherfucking witches. You motherfucking witches. That is a mock human sacrifice ritual in any other religion. But when it comes to some Catholic hand me down 501c3 ass bullshit on a Sunday and Sabbath is Saturday, crickets. That's paganism. I mean, who else converted to Christianity after leaving their grandmother's house besides pagans? Goofy as hell, dumb as hell. So that's what I'm saying. Someone's got to be stupid. You don't become Christian unless you're a pagan before it. Especially if you're not an Israelite or Jerusalem, and since the whole fucking Bible's about them. So if you're not that, and you become Christian, then you were a pagan first. All right, then. It doesn't matter what that means. What it means is not, this ain't that part 5. So, yeah, of course, communion is necromancy. Why are they mock ritualizing an inverso of my grandfather? Weird fucking story. So, yeah, like, no. You dealing with demons then. Yeah, that shit evil, boy. None of my readers require none of that shit. The fuck going on? It's a lack of patience with these demons, boy. They don't let the universe. All them universal ass motherfuckers are demons, boy. Tell them to shut the fuck up. In King James English. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They ain't researched shit for themselves. They read an interpretation of another demon about some shit that they don't understand because they can't read the damn Bible either. That's the main thing. You tell someone's a demon, get them to read the Bible in front of you. They won't be able to read it. I challenge you. Go ahead and take that Bible to your baby mom and get her to read to you a whole chapter. You know them shits is like 5 paragraphs, 10 paragraphs. Only be a page, right? Read this whole page out loud to me real quick. Run this back. They'll argue with you. Now think about it. They online all day scrolling, reading all fucking day. They're reading paragraphs and paragraphs of bullshit all fucking day. Waste of time. But read a page of the Bible is going to be an argument. It's going to be a waste of time. It's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be all these other things that don't make sense for, like, you know, I believe in God, so reading the Bible shouldn't cause an argument. God was looking out for you, sis, on your Facebook post. So God that you know about is because of the Bible. How else did you get there? And go ahead and try to read a page for me real quick. I want to see what your reading comprehension level is like anyway. Maybe you're going to notice something I don't. Shit. You'll see that they can't read it. Because of guilt. Because of shame. Narcissism. It'd be really hard for a narcissist to read the Bible linearly. I challenge you to challenge them on this. And then if they do read it, see if they comprehended what they read. Like at all, like any interpretation. Like however, you know, on their level. Like, what does it mean to you? Won't be able to do it, bro. Never in 40 years have I seen that trick. Thus, I got the degrees if you need them. But at the end of the day, they're just human. What we all classify as human. We did ourselves a disservice, pretending that everyone's created equally in a world that's pivoting off of people behind the scenes worshiping demons. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think we missed something here. There's Satanists being elevated by the Pope a couple days ago. Like, we're missing something? Pope is in the God business, but I read Dumb Diverses in Sanctum. I know they full of shit. But, you know, just on the appearances, churches and books and believers and shit, and incantations and Sundays and confessions and communions and all types of witchcraft. Have you seen that room that they do to, I guess is like a theater room for the Vatican? Like a damn demon army behind him. And when you zoom out of the whole fucking stadium, it looks like the eyes of a viper snake. Like, we're missing something? We're missing something. We're fucking retarded, aren't we? So if it ain't stupid, what is it? I don't know what it is. We retarded? What's going on? This shit don't even be hidden. The goddess of destruction, Shiva. Look, hey, leave my grandma and them alone. But in their stupid ass colonized version of things, they're picking it because to them it means something bad, evil. So they'll pick that polarity, even if it has to be both because law of gender. But imagine if they'll put that right in front of CERN, smashing atoms and shit. Like, we can fuck this whole fucking universe up, but yeah, we'll trust the people who worship demons. What? Apollo mission be damned. 33-degree Masons. Cut it the fuck out. These are all fucking ritual abuse ass people, boy. You don't get that degree without some weird fucking rituals, by the way. That's why I need that many of them. Duh. Especially if they fucking know they're in ancient Egypt and that the bloodline of the pharaohs are still here. On they fez on their Shriner cap. Tell them to stop fucking playing with us. Shit evil. And you have to rank up in these evil ass organizations pivoting off the death or the usurp or the fucking hypothecation of my bloodline. With no reason stated. With no agreement, so how would there be? Who the fuck are these people besides criminals? On the empire level. They warrants are like 300 to 400 years old, boy. They obviously had to help with some demons. Yes, that's how all these stories go, by the way. There is no situation where Israel's in captivity and there's not a demon. We don't read that Bible, do we? Children of Israel got Egypt. What was Egypt? Captivity. What were they worshiping when they were in captivity? Baal. What is Baal? A demon. God level though. Like not a human. So it has benefits. Spiritual benefits. You can look at it that way. For I'm a jealous God. And if I find you worshiping other false gods, I'll chastise you. I will scatter your ass. We're currently scattered. So can you fucking imagine what happened recently? Anyway, so anytime this happens, there's a demon around. Even getting the messages to Daniel. Gabriel says, I was basically intercepted for a few days in Persia. Fighting what? Other angels. Okay. It's in the book. So if Gabriel has to fight another angel of their own class over Persia, and we know Persia's history is rich with demons, then that angel wasn't working with heaven, if you will, or that faction, if you will, that's trying to get a message to Daniel, or that fucking angel wouldn't have stopped the message from getting to Daniel, right? Kind of like a demon. Right now, because Daniel's supposed to be the messenger for God. So why would another angel in Persia stop that message from getting to God's human, delegate, if you will? Every story, there's a demon. Before King James Bible was released, what book did Grandpa release? Demonology. So since 1611, there's an awareness of demons. Recent human history, man, 400 years ago. That's why we speak King James English. The same language you speak has a whole fucking language model about demons. First. Demonology is first. The recompilation of the Hebrew scrolls is second in this language, right? There's Geneva Bibles and everything else, but that's not King James, so what would it fucking matter? He's Judah. So you understand everything. Shout out to all the cousins and other Hebrews. They were doing what they were supposed to do. But meanwhile, Jerusalem, New Jerusalem, like, nah, cuzzo, you got a demon problem. So why we're leaving Europe. Vlad the Impaler, vampirism, narcissism, guillotines, child rituals, brothels, children, dirt, diseases, herpes, animals, bestiality. You know that history? Ain't that all the people that just came to America recently? All right, then. Miss me with the Middle Age kingdoms bullshit. And if they knew the Moors or not, who just got here? All right, then. That's a very demonic society during that time. A bunch of pirates and booty warriors and eunuchs and Mamelukes starting wars everywhere across the world for the past fucking 350 years. 100-year war. Look it up. Everywhere there's a civil war at once because of these niggas. You thought there was a civil war in America? There's a civil war in India at the same time. Same fucking people. That was technically a world war. So it had nothing to do with slavery then, did it? It was a banker thing. The Civil War about slavery obviously would affect banking, though, for useless motherfuckers who can't do nothing. Anyway, new business models. So, like, it's like having AI take over your business or something. Understand something. So, like, no, we're in a society ran by demons, bro. Yeah. Demonology, then King James Bible, then the New James colonies. Based on the principle that everyone there was fucking aware of demons. My ancestors. That's the weirdest thing about this goddamn story. Maybe that's why I took it for granted. Because I'm them. I'm those people who told the world about demons. In recent history. After the Quran. After the Jinn. After Aladdin. After, like, recent era. We're using English because of us, right? The people, and what's important there is that us with the English are us who know about demons. All right, then. It's a combo deal. If we got a God, there's a demon, bro. That's it. Believe what you want about everything else and the flavors and what you do and what your ritual is. And if you're going to observe the lunar calendar, all right, nerd. But at the end of the fucking day, though, you got hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people surrounding you. And everybody ain't everybody. That's all we were saying. You need a religion for that? Go outside. Take a bus. Take a bus around your city. You'll run into a few. The fuck? You can see that shit in their eyes. Goofy as hell. Dumb as hell. Now you got these younger girls swapping spirits with these demonic men. And they sound just as crazy and hypocritical and stupid. They're not even like the ritual demon, like the ones that know and have the powers and the dreams and everything that comes with it. They're just the casualties of it. And then they call it mental health issues. No, you're possessed by spirits. Let's bring back the old feeling. Let's go back to what Grandma said. Fuck this new age as Jewish language model of medical health care, and they create all the damn mental health conditions with their damn medicine anyway. Have you read the side effects? Anyway, so, nah, we used to consider that to be a possession if you were not in your right mind. If Grandma in our generation was calling it swapping spirits, that means she comes from a background of people who understood there were spirits. And it's not because of the Bible or slavery or church. That's stupid. We're in America, bitch. A land full of spiritual people. Read about us. So no, spirits didn't come from Christianity either. It's not a Christian Bible. We're Israelites. Or Judeans. Same story. Cousins. So, whoever the fuck going on, you over here where that is, where these Kingdom of Rada is here, bro. Come on now. Come on now. A kingdom of Israel is here already. Cut it out. Cut it out. So they're the same Israel that's dealing with Baal, spirits, demons, Molech. Come on now. Come on now. We talking about Zoroaster. We talking about Tartaria, bro. It ain't that long ago. Ain't that long ago. It's only been 400 years. Do you remember? I know you remember. It's only been 400 years. It's only been 400 years. Everything I'm talking about today has been how the fuck it's been documented by our people for the past 500 plus fucking years. Ain't a goddamn thing changed since. I've noticed something. Ain't nothing fucking changed that they haven't wrote about already. We're just rediscovering the recipes over and over again because we want it to be another way. And if you use the patina of my people and how that book comes across as saying, it's because you keep walking out of God's cover. You keep walking out of covenant. You keep trying to do the other things that a foreigner occupying, influencing, monetizing, benefiting, taxing your ass decides what the narrative is. And then I'd be like, wait, your grandma saying, what did God say? Since all this shit new. Oh, generation. Oh, we're all the people of the United States. We're a country. We're the citizens. Shut your ass up. What's your grandmother say if she Indian? Fundamentally, you don't exist without her. You definitely exist without these other dickheads. So she outranks anybody, as a matter of fact. At least, that's our culture, though. That ain't everybody's culture. That's our culture, right? Our women would be the ones who read and write, so they would be reading the Bible too, or the Torah, or the Quran. All want to tell you the same thing. It's all written by fucking Israelites. I'm talking about angels, demons, God, man, mankind, and some other shit that we got to describe as fucking furry, feathery, weird shit. Seraphim and all kind of UFOs and shit too. Don't forget them, please. Thus, so like, and that's the same shit we dealing with. That's all classified by your government, right? Where are these UAPs in New Jerusalem? I don't know. What's going on in the middle of the ocean? I don't know. What's up with all these missing people in all these cities? I don't know. What's up with all these Jewish people and APAC people that be tied to occult rituals? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Meanwhile, they there in the picture dancing with all of them. Goofy as hell, dumb as hell, waiting for a damn demon to tell you they're a demon. If they're trying to convince the world they don't exist. Do the science one more time, please. You are of your father, the devil, bitch. And these people ain't Christian over me. What's the fucking point of being Christian if there's no demons amongst you? What are you being saved from, bitch? Who's taking your ass to hell? Who's in hell waiting for you? All right, then. So you're getting saved from what? Demons. Lord have mercy. They think it's a shitty vacation spot for being a fucked up individual? Nah. Yeah, if you become one of those. But how do you become one of those? By hanging around demons. It tells you not to sit in the seats with people like that. It tells you not to argue with people like that. It tells you so many different ways. These are the traits. So basically, if you read the Proverbs and things like this is what you don't do with certain people, you write a damn list of what the things you don't do is. And at the end of that list, you're going to see demons. Ain't a fucking belief system. That's good fucking math no matter which your church your ass never went to. It's common sense. If you accept the fact that God is real. If that's still a struggle, you won't get it. But if God is real, then there's an opposing force on law of gender and polarity. That opposing force, no matter who created or if they're all God at the end of the day outside of this little physical 3D simulation, I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. However you land, there's demons. There's demons. There's supernatural things. I know supernatural people. So if there's good supernatural people, there's negative supernatural people. If everyone don't get their power from God, then they're getting their power from something else. And I know ultimately, oh, believer, I know ultimately at the end of the day, all the powers are God's, blah, 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 blah. I know it's your intentions. You're human, you're monkey, you have monkey genetic intentions is what gets you to heaven of gods. I get it. No. The Bible is very clear on this. Why the fuck would a human have powers? God ain't giving human powers? What the fuck? They don't say that. There's people in the Bible with powers though. Yes, and God chooses those. That ain't everybody. That ain't everybody in the kingdom of Jerusalem. I told you it was 401 gifted people with the bloodline of those gifts who are reprobate because they lied to the king for benefits on accord so that they can keep getting more. Of course they want the strongest king and strongest army to take more shit so they can expand their shit too. tariffs, $2,000 for you, ass niggas. Yes. But Micaiah was like, no, I'm the real deal. I was chosen by God. That's why the king of Jerusalem told his cousin, the king of Israel, to check in with the one that God picked. Come on, nigga. You don't fuck up my operation. You know I got your back, but don't fuck up my operation, bro. Consult. This is what we do. That's why I'm Jerusalem, nigga. Go ahead and check with him. The one that God sent. Is it not written? But you'll notice there's a lot of people down here with supernatural abilities. Or, what is that called? A supernatural backstory. Success. Unnatural. If they ain't chosen by God, where'd they get it from? It's the same thing about the Garden of damn Eden. God made the forbidden fruit, didn't he? But he told Adam and Eve what? Don't you eat from it. And what happened? A serpent came, whatever that is, and said, yo, nah, God fucking trolling you, boy. He mad that if you do this, you'll be like gods. We talking about metaphors and similes. And that's a jealous God or something, right? Sound like a feminine trait. We'll figure out which one it is one day. But we'll go. Like, all right, so a serpent told you to eat from the fruit. I told you not to eat from. Now you have this new awareness. And people will go, well, yeah, God gives everyone powers. No, God told you not to fuck with that. So there's people out here fucking with that and saying that the power comes from God. Impossible. If God told you not to fuck with it, you didn't get it from God. That's not saying that you can't get it, though. The Bible is very clear that there's people in the damn Bible that's getting shit that don't come from God. But what we're talking about is authorization, not the cosmic source of all things, not the peak capability of the human brain, not the torsion field that generates a connection in a silver cord to the astral. We're talking about a whole different category of characters. And everyone else in between is just running their fucking mouth and full of shit. That's just average narcissism and the patina of spirituality. I'm talking about the real shit. No. They absolutely get that from working with demons. No one says demons don't have powers. They come from heaven. They just gotta read that Bible one more time and go very slow through Enoch. Mankind in its current form is because of the tampering of demons who are once in heaven. One more time. Enoch, the flood, Noah is because higher forms of intelligence with special abilities were crossbreeding with humans. One more fucking time. The whole premise of Genesis is God created these two vessels, maybe more, but the writer is focusing on how we got here. Out of those two, Adam, they went all blah, 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 deserts, Lot, Moab, everywhere else in ancient Egypt, which is where I stand in America, by the way. Every Mason knows that. Stop fucking playing with us. Part 5. You can read about it in their own books. So, confirmation. But we'll go further than that designation. Cain was like, for they will surely kill me. Who the fuck is they? And why are they murderers? Why he worried about being murderer if he the first murderer? The first murderer is a warrior that someone outside would murder him. Why they want to murder him for? He looked different? Yeah, he looked different than the thing that was going to kill him. That God had to change his appearance. Have you imagined the mark of Cain? Cut it out. Oh, you don't listen to some fucking faggot from Poland tell you the Mormon shit that it was a curse because of the black. Shut your ass up. You the damn thing outside the garden. Shut the fuck up talking to me. Talking about black skin is a curse. What the fuck are you talking about? On Copper Jesus. On a sun planet. The fuck are we... On melatonin. On the melanin in my damn pineal gland. What the fuck are we talking about with these niggas? Anyway. But the Bible starts with like 5 different classes of beings. And there's 2 creations. It jumps for some reason. And some people say, oh no, it's just like, it gave you the pretense and then it hollowed out Adam and Eve. I don't know about that. God created man and woman, and then it goes, God created Adam, and he chilled for a little while by himself, and then he was lonely, and then God cloned Adam and made him an identical female, Eve. That's different than creating man and woman. Remember, Eve was an afterthought for Adam's creation. God created Adam to be a solo leveler. The way that the writer is recalling this dimension, but they're talking about the genetics too. But you understand the context, like Adam's by himself naming things. And then God is looking at Adam's behavior and says it's not good for man to be alone. And then creates Eve out of him to be his equal, right? Hence, they are equal. This is genetic, math, science, and everything else in between it. Because how would they fucking not be equal if there's only two people that's in fucking existence? If there's only two people and you split it in half, they're equal, damn it. And they're twins. I mean, when Abraham pulls up to Egypt, they ask him, hey, is that your wife? He says, no, that's my sister. Your sister is your genetic twin. Adam and Eve, Abraham and Sarah, Otto and Edith, my grandparents. I'm Adam the 21st. So that's what I'm saying. That book is just our story. That book ain't the world story. The book is our story. It's King James Family Bible. It's about his family. From Otto the First, Abraham, a giant. Charles the First. I'm Charles the 21st. Otto the First. I'm Otto the 21st. Adam the First. I'm Adam the 21st. Of whatever that timeline is. This is after a reset. That's after a reset. After America was flooded. That's after. That's not from the beginning of time. That's why the beginning skips like that. They're making references to Egypt. That's why they always say that. The Bible comes from Egypt. Duh, we're Egyptians. I'm the 21st generation of the Egyptians that survived that flood in America, that went to Europe. We left here right before Otto the First, whoever his parents were. Notice they're not mentioned. They are survivors over here. He came over there and set those kingdoms up. I'm only 21 generations later. 13 is 400. Another 13 is 26. That's 800. So the Bible is quite literally about 800 years ago or so. Ain't the first book about the beginning of nobody, though. Those books talking about everyone else, though, will be our ancestors. Because it's a royal bloodline. Abrahamic, Judaical. Nah, these are not philosophies, dude. These are people first. This is their rules. I don't know who the fuck these other people are after us. Why the fuck are they even involved in our business? Why don't they have their own fucking story or language? Understand everything. So, nah, this ain't that. That's why I said Genghis is Jesus. Literally. Hakata Khan, Ottoman Empire, all that, that's them. That's just their names in different people's languages. They're not fucking people, though. They're descendants of giants. I'm 6'3". We're descendants of giants. Descendant, not ascendant. I want to be taller than a giant. I'm the bloodline of giants. That's who Jerusalem is. That's who that bloodline is. That's who Genghis Khan is. Enoch is about that. Angels came down and had hybrids, and they're men of renown. Otto the First, Carlos First, he's men of renown because he has angel blood. He's a giant. Yeah, that's 800 years ago. And we seen the Moorish tapestry of giants on the Moorish side and the wild man side in the 1400s. 400 years after that, yeah. And then these fuckers came over here, colonized, and added 300 years to history and all. Oh, that makes sense. Cool. Doesn't change any fucking thing on Otto the First. The Ottoman Empire, the Khan Empire, the Tartarian Empire, Tartarian, giants. Ottoman, Abraham. Otto, giant, giants, king of kings, giants. Why would a little monkey person, come on now, be an emperor of the world? As in the 1400s, you have giant tribes still? Cut it the fuck out. Cut it all the way the fuck out. Just because white people and Jewish people don't want us to believe our own fucking history anymore doesn't mean they're right. By the way, they're robbing your ass and living off your fucking resources and never gonna fucking give it back. These type niggas know the truth about history. Meanwhile, their origin point's a fucking mystery. But giants are very well fucking documented. Have you noticed something? So yeah, I'm a descendant of giants. That's why we be like, we invented music and literature and stuff. Yes, literally, humans get it from giants. Literally, in every giant lore, instruments, music, math, science, technology. It's the giants. The giant weapons that they dig up, that are electrical swords. Those swords are huge, bro. Those are giants. Japan has plenty of them. It's not for a little 5'5" white guy. That's for giants. The giants were flooded. America's fucking flooded. Have you noticed mud flood? We are the descendants of giants. It's not 6,000 years ago. These white people just be lying for the Jewish people. I'm Otto the 21st. It's an 800-year story. 1,000 maybe, if they live longer, because they were giants. They lived longer because they were giants. Can you fucking imagine the scale of things? So yes, I'm not giants no more. I have giant blood. This big ass head and 6'3" and shit. Yep. Jerusalem. David versus Goliath. Had a baby with that bitch. Masons know. Two-ball king, they know. We're crossbreed. That's why we're not 5 feet. You take a giant and something that's 5 feet, you get us. 6'3", 6'6", and even some of the other. And some of it is genes too. But those genes would have to have started with a giant bloodline. Period. They dig up the monkeys that they find. They dig up the little cave people. They're not our size. To this day. And my whole family's my size. To this day. So they're not digging us up. They're not digging us up, so they can't tell our fucking story by looking at fucking little people bones. We're not little people. We're not little people in the fucking America's book. We're taller than the people that came to see us. So we don't all come from Africa then. The damn people coming after the little Africans were taller than the damn Africans. And they're not taller than me. You gotta look at the time frame. Those white people, if they exist, are dealing with Africans who are smaller than them. The only reason why you can pack niggas on a boat that small, you have a whole bunch of niggas my size, almost 300 pounds, thousands, then fight a little white guy 5'5". Fuck out my face. And I'm Indian anyway, but let's just play their stupid ass game. It doesn't make fucking sense. Not enough Dikembe Mutombos out here. So thus, nah, bro. Bloodline of giants. But not all bloodlines of giants come from Enoch or come from Shem, who are giants. They're from the land of giants. Yeah. Jack and the Beanstalk. Feed fivefold from I smell the blood of a English man. Angel man. That's our story, not theirs. They get to remix it and draw white people in cartoons and sell it to you for school, but no, they're stealing it from our shit. No, we're talking about literally the giants can smell the blood of angel men. They want to eat it. And isn't that what the rituals are? To this day, nigga. Why they sacrificing so many black girls with angel blood? Full story, full circle, same story, same rituals, same everything. Thank you. Yeah. Their history ain't that deep, nigga. We ain't been here that fucking long. The UAPs are still here, bro. They ain't going nowhere. We ain't been here that long. We've been here for 1,000 years, maybe. I'm talking about my bloodline. That everyone seems to base the world history and religions and languages on. Weird fucking story. Tell them to get the fuck out of our face. How the fuck will a kingdom of giants be ran by these little man? Fuck out my face, boy. Ain't even a skin color thing no more. Once you understand, like, my skin color is because the Afro-Asiatic giants look like tall black Asian people. Those are my grandparents. Feel me? I'm not them no more. I'm mixed with all kinds of shit. Hence. But I come from them. That's the oldest gene sequence in my blood. Meaning that is the dominant sequence. Right? We understand that, right? So everybody don't come from that. Everybody don't have a giant ancestor. The fuck? They're talking about their man. Our book ain't talking about man. They already corrupted man by mixing in. Our tribes are the ones that God selected. Not that they weren't mixed. The fuck? If God had to save one of these hybrid bloodlines, he chose ours. That's what the story is about. That's what Jerusalem is. That's what he promised Abraham. I'm going to choose you. Not the other Chaldeans, not the Egyptians, not the other forms of man or anything else. There's other giants that survive too. Obviously, David's fighting a Goliath still. God just got rid of the terrible ones, the ones that were strongholds of power. And then when that was done, man came up and cleaned up and took over the kingdoms built by giants. That's our story too. After that all happened, and whatever remnant of giants were around the world that were not flooded or sufficely gone by God, he sent us around cleaning that shit up. That's what we did in our first 400 years. We thought 1611 would be a fucking vacation. Nah. Now the evil little white giant little people are in our goddamn face after we cleaned up the whole goddamn world, Bruce. Ungrateful. Unfucking grateful. Israel killed all the giants, faggot. The flood is to get rid of the giants, and then God picked Israel to clean up the rest. Read the damn book. The giant walled cities is built by giants, nigga. Jericho, nigga. Philistines. Goliath, nigga. We still fighting giants. Is David not Israel? Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. He not fight giants as a little boy? Nigga outside practicing fighting bears and all kind of shit. Because he got to go outside with giants, nigga. Come on, Samson. Come on now. He pulled down the pillars. He pushed down 2 pillars. No matter how big you think that fucking building really is. One nigga can do that. You think he a little nigga? Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. Cut it all the way the fuck out. These niggas is walking up mountains by themselves. Moses. And he brought down 4 tables with his ass. And dropped 1 or 2, right? That's the joke. Nigga carrying tables down a mountain by himself. That's a little nigga? Come on now. Come on now. You think these are little niggas? And then we find the time period and all the weapons and all the shrines. It's a very big fucking people, bro. Every fucking drawing on a pyramid or something similar. There's really big people and really little people. Have you noticed it yet? I mean, from Mesoamerica to Africa's Egypt and even some of that sub-Saharan shit, they be like, yo, we got some weird looking lizard people down here. I believe them, bitch. I know what a seraphim is. Thus, Sephiroth. Thus, Final Fantasy. Thus. So, like, what the fuck are we talking about? This is a land of giants. Or was. Do the science. Oh, those mountains are really trees. All right, nigga. All right. Now scale the people that will live in such a forest. They ain't here no more. They flooded this bitch. And then gave it to us. Littler people. The end. Listen, I'm not in the executive decision-making branch of bullshit. I don't know who was running the giant operation. I don't know why the Giants got evicted. But of those, from that timeline that survived, we are their children. I don't know where anyone else comes from that is not from that same story. I don't even know how that happens. Thus, these people who run things now seem to make that a very glaringly obvious thing, that they have a different backstory. I believe them. I just don't know what it is. I just hope they know that we're giant kids. And the most terrifying thing about giants wasn't their size. It's what's in their blood. Our particular giants come from angels, from heaven. The center point of our story, home. I don't know if that's everyone else's home. I don't know if that's the reptilians' home. I don't know if that's the white people home. I don't know about that. It ain't a book. It's our book. It's our book about our home. So from where we come from originally, genetically, to this place here now, mixed in with the new genetics. However you break that down with your universal God and everything's the same in your universe. However you break that down, in a linear sense of when your eyes are open in this body, we don't come from this planet. So why would anyone else? If it was once habitated by giants and everyone else don't mention no fucking giants. In fact, the newest niggas act like giants don't exist. Every other tribe, Native American, African or not, knows that giants were just before them. It's not even hidden. There's white people and Jewish people hiding it. Smithsonian ass niggas. Naval intelligence dig this shit up. You find the newspaper articles on the fucking Wayback Machine now. Explorer finds tunnels in Ohio with giant remains, a hip bone the size of a whale. We'll find out next week. And that nigga, you don't hear about that nigga ever again. They cleaned all that shit up just in the last 100 years, boy. Our book tells you what happened to them. It don't tell you everything. It just tells you what happened in proximity to whoever the writers are. They didn't have the internet. So all my ancestors ain't present in those stories, but they're on that world. They somewhere else, living a different story. And then they come over here with these people who wrote this story, and they have kids. Then you end up being both of them. And you fucking imagine how breeding works. You take a Chihuahua and a Pit Bull and get a third. You still got the genes of a Chihuahua or a Pit Bull. Mix it again. Mix it again. Mix it again. You're gonna forget there's a Chihuahua in there. Dominant genes. Yeah, boy. A planet full of demons, once ran by giants. The whole premise of the Bible. Weird story. I believe in a white Jesus died for my sins. That's not what the story is about. You notice even in church today, especially amongst my beloved black people, y'all only hold on to the part of the Bible that gives your ass a benefit. Did you read the shit? Or you just know what the benefit package is, like scanning through Akka to figure out, for $30 a month you get to go to heaven, but no 10 Commandments. Like your ass be making shit up in the little, it's in fine print. I get it. Yeah, ass niggas. But the Bible ain't about that. That's a New Testament. That's a new edition. That's without Bobby Brown too. It's like, but did you get why is he dying for sins? Like where's the sin coming from? Well, because Eve ate an apple. No, that was Noah. All right, after that, why is Israel still fucked up? Are you Israel? You're not Israel, so why do you even care? Why would you select? That's like me selecting some Russian religion. To this day, I'm talking about real time. I'm going to the internet and I find people who be like, they come from God and this and that, and they're like Blokowski's ass people, and I'm like, yo, I fuck with that, bro. And all of a sudden I'm reading about their history and stuff, and I'm like, well, their God died for my sins. Man, get the fuck out my face. Get the fuck out my face. That don't make no damn sense for this damn planet to have anything like this anyway. It ain't their damn story. What the fuck going on, boy? I believe in God and I'm going to heaven, but I don't believe Israelites are alive on a planet that God chose to survive to the end of days. What the fuck are y'all talking about? The fuck is people talk? What are these religious church, Sunday church, Christian believers? What are y'all talking about, bro? I really want to know. Tell King James' grandson, what the fuck do you mean by that? If the end of the book is about us, how can we not be here with the damn book? With King James English, with King James' grandson? Like, how would we not be here? Yeah, you love that white man and all them damn benefits. That's the answer. Everything else is a fucking hallucination. You're dealing with criminals and evil people. I know, demons. I know, man. Synagogue of Satan, synagogue of demons, father of the devil. I know what the story is. That's why they don't. None of them know the fucking story. They can't read that Bible. Literally, guys. I'm not playing. They always get someone else to read. I hope you notice it. They ain't our fucking tradition. How the fuck would they know our tradition? They come from fucking Africa. What the fuck are they talking about, y'all? Exactly. Nothing. That's why I don't work. Faith without works is dead. Thus, their results are dead because their faith is dead. It's an equation. You can read it both directions. If your faith did not work, then it is dead. If the results are dead, then the faith doesn't work. Over and over again. And that whole time I never mentioned morality. Right and wrong choices, up and downs. Nah, it's one or the other. You believe in God or not. That's where it starts. That's where it starts. It don't start with like how many times you fed the homeless. No, that's just being a decent fucking person with your neighbors, right? Because this is all society things. God ain't got shit to do with society things. First of all, be in this world, not of it. Like the fact that he even equate it incorrectly is how I know they don't read. And I'm not even talking about the Bible anymore. I'm talking about like read in between the lines of life itself. Like read in between all the evil and the fucked up things in your colonization. Like read between the palpables. Like read it all at once and go, that's where I'm at in this story. Cool fucking story, bitch. I haven't heard him say it once. On the civil rights movement, in the damn boomers time frame. Cut it out. They just be making up shit every generation, don't they? Malcolm X was calling these people devils, boy. They killed him for it, right? Now they celebrate him, or at least mention him in civil rights. Trying to be a decent Negro. He was talking about devils, though. I could have sworn he was talking about devils, man. He know how to read. He know what a devil is. He was calling them devils, bro. He's calling them devils. Martin Luther King wasn't. He was a Christian. What was Malcolm X again? That Quran hit a little different, don't it? Because it speaks about jinns and possessed people. Is way more about that. And if he read it himself, which you know he would, then he knows some people are very narcissistic and demonic and devilish, and he called them devils after reading that shit. By the way, remember what year it is. There's no integration frame of reference or internet. So it becomes very local. It becomes very traditional. It becomes very cultural at that point. Can you imagine the 50s and shit? I think he was born in the 40s. Now go further back. Shit. Imagine his grandmother's house from the 1880s. All right, now. Let's cut it out. Let's wake the fuck up. Ain't a whole lot of time in between this swine. You got 3 more generations before that, and then boom, you still back into the kingdoms. Exactly. The devil's a damn liar. We wasted our life fucking sorting lies. That's demonic. Why is there so many fucking lies in existence? Why do they get published? Why do they get paid for this propaganda? You're colonized. The answer is itself. Everyone is. Even the agents of the system. They're just as fucking colonized. By demons. Yep. That's what the whole problem is. If you believed in God and stuff. If you don't believe in God and stuff, different. I can talk about it a different way, but it'll just be describing the side effects of demons. serial killers, liars, pyramid schemers, betrayers, backbiters, oath takers, secret societies. Yeah, those characters run everything, don't they? All right, so what good comes out of all those secrets? You think they got good secrets? You keep good a secret? You keep good the secret. You have a secret society for good. How many children they feed? All right, well, shit. They don't show up on my news feed. They must not fucking exist. So what are these other secret societies doing? Exactly. Criminals, bro. Not all of them. Not all of them. You know how proximity chat works. Everybody on my team on Call of Duty ain't a shooter, but I am. You know how that shit go. We'll win. Same story. Times 10. Hopefully y'all understand my reference points. Hopefully I said it in such a way that you can relate to it where you are. You might even have a different language model, and you know what the fuck I'm talking about. The benefit filter on ChatGPT. Yep, they always sidestep on the side telling somebody go ahead and read. They do. TFB3. Jayon says there's a civil war in Sudan because of the same people. It always is. 3. Benefits. Jonathan 3. Jeffrey Epstein, as the name spells out, Jaif Rayep's team. Jai takes advantage of Tiny. That's weird. Falling asleep to crime shows on top of it all. Oh, shit. Joannas, how you doing? Emoji high. Jayon, baby in the building. Facts. 3. Or even marijuana prison charges. You know it. Clue is 3. That's why the people go to South America. They always end up with a secret kid. Hormones in the food and hair. Amongst their own hierarchy probably works since why they're in certain positions too. I still don't understand that part of it. Her might even pray 5 times to stay still a demon. Having cool kids don't grant you other people's shoulder to cry on. Your kid being cool? That's crazy. Gives an excuse for them. My kid's X, Y, and Z such a mess. What has my life come to? Oh, you think they're breeding bad on purpose to get sympathy? That's crazy. Attention. Composure Slim. Whoa. Peace, everyone. Like a too far gone reprobate mad math, Jonathan. There's reprobate, then there's super reprobate with no regard for others. Yeah, it's very demonic on that level. Yeah, baby said, you ain't never lied. Jonathan L says, damn these NPCs. Not smart people, but intelligent. The fuck? Yeah. You can have different forms of intelligence. Like, you can be very good at knowing all of the celebrity gossip. You'd be pretty smart because you know where Kim Kardashian was last. But you might not know how to do algebra. You might know how to fix all my zippers and sew really fast. I can't do none of that shit. That's a different form of intelligence. Some people are really good with their hands, but they don't read. So there's a difference between smart and intelligence. Intelligence has categories. Artificial intelligence, like a Tribe Called Quest, like people, what the fuck? See what I'm saying? We gotta deal with stupid people. Now, Mr. Now says, yep, always stepping on the side and telling somebody to go ahead and read. Yeah, man. We live in one of those societies. This is really like comforting make believe. It's like LARPing and cosplaying had an evil stepchild while the evil people and the demons are running a fucking muck, playing in your fucking face. They think everybody's just as goofy as they ass is. And I'm telling you, that is not the case for evil people. They have a different type of intelligence when it comes to people. I wouldn't call that smart. It's manipulative. I don't think becoming more intelligent means more manipulative. So, it's its own category, its own spec, its own skill tree, man. We RPG'd this shit. The real ones outside know what I'm talking about. You can level up in elemental magic. You can have fire that leads to flames, and you have snow that leads to blizzards. But very seldom do you do both at the same time. But just because you have one, that doesn't make you less magical than the one that has both. Bitch, I'm on Fioraga. I'm level 60 something at fire alone. Thus, you know what I'm saying? Intelligence is similar to a skill tree. Where smart is like I said, how fast you process and connect things. It's like how you elevate through a skill tree. It will determine how smart you are. Everyone ain't smart. because everyone can't read. And those stats are getting worse by the year. So we're not going to see like smarter people, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, we're not trending to a consensus of seriousness. That's why the social media seems the way it is and it's affecting your society. That's a side effect of the fact that people can't read, aka they're not as smart as they used to be. It's breeding. It's not the internet. The internet is the internet because of the quality of the people on it. So if the internet is stupid, it's because there's a lot of stupid people on it. Out of the 50% that are not bots. So yeah, 50% bots and propaganda. And then if you do 50 or 50, half of half, you got 25% stupid people. So you only have 25% chance in Hades of it being something, you know, of the level it ought to be on. And that's betting high at 25. So the majority is always going to be a sixth grade or lower. Always. They really write at a sixth grade reading level in their newspapers and their stories. That's actually a prompt in ChatGPT. So they know people can't fucking read in between the lines or know the meaning of bigger words or context or wouldn't follow even if they could just sound it out. I'm not talking about like reading, reciting the words. I'm saying like comprehending where the story is going. They can't read. They can't comprehend. They can't comprehend what they're reading. That's the biggest difference. It's not sounding out words and recognizing the symbols. No. They're saying like a person can't read, meaning they'll read the paragraph and then you'll ask them a question about it, and there's only so far their mind naturally connects it to something else. They have to be told what the point is. Get it? Like that type of thing. That's the problem. Reading comprehension. People are reading all day with social media, but the tone and the words are very simple, especially from women, right? They sound like they're in high school. And that's what I'm saying. Like they do sound like they're from high school. They talk like that too. They don't see that they didn't grow up, is what I'm saying, because there's so many of them who can't read. Yeah, facts were spoken, points were made. That's like children. That's like high school. The dating thing. They reason like they're in high school, don't they? Y'all didn't notice that? How those grown women on Kevin Samuels, like the thing you really notice, like before you know all the arguments and the science, is that these women sound like they're children. Like they're cursing or they mad or they upset or they being sassy or they being unrealistic. And you're looking at it as a man, I guess, if you're a man at the time, seeing it for the first time, so many examples of it, is that there were so many examples of women like that. And the underlying difference for me is that those are the ones that talk like they're kids, right? Fuck their demands and their white list. And then it throws you off because you see a younger girl on a podcast saying it, and you be like, oh yeah, that makes sense because she's a kid. But then you see a 40-year-old woman saying this shit, it's like, bitch, you're not in high school. She just graduated high school. She can say all that stupid shit, but we old enough to know it's stupid shit. Why do the sisters my age sound like them? Thus, it's a vicious cycle. So the oldest of your society, generation-wise now, have the mentality of a high schooler, and then the younger girls who were literally just high schoolers on Zoom and shit, they don't have no, you know what I'm saying? They don't have no vertical ceiling when it comes to social intelligence or as it pertains to the general dynamic of what we talk about as humans. The way we talk about what we talk about. The fact that it's so contentious is because it's on a childlike level where it lacks comprehension of other dynamics. It lacks comprehension of, obviously, consequences of accountability is what's missing. So there is no before and after considerations of consequences, which would make it impossible for you to take accountability if you believe that everything's going to work just because, you know what I'm saying? Childish. Princess shit. I'm not speaking to women in that sense. I'm talking to the program across our whole society. It's like it's childish. It's a sixth grade reading comprehension level. I mean, your society is designed that way. Your programming is even at that level, is what I'm saying. That's why seeing a mature woman stands out so much easier and faster. Same thing goes for boys. I'm pretty sure. But with boys, what does it sound like? Boys in high school ain't trying to change the dynamics of dating and whether or not humanity survives. We're talking about sports, pretty girls, food, music, culture. We're not gossiping. We have chatty patties, but it's, it'll usually about a fight or lead to a fight one day. You know how we are. So now look at what everyone doing on PlayStation. Same story. The high school girls don't want the boyfriends that play video games. Until lately, they realize those video games guys don't have time to cheat. So now all of a sudden they're advocate of games. Don't fall for it, fellas. Anyway, but they'll say like they don't want a man that plays video games because something. Video games are brand new, sis. Calm the fuck down. It was made for millennials. Millennials gonna play fucking video games because it was made for us. Cut it out, first of all. Second of all, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, you think playing video games is childish, but you don't think playing fucking pretend on the internet on your fucking Instagram and Twitter page isn't. And you do way more of that than I game. I can't game when I'm driving. See what I'm saying? Like those dynamics right there. If your whole society is groomed on that level, they don't understand that. That seems like you're hating or something. Like, no. There's no reason why no one should be keeping up with fucking Kim Kardashian after 30. She's a magazine girl, basically. Who reads magazines and puts it on their fucking walls? Girls, teenagers. So now these women are 30 and 40 following them on Instagram, posting them on their walls. Like they're teenagers. Yeah, absolutely. Influencer culture, tea culture. That's all a bunch of influential teenager shit. And it's absolutely ruined our society's language model. It collapsed our joint competency across humanity. It leveled us down. Now they're going to sidestep into politics with their college degree, PhD button. And they sound like children, arguing about benefits. Whose grandma's house we're going over for the summer and shit? Bitch, you are colonized. Do you know what that word mean? They don't find a problem with that? While talking about liberties? Cut it out. You're colonized. Grow up. Grow up. They program the kids. AKA, when you become an adult, you shouldn't be fucking a programmed kid no more. What's going on? Why were they programming us as kids with lies? Like when we gonna wake up, right? That's what I'm saying. Like they stupefied the fuck out of us because we're not kids no more, Craig. You're not kids no more. So you're an adult now, and you know they fucking programmed us. Why did they program us? Why was that the program for us? Why did they program us that way? They could have programmed anything. They're going to program you either way, right? Why they program us that way? What does it mean? And if it's a lie, then what's the truth? Opposite polarity. Well, it sounds like, spin it all around. That's exactly what the fuck colonized means. Hello. So thus, now you can tell if someone's grown enough to realize they're still colonized. And what it means, though. Like, they heard the word before. Now, what does that mean to you if you're not a colonial soldier? They really think they're the beneficiaries of colonialization. These former slaves. Can you fucking imagine? That's very childlike. Meaning you didn't get old enough to really read and really get context and talk to the elders and really understand what it was. You knew here. These motherfuckers my age still talking like they knew here. That's what I'm talking about. Like that shit right there. That shouldn't be a niche. That shouldn't be in the realm of conspiracies or 3 a.m., bro. Like, yo, how the fuck did I get here? Should be like day one. They got life insurance for when they die. Praise Jesus. But they don't have no idea about life before they were born. Not even a fucking interested in what the fuck this is. Let alone get to the bottom of where they are in it. And that's evil, man. Our society program people like that. That's evil. They don't even know they're not living life because they don't even ask what life is yet. And then when the thing they gave you to work for your life don't work no more, AI and shit, now people don't know the meaning of life no more. That's what I'm saying. That's how you know it's evil. Because if any of that shit was true or real, you shouldn't feel defeated or depleted. That means that shit was fake. And it is. It is. I mean, it is. It's useful. It has been useful. But that doesn't speak to how you gonna live your fucking life. Why does YOLO mean do reprobate shit? How come YOLO can't be like, let me just live a whole different type of fucking life? Just as equally fly. Nah. I'm just gonna give up on decency and just fuck up. I'm just gonna be a fuck up. Like, that's the only option this bullshit give people, bro. That shit evil, man. People have no choice but to get to a point to where they just start fucking up. That ain't an education problem, bro. That's systematic. It raised us like fucking toddlers. Colonize. That means someone else took over your culture, your traditions, and your habits. And now you're living by someone else's guidelines. Fundamentally, you're colonized to this day. You did not design your programming. You don't get to choose where your taxes are going either. So, yeah. Minorities. You're not emancipated if they classified you as a minority, by the way. Right. Right. If they were emancipated, cool story. Were you emancipated? Was it what they call that? Was it perpetual emancipation? Or was it just about that story at that time, at that date, before there was 50 states? I mean, we ain't in 6th grade no more. These questions ain't on the fucking test. That's what they be meaning by people can't read. But it is a different form of intelligence, too. It ain't for everybody. Everyone's not a scribe. But I notice everybody's like, what the fuck? So, law of averages. Law of fucking averages. We out here, though, boy. God is still good, though. I tell you that. My dumb ass figured something out. Look, I was struggling, bro. I figured something out, though. I know it's possible, man. I'm Mr. Impossible. Can read but can't mean. They always try and flip it being funny or not serious, too. It's always a joke. Bro, it's 3. TikTok loaded with that shit currently. It's not just TikTok. Bro, when you see that algorithm shit change, I need you to understand how serious this shit is. Hold on. I don't know if I can draw it, but I love trying to imagine this, like, to make sure that the polarity of what I'm saying is clear in correspondence to what you're noticing as well. Most of you are, because it's system-wide. We're you know how like people say they have synchronicities or alignment or something? Think of the algorithm, if you will, as an alignment belt to subconsciousness. Right? They're not selling many ads. That's Twitter's problem. That's Threads don't really have ads yet either because there's not a good business model right now for buying ads on social media for a return, especially the type of companies that invest hundreds of thousands, higher value turnarounds. Like it's not as profitable to spend $100,000 with Twitter than it is to do the other current ways of reaching people and audiences to meet their targets, right? It's influencers are kind of useful. And if you have a few of those in the right markets, there's no reason to keep feeding Twitter or YouTube revenue. And that's been on a decline since the concept is brand new. It's new with the internet, so it's very new human shit. So it's never going to last forever with these niggas. Anyway, in capitalistic usury, nothing you can create out of it can have a different outcome. Just know that. That's an average law. You can't change the gender of something from something. So if this, hold on, I'll draw that shit. If you start with motherfucking usury, you end with fucking usury. So it's usury to usury. It cannot become anything useful out of usury. So usury led to, I call it capitalism, but I'll call it modern banking. Which leads you to your modern classism. And the difference between your classes vertically is their access to credit and loans. Then from that, they create Ponzi's, corporations, which are now their own entity. So it's like a shield. You lose track of the personalities and whether or not the people behind the corporations are fucking criminals or demons. It's important. That turns into the market and the stocks, the gambling side of things, which is reprobate. But everyone's investing their life retirements on the thing the Bible tells you not to do. Can you imagine? Our sisters can read though. Anyway, so market as gambling. And you just keep on going down in class. You just get to fucking regular people, most of us, and it's just wage slaves. And it's horizontal degrees, but stacked vertically, it's you're working for money. You're a wage slave. Yeah. So then the wage slave, you try to climb vertically. What's beyond wage slave is debt, which keeps you a slave, right? Theoretically. Bible has forgiveness after 7 years, jubilees, but they don't do that down here. I noticed something. They're not using our book. Anyway, debit, debt, bonded. So, real quick, that's what we got now. Now, let me see how they said that shit was just a couple days ago. They said a couple days ago, you were a slave. You were in a plantation. Some slaves are paid too. Don't get it twisted. They're a slave because they can't own anything. Because they're foreign, right? Allegedly. But your foreigners telling you what to do. They're foreigners too. I ain't forgetting nothing. 40% were women. Did you know that? Almost half of the slave owners were women. Weird story. Slave plantation, foreign. And then this is foreign because it was colonized. And who colonized? Pirates. And these pirates got their materials and their boats from kingdoms. 1770s. Don't fucking play with me. You can't skip around time. You only got the Civil War after that. So these people who survived that betrayal of kingdoms are the descendants of pirates, in fact. So who the fuck would do that to their dad? Wake your ass up. Yeah, weird story. I just want to make sure I got this shit correct. That's how all the stories go. But let me make sure I got this story correct. Story is, God said, and then God created tribes, nations, they became kingdoms up until 16 fucking 11. And then we know there's a bunch of pirates, 100-year wars and Barbary wars, one piece be damned. After this little time period between kingdoms and pirates, civil war, then all of a sudden you have this idea that you're colonized. Well, I'll tell you something, pirates weren't colonizers, so we weren't colonized before the pirates, because right before that, there's kingdoms. I got all the treaties and dates and the imperial majestic letters to prove it. All the way up until around this time period, they still writing letters to Sidi Muhammad. Then they colonized. Don't you fucking forget. Colonization is recent. What's the difference? Well, whatever the fuck was going on here with all these wars and these difference of opinions amongst niggas, it turned into something else once you start bringing foreigners here. 1752, Benjamin Franklin, right around this time. He's saying there's some foreign people coming. Why would we bring them to their plantation? Because they cannot mix with us. No more can they mix with them. So why are they here as slaves? And this is unprofitable by this time. So between kingdoms and foreigners telling us what to do, so between 1611 and 1868, that's not a whole lot of time. So the whole concept of slavery, or whatever the victims were in all this bullshit here, yeah, they ain't everybody. And it definitely ain't them. They just got here with this bullshit, with an old broken model. But the new model that these people try to get control of is this one, correct? Where instead of freeing their slaves from down here, they will make them bonded to them. Since you have a marriage bond, you have not even your social, your birth certificate's a bond, your marriage is a bond. You buy a lot of bonds just by existing and playing the game on this plantation. Then you become a wage slave. And if you want to climb that, you got to invest. So then you get into the market part. You got to gamble. And after you're gambling, you then create companies, LLCs, corporations that helps you shield your money and your investments. And then hopefully you get up and can scale through the classism, with your college degrees and your social class and your who you know and which you know as niggas. Gives you more credit. And of course, all these people up here feed it, trickle it back down here to where the wage slaves are. So that's usually what you're investing in, the people who are just like you. So the more successful you get, the more people like you create, because they cannot be you and do what you do. If they got to work for you to be you, then you end up in a loop of modern banking called usury. Meaning, the more you climb this ladder successfully, you're using everything and everyone below you. The former plantation slave. You're still in debt. You're still bonded. You're not emancipated if you're a wage slave on a plantation as a slave. And you're on a plantation because this government's foreign. It's not of the people, by the people of the land. So it's a foreign government with a plantation of slaves, workers, yes. Hence, United States citizens is in this category. Correct. There's benefits, of course, if you go up classism with credit, which is debt, because the system is based on usury. And we know it's based on usury because it was God, kingdoms, piracy, then colonies, then a foreigner taking over or buying up plantations and keeping the workers, descendants of slaves, in the same type of marketplace. Chattel, stock, same. So, yeah, I don't know what the fuck. What people thought this is. We keep it alive by trying to win. I know, it don't make any sense because it's usury. That's what usury is. That's why usury is bad. It's mathematically bad. It's not about morality. It becomes immoral the more you win by default. The more you expand, the more workers you need. So you're creating opportunities for more slaves. You're not about to pay them 3 times minimum wage. Have you heard that story yet? Where all these bleeding heart entrepreneurs who start doing good, they open up small businesses in the hood, and they're paying the locals 3 times minimum wage? On average? I mean, they only hire like 5, 10, 15 people. Why not? Have you ever heard of it? No, they're going to follow that state or federal guideline for minimum wage. So how does that help anybody? It's not even living wage. But for your business and for your riches to add up, you need those businesses and those employees who have to live at or below poverty for you to win. You're protected, shielded by your company, your LLC, your corporation, your paper strawman. Yeah, it's not you; it's your company. It's the nature of doing business. Yeah, the system born out of slavery. Correct. Like that just happened, right? It was just slavery, just civil war, then corporations. 1920s, boom. That just happened. That was like people were alive in both time periods. Can you fucking imagine? They had like grandkids and shit. Like them people. That just happened. Yeah, pretty sure it fucking did. Yeah, it's just it keeps it going. That's the usury part. There is no socialism, democracy, communism that superimposes on that fact there. That's why it doesn't work. That's why social programs and taking care of everyone can't work. It's usury. It's not capitalism. There's no capital. They're using credit. They're using similes. They're manipulators, liars, thieves, pirates, foreigners, doing it for benefits. Yeah, they would lie on purpose. Can you fucking imagine a liar lying for the benefit of a whole country? Yeah, them type of people. So keep that in mind, please. It's just ass backwards. The degrees on purpose. That's why they indoctrinate you. So you don't notice it. Or if you do notice it, it's a joke. Or, you go into a childlike place with it. It becomes uncomfortable. Cognitive dissonance, but in a childlike way. Like you're not curious about ever getting the answer after that. That's scary. I watch people do it daily. Thus, like we are very fortunate if these are the variables of our society. That they don't wake up to the fact what I saw someone post that too. Harriet Tubman. Someone said, I'm starting to see what Harriet Tubman was talking about. They're talking about her fortune cookie quote. I would have freed way more slaves had they known that they were slaves. So that's supposed to be the same 1800s where all this madness is going on. Harriet Tubman told you, whatever those people were doing, they had no idea they were in a system of chattel slavery. They were just living their life. They weren't playing the colonial foreigner politics at all. Why would they? They already live here. They living on their land in the house they built. Now somebody comes along and says, hey, I want to sell this internationally or something. And like, hey, I'll pay you. They didn't know they were slaves. They don't have a system like that. They only playing in that system because they want the benefits of the money. It's foreign to an American Indian. It's a foreign bank, foreign occupation, foreign everything. It's all foreign. That's unique about the United States. This is a foreign occupation. These are not neighbors. These are not people we know in history. These are not new, you know what I'm saying? It's not like France going against Europe and Germany and stuff. They're right there the whole time for hundreds and thousands of years, alleged, right? The United States was invaded by someone from across an ocean that no one crossed. Like, y'all realize that? Like, from the perspective of an American Indian, these people don't know us. Why the fuck are they here? Like, we're living our life up until that date without knowing who they are on this side of the water, right? That's their story, right? They discovered us, right? So they didn't know who we were exactly or how we got here. I got their books, but they know we're here. The whole fucking continent. So all the way up until whenever there's time they think their history start, from whenever we say ours started up until then, when we meet them, everything after that is foreign to us. This is a foreign occupation. These are foreign people. They're never here before. We don't know where they come from. There's no internet. There's no way to check. We weren't calling, you know what I'm saying? Outside of the exceptional parts of our civilization that may have had technology and really is why this is kind of sticking for some reason, but the average person amongst us wouldn't have no concept of someone coming from somewhere else across the ocean, suddenly becoming a master or governor or telling us what to do, at the very least. And that whole concept is brand new. Within 250 years. I'm American Indian. Just keep that in mind. This whole shit's foreign, including whatever they allege they did to African people. Although I know it's Moors and Jews, but you know how these stories go. Everyone got a slave somewhere. Cool, cool, cool. But that's still foreign to us. That whole game ain't our game. We're not those people. They just met us. We have nothing in common. Fundamentally. If they just got here to this country for the first time in human fucking history, all these people we vote for and I go and all this shit that we do and coexist with is literally new to my genetics. It wasn't here more than 200 years ago. Ever. So then to be rational and wake up in your mind as a descendant of these people on this side and go, today I'm voting and playing this game with these people who are not from here. We don't know who they are, still to this day. The American Indian, we have no idea who the fuck these people are. Today we go to school and learn their version of history through their narrative. But I'm talking about the American Indian that experienced all of this coming here. We don't know who the fuck these people are. They came from where? What the fuck is that? Y'all just met us for the first time in human history. Why would we share maps? Unless you fucking lying about something. Thank God I come from the empire of niggas that go back and forth. But I ain't the average person. We are still colonized. Then. This ain't theirs. There's nothing to win. What's a war mean? Who the fuck are these people? One more time. Their rules that they say they got from that time period and those people, allegedly. Mind you, I'm King James' grandson, but we'll let them have it. I'll be an average person. What the fuck they gotta do with American Indian? Church, Jesus, all that. What's that? What the fuck they gotta do with anything in America? I can see clearly they don't believe in that shit enough. So they ain't a good enough fucking reason for you to be here, right? At the very least. They can't use Mayflower and Christianity and all that bullshit that they used to lean on. Because they don't live like that. And it's a damn lie anyway. On palpable unum sanctum. So we know that now. So what's left? A bunch of fucking abandoned slaves. That's what the fuck this is. This is a fucking colony of slaves. Still. That's what the United States is. Unum sanctum. The subjugation of Saracens. The name itself implies the rest, but they don't. But since you're enslaved, you don't learn. What, you know what I'm saying? Like obviously, they want to teach you what they're doing to you. Obviously, but they teach you how to stay cool and get benefits, so you don't get hurt by foreign occupation. How would their justice do anything on my land? Why would that exist? I bet you nobody agreed to it. Just like nobody agrees to any of the wars that they be in. Just like no one agrees to their funding. Just like no one agrees to Epstein Island. They just keep habitually line stepping shit for at least 250 years. Not too much closer to 1611 though, I promise you. That was us. So yeah, 1750 to 1868. That was the rush of foreigners. Real life. Barbary Wars. Civil War. That's when it happened. Those are the years of pirates. Boats. More and more people stealing boats, getting boats, building boats. So more and more types of people too. You're following the United States weird ass linear history like it ain't got a Bible or something. The other people ain't in that story either. But they still here. So you have a bunch of other pirates and foreigner groups doing their trade routes too. And then when some war goes off, everyone that's just remaining saying, hey, all of us here, we're going to agree to do this. Yeah, an agreement, an agreement between a bunch of foreigners? Gonna tell me how to live? Where that makes sense in anybody's story? Occupation. That's evil, by the way. That's the problem with the whole thing. The United States has a very evil premise. It shouldn't fucking exist in this capacity. How the fuck did it override a kingdom? Let alone anybody else. That's not what it was here for. On Sidi Muhammad's letters, I promise you. They're here to get money and share the residuals with the people's land they were on. They're planting their workers or slaves obviously as their working class. Who the fuck else gonna work for them? Niggas ain't signing up to come to a brand new land with a bunch of strange Indians and they just want to do their doctorate out here. The fuck y'all think was going on back then? They just came out of a fucking potato famine. Niggas is dying over there. So you dying over there and the first thing you do is come over here and start killing Indians and enslaving us? And you put that shit on Christianity, white Jesus, and the Bible. Thank God I read the Doctrine of Discovery. And thank God I know all these foreigners are full of shit. We're colonized by foreign, full of shit, evil people who use the Doctrine of Discovery to enslave anybody else just because they said so. And they have a piece of paper that they probably can't fucking read. But they memorize all the fucking benefits. This is a hostile occupation on top of that. They have a military sitting here on my grandmother's land. Do they pay us anything? Do they save any crops for us? A tenth? Do they make sure our storehouses are full? Do they repair our natural trails? Do they do anything to the benefit of us? And I'm saying this is Dwayne Smith, John Smith. You know he had kids here. I'm one of them. Who the fuck he have kids with besides Indians? All right then, I'm one of them. So like, I don't get shit from this and I'm them. I don't get shit from them being here and I'm them. I'm him. I'm John Smith 13. So they talking about they got something after him. How? Where they do that at? So you betrayed my grandfather on top of that. That's a crazy fucking story that just keeps happening here. Because we're under occupation by foreigners who are betraying us. Obviously. I'm King James' grandson. I'm a bloodline of kings. That's an African-American citizen in his kingdom. I'm the king of my empire as a United States citizen. Where my empire was. Like this right here is what our empire was. 1611. I'm the emperor's grandson. It's my empire, cuz. And I'm a citizen to something else. That's foreign. That's occupying. That's brainwashing. That's poisoning. That's doing all kinds of experiments on our people and everyone else's. Everyone else ain't come here on no bullshit either. That's the weirdest thing about this story. But obviously they didn't have any context either to do anything about it. Benefits. Yeah. Bloodline of kings because I'm descendant of giants. Literally. Hakata Khan, John Smith, my grandfather. This is his. He wasn't a president. He was a knight from a kingdom. He cleared North America. My grandfather cleared the Americas. In real life. Yep, that was us. We colonized America by getting rid of the giants and the threats. My grandfather Carlos V went to Jerusalem, South America, and they pass him the staff. He has a cross on and everything. Fully connected beard, copper color, handsome. You seen it? It's my grandfather for real. So they gave the Mayan Empire to him. I'm a descendant of the Mayan Empire. They're talking about what happened to the Mayans and shit. What the fuck are they talking about? Montezuma and all that. Those are my grandparents. They were here, I'm here. And this story is something so fucking weird to me. Like, what the fuck are they talking about? I've been here for 400 years or more. But 400 years on both sides from that point. Like, we ain't going nowhere. 400 years times more of the same niggas. Anyway. I'm the Mayan Mayate. Mama Inga and them. That's my grandmother's, bro. So that's all Mexico and all that other shit where the pyramids are. No, Moors, pyramid builders. Can you imagine? The giant ones. Yeah. Imagine that on Egypt in the Bible and shit. That's us again. Maya, the illusionists, the magicians. Yeah, Abraham's kids. Abracadabra, nigga. That's our language, by the way. You get magic from our language. Frequencies, numbers, and everything, don't you? Yeah. Those are my grandparents. This is their country. I'm Indian. I'm Montezuma's grandson. I'm the Emperor of America. I'm Genghis Khan's grandson. I'm the Emperor of America. I'm King James' grandson. I'm the Emperor of America. I'm Pocahontas' grandson. I'm the Empire of the Americans. I'm Princess Ntoki's grandson. I'm the King of America. I'm the king of the land, the country, not the United States. See how there's a difference? It's very subtle. It'll sneak up on you. And I was born in captivity. I can't imagine anyone else in this story that isn't. We didn't have one king in America. Don't forget all the women. They owned the land and shit. You know, queens. My grandmother got a whole state named after her ass. You know what I'm talking about? Everyone else got a city. Elizabeth Smith. Elizabeth, New Jerusalem. Yep, that's on me. It's my grandparents. We're not white people. We're Jews. And white people aren't Jews, so where are we confused at? This is a Jew language. In a Jew empire as of 1611. This ain't ancient history. This is what America is recently. Ain't no book about it. Get it? So how do we forget we not in the book no more? How do we forget, like, where all that time go? Exactly. Indoctrination. It's evil. They brainwashed us as kids. It's a hostile occupation. For real. I'm not making none of that up. Yep. I'm a bloodline descendant of all the kings of America. The country, the land. Nobody else's story fucking matter here. Where the fuck do they come from? We ain't never get that answer, still. If they stealing and lying about identities and kingdoms, then that means we don't know where they're from. They're remixing us. But where do you come from to remix anything that's not yours? That's what the actual ultimate problem of this civilization is, no matter what the politics are. You have a bunch of fucking imposters here. Their days are running out too. On my bloodline though. I thank God that I'm here. In my right mind. They got to so many of us. I've noticed something. Grandma wasn't talking in riddles, I guess. I guess the story was never in English for them. Who said we had one language? An empire, a kingdom. The people who built universities. The fuck going on? Shit evil, bro. That's all I can say. Just be careful. You know, you're asking God for answers to things, man. I'm a witness. God will do that. God will lead you to yourself. I wish it made me happy. It'll make you want to curse this whole world for real, bro. How evil it really is, if you understand what I'm saying to you. Ain't nothing changed in 13 generations in my blood. I'm Noble Drew Ali's grandson. Noble. Kingdom. His kingdom. Not America. Not the United States. Where he's from. His people. His nation. Hence he taught nationality. He was kingdom-minded. He was raised that way. Remember, we're right there at the Civil War. We're talking about Reconstruction. There's no government before that for these other people and kingdoms. The Civil War starts in one place. That doesn't matter. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all right, them niggas is throwing cannons in Richmond, Virginia. What the fuck they gotta do with me in Tennessee? I'm a descendant of the kingdoms. Like, what the fuck y'all talking about? These Yankees are fighting some Confederates? Cool fucking story. Stay at my castle, bitch. What's going on, Biltmore? Why are these white people over here trying to steal Biltmore from me? Why these motherfuckers going to our graveyards and stealing our names? Why the fuck they in my grandmother's house, knowing damn well African slave ain't got this blueprint? What the fuck are these people talking about, bro? In Newburgh, in Carolina, in Charlotta, in Otto the Fifth. Like, what the fuck are they talking about? On Montezuma, my grandfather, bro. Carlos the Fifth. The fuck going on out here? He's the emperor of the Mayans. My grandfather, bro. Bunch of black so-called Indians. What the fuck else would Israel be? What the fuck else would we be? The Bible says we're copper colored. Where the fuck else would we be here? In ancient Egypt, in New Jerusalem. What the fuck else would be here if they just discovered us? They ain't our fucking story. That's their story about us. The fuck? No one asked them. They weren't here. They tell you that time and time and time again. How the fuck they know my history? If they don't know me. Thieves. Pirates. Ain't that the story? Treasure maps in Columbus? Yeah. Bunch of thieves. They lied about their history. They stole those boats. There ain't no kingdom over there. It been a bunch of niggas. My grandfather. So my grandfather took boats to colonize my grandfather, nigga? They shit don't make sense. They both my grandfather, bro. My grandfather did not come to America to colonize Hakata. They're Genghis Khan's kids, bro. Both of them niggas. So there is no Spanish bullshit. You get Spanish from us. Literally me, my grandfather. Carlos V. That's his. He looks like me. Hispanic? España? What the fuck y'all talking about? He's the damn emperor of America. Not a fucking country, nigga. I'm his grandson. I'm John Smith, the king of Jerusalem. Everybody ain't on the same accord. Why would they be? Would it make them less family? No. If their father's the fucking emperor of the world, they keep leaving that fucking part out. They can do whatever the fuck they wanted to do anyway. Their father's the emperor of the world. So why would we be colonizing our world, nigga? What are they talking about? How did my father, Jesus, Genghis, emperor of the world, king of kings, they say it themselves. They just say it 100 more times. We're not busy in a fucking orphanage making up their history. Say it 100 more times. King of kings, emperor of the world. King of kings, emperor of the world. The devil offered him the world. And he said, ha ha ha, bitch. I already got the keys of the whole world. I'm the emperor of the world, king of the kings. All right, Genghis Khan. That's who he is in real life. From Azareth, not Nazareth. They're fucking stupid. Maybe they only had one extra letter on the pirate ship. These bitch ass niggas, wherever they come from for real, because they're not from our kingdoms over there or over here. Or they would look like us. It's only been 200 years. These motherfuckers are liars, bro. These are the descendants of a bunch of bullshit ass people who made up their fucking history and stole some books. And then burnt down shit and tortured people and enslaved whoever they can capture to squeeze out more information and context and find hidden treasures and how to manipulate people. That's the real fucking history of this damn country. On my grandfathers. John Smith and Carlos V. The king and emperor of America. And all their kids, and all their wives, and all their side bitches. And all the half brothers. And all the half sisters. And all of them. 400 years in a row now. All here. Goofy as hell. Dumb as hell. Goofy people. We are goofy ass people, boy. It's the kingdom of us. 1611. Kingdom, not a country, not foreigner, not pirate, not a person borrowing a boat. It's a kingdom. King James Colony. King James Bible. King James English. It's a kingdom, bro. These motherfuckers ain't got no kings in their family. Tell them to cut it out, boy. You understand what I'm saying? How you colonize a kingdom? And then tell a story about wild Indians and white people and cowboys and shit, and they're all Mongolians. Oh my God. Anyway, where's the kingdom in this story? You seen the picture behind Montezuma? You seen the thrones that are on Mama Inga? You know, that's like Mama Inga's like before 1400. The thrones and the crowns and all that stuff. And they're all Americans, and they've never been discovered before. They've never been discovered before, right? They've never been discovered before. But they have all the crowns and all the jewelry and all the Judean symbolism in the fringes. They have everything that's Israel before motherfuckers who said they Christian came to America. Correct? Correct. Correct. That's absolutely correct. That's facts. That's fucking facts. Hundreds of years before any of their fucking stories over here. Israel's already here. One more fucking time. Mama Inga. Lima, Peru to this day. Museum. Mayan emperor chart. You see my grandmother and my grandfather. Carlos Quinto. 1560s or 1580s. So all the empresses back. With Solomon's staff. Moorish chess piece with the fringes on and the crowns that the kingdoms use over there, but that no one over there ever been here before, but they got the same fucking fashion, bitch. They got the same fringes from the same Bible, bitch. You never discovered them yet, but they have it here already. That's what I be saying, boy. Motherfuckers think they smart, but they stupid. They studying colonizer shit. It's not real. It don't add up. Not enough time. What the fuck does Mexico and California got to do with DC anyway? A bunch of betrayals and wars of foreigners, right? Former slaves and shit. We know. That's why it don't fucking make sense. These are all slaves trying to get benefits on top of that. They ain't got no land here. That's why they agreed to the stupid ass politics. Dead ass. Everyone here is occupying the kingdom. That's why they're playing this game with the central bank. That's doing it. The central bank. Come on, Lord of the Rings. Come on. I'm sorry, Game of Thrones. There's always the bank behind it. The dumb shit. Same story here. The Vatican Bank, London City Bank, and there was a third one. It was 3 banks actually. It was a collaboration, like a Tribe Called Quest, that funded Dumb Diverses and Sanctum in this operation. Backstab, betrayal, infiltration, all that shit. Bitch ass niggas. Took our kindness for a weakness. That's their history, isn't it? And our people make the mistake of assuming their history and the story about people and history in England and stuff applies to us. It absolutely does not. They cannot even hypothecate the imagination of what we were like without them. They have no fucking frame of reference from our perspective about anything, actually. They're not us. They weren't here. So how the fuck? But we had Israel here already, their Bible. They just converted to Christianity, but we already had the culture, habits, and attire. Yeah, weird fucking story. We still have the shit that they're trying to find out if it's real. We're already doing it. Look at the emperor list. It'll tell you in Lima, Peru, in Israel. So that is the empire of Israel. It's the kingdom of Israel. That's why Carlos V is there. What does that mean? He's the king of Israel. Thank you. My grandfather's the king of Israel. It's our Bible. It's my Bible. I'm descendant of the king of Israel. Real life. Yep, we're really Jesus' grandson. Those are Jesus' grandkids. Real life. Like the real story. Like about the people in the book, not the people converting to a book for benefits to go somewhere else and take our land. No. Talking about the story written by the people who are the people, King James and all of his kids, that's us. Genghis Khan's kids, that's Jesus. Andrew, whatever you want to call him, whatever language you speak, German, Proto-Indo-European, however you fucking want to do it. You got a feather tongue because you're across the water, whatever it is, part 2. If you're still in Tarjay or the Russians and Mongolians, you probably say it different too. When you look at the Japanese letters and it looks like Greek letters and those are Hebrew too. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's what the fucking empire is. Empire of the whole world, Craig. Meaning we have kingdoms all over this bitch. Meaning we got kids all over this bitch. Meaning we got cousins all over this bitch. But everybody ain't a royal or a noble. I'm their kids. They stole this from my family. They betrayed my family. They went to war against my family. I need you to, for context purposes and their own fucking lie and bullshit, knowing it's my family. I'm John Smith for real. I'm Dwayne Smith. For real. Like deadass. The king of Israel's grandson. For real. All this Jewish APAC, all that bullshit. Come on now. World War II, all that bullshit. The whole fucking time, the kingdom of Israel is here. Carlos V and John Smith. Same family. Hakata Khan and Ablu Khan. Same story. These are the descendants of Ottoman Empire. Tartaria, Genghis Khan. The same story in a different language. Prester John Smith. Look him up. King of Israel. Smith, builder, carpenter, Jesus. Semite, Afroasiatic, Khans, Ottoman, Carlos kids, Charlemagne, all that. That's us. It's one family. It's not a bunch of different people. It's the same handful of people. And they have so many stories because they're emperors. It's unlike anyone else's history because they're emperors, right? It's unlike anyone else's story if they just have a kingdom or a nation or a tribe. You're landlocked. You're right there. Anyone that lived there or visited there would know your story. We're everywhere. So everywhere with different languages and different foreigners and different tribes that heard of them or go to one of the universities that we build, they'll learn about us in reference to third party. They'll have a different narrative, like you do with comic books, like you do with sports and LeBron James versus Jordan. None of those narratives is ours, right? You're not reading from our perspective ever. I don't know where they put those books. I hope they're not dumb enough to burn them. They exist. They're somewhere. Since they robbed off our libraries, those were our libraries. Victorian era buildings, that's our archetypes. Those Mayan arches, because we are Mayans. Egyptians. Egyptians are just Mayans. This is ancient Egypt. Egyptians are Mayans. That's why we build pyramids. We have the most pyramids here. Most of the Mayans are here. Can you fucking imagine? They don't read that Bible. They don't believe in the power of God if they don't believe the power of the people that God created. And my family wrote that originally because it's about their family. Can you fucking imagine? I watched them lie on David and Solomon. Masons and everybody in between us. I watch y'all lie on my family. It's different. In my belief system. The fuck am I supposed to believe? I'm speaking King James English as King James' grandson. Ain't much fucking change for us. Besides the fucking politics and all these fucking foreigners. And everyone else's damn business. Right? That's how they did it though. Confusion, chaos. Bringing so many different people and ideas and ways and criminals and crazy and batshitness and just wear people down over time. Hence, why everyone's so fucking disposable to them. They're not doing what you think they're doing. They're not trying to create a beautiful country, growth, and nationalities of people, or they could have been fucking did that. They're demons. They're demons. Going after the descendants of Jesus. That makes sense. That's almost like the damn Bible. They're demons going after the descendants of Jesus. On the Holy Grail and everything in between us. The Ark of the Covenant. That's all they talk about in their documentaries. I watched all of them. Discovery Channel be damned. Why are you hunting my family down for, fam? Germany was the seat of the Holy Roman Empire, allegedly. That's my family, fam. Why are you looking for Jesus artifacts? Y'all ain't Christians. Y'all ain't Jews or Israel. We over here. You didn't get the memo of why we came here? That's weird. Where were you before then? Again, where the fuck do you come from? Why are you chasing us here? Why are you here? Don't you have a country where you come from? Did you build it up? Why you pick somewhere else to live? How the fuck do you do that without a kingdom? Or you just some random people? How are you random people if you left kingdoms? So you're some outlaws or something. Where are you? Either you're part of a kingdom or you're not. If you're coming over here on a kingdom boat with a flag. Unless you're false flagging. Now you understand where they get false flag operations from. Same story. Motherfuckers acting like they're coming from a kingdom because they killed someone and stole a boat. Carpetbaggers, name stealers. It's all the same degree. You can't go between Europe and America and not encounter kingdoms. All the laws and treaties are about kingdoms. These people claim they don't have kings and shit. So who the fuck are they? How do you not have a king with a kingdom boat and a kingdom flag and you're doing fucking kingdom operations on kingdom trade routes? Maritime law, kingdoms. I understand everything. Who funded this government? Former kings and princes or some people who came from kings and princes but betrayed them? Because where the fuck else would you come from in this story? What army sent you? Like, let's think about it now. You're a hidden army. You're a crypto army. You're undercover. Very familiar. CIA type shit. I've seen this story play out right now in front of me. Yeah, same story. That's why. It's a continuation of the same fucking word, guys. Hope y'all fucking know that by now. It's the same people for the past 300 years. Their ancestors bit off more than they could chew today. Their kids got sweet. They got lazy. They got luxurious. They probably forgot the original fucking mission. Plus all the witchcraft and blasphemy and reprobate mind and drug abuse. Thank God they're evil. But their whole fucking history a lie. I hope you know that. Read the books written before they asked God. You'll see a stark difference. Read any book before the Civil War about anything in history. Fuck all that other modern shit. They're full of shit. Evil. These are the kids of some evil motherfuckers, boy. And they know it. It's their story. You can't deduce nothing else from those variables. Besides, damn, those are some fucked up individuals that brought me here, at the very least. We don't even know who they are, where they come from. We're slaves or orphans. Stockholm Syndrome be damn. I want to be in the land of the free and home of the brave one day, my damn self. Because, one, that's what we had right before you got here. On Benjamin Banneker. He wrote about it. It's the war that made America chaotic. The war was these foreigners. Read the story. It was fine over here until the foreigners came. The foreigners brought war here. The foreigners formed your government. It has nothing to do with my kingdom or empire, though. Or the children of Israel. Or anyone in that Bible. In the world, not of it. Something like that. I swear it ain't what they think it is. It can't be. Look, we're here again today. Jesus already came. He already had kids. We already had kingdoms. They still trying to date the Bible. James, John, Dwayne. Hey, how you doing? You trying to figure out what happened to the bloodline of Jesus? Hey, you kind of colonized this bitch. Christian. Yeah, you trying to figure out what happened to the Hebrew Israelites? Yeah, we had boats. We're in America too, bitch. You call us Phoenicians, Phoenix people, Cherokee, Chirike. We spoke Arabic by that time. We have a lot of deals with Arabic nations. Opium didn't come here by itself, nigga. Cocaine didn't come from Israel and get to East Africa. Peace to the gods, Rakim Escobar. They cut me off and cut me back on. I should be back now, Mr. Now. You said frozen. I'm trying to figure out these buttons. Hold on. Oh, you don't let you go through your favorites. Her. My grandmother. That's my grandmother. 2 Indian braids. Call them a French braid for some reason. You can see her hair texture. She got a flash on the right side of her face, so you know she's a little bit darker than that. Got the same wild ass eyebrows. I tried to shave my side off. She didn't shave hers. Same type of eyes. I have different eyelids. Same wide ass nose. Same full lips. That's a princess. She's a princess. That's my grandmother. So there's a princess in America in the early 1900s. My grandmother. That's how recent this is. Like the Titanic and all that, and the creature, the Federal Reserve and all that. That's their history. They're still in treaty with my people. What happened? They all died in the 30s. Vaccines. 1920s, Spanish flu, tuberculosis, foreigners, immigrants. They killed my grandmother. They killed a lot of my grandmothers, actually, but that's the one that be on my head. They killed her. She's a princess. They killed a princess of Indians in the 1900s on Israel. Those beads, that's Israel. She's a princess of the tribes of Israel. She's a black woman, Indian, in the 1900s. I'm her grandson. That's what I'm talking about. Where's that in their history book? Them Jewish people weren't here for this? Of course not. McGraw-Hill and integrated schools is after she died. That's afterwards. So everything in our schools is a goddamn lie. It's my problem with the fact that I was a fucking overachiever of bullshit. My grandfather. See the beads? You see the turban? Same story. See his hair texture? Pay attention to his not African hair texture. Same story. See the beads? Noble princess. Noble princess. Hindus, Indians. Those are my grandparents. As of the 1900s. Chicago, he died right now, my age. Yeah, weird fucking story. There he is, grandfather, Genghis Khan. That's Genghis Khan, emperor, king of kings, Azareth, not Nazareth. He's a black guy, copper colored, intense eyes, bronze, 2 Indian braids. So he got Indian hair. Just like his granddaughter, the princess, my grandmother. So they do the same braids. A lot of Cherokees do that. Y'all familiar? I got any black Americans in the chat that are familiar with this braid style? And that these are cornrows, and cornrows grow in America? Like corn is from America, so cornrows would not be African. Cornrows would be Indian, because we have this kind of hair that we cornrow, correct? That's Genghis Khan, by the way, with cornrows. On some Nipsey Hussle shit. Y'all familiar? You see the beard, you see the cheekbones. Come on now, come on now, come on now. You see him? You see these thick ass eyebrows? Yeah. Thank God we evolved. That's Genghis Khan. Granddad looked like fucking Nipsey Hussle, boy. He looked mean. He got that wide ass nose. I see it. I fucking see it. Got them big ass nostrils. I see it. I see it. He got that fully connected goatee. Oh shit. I'm gonna get like him one day. I'll get like him one day. My damn grandfather? Ain't that a bitch? Hmm. Can't forget this guy. That's the god of Egypt. That's the god of Egypt. On my totem pole. Heru, Jesus. That's his bird. That's where his feathers and his crown come from. That's the same feathers Carlos V got, by the way, if you find his picture. Hold on. I'm back. I'm back. I had to see if I could find my grandfather. Mm-hmm. Same story. The one feather, the hair texture, the eyebrows, and the goatee. That's him. Azamori, Little Stephen, Esteban Chico, Eve the Fifth, Carlos the Fifth. Give him 1,000 names. Call him African and everything. He got more. It's in his name. It is that beard, and it's the feather in his head like I wear. Same type of hair too. Ain't that a bitch? Yup, that's them. Those are so-called black people. He's Indian, like me. It's Carlos the Fifth. They are. They're Khans. They're Genghis Khan's kids. That's what they're knights. John, my other grandfather, they're knights. They're literally in the army. That's why it's theirs. They fought for it. These other people are inheritors, or stealers, or usurpers. All kind of shit. Everything but the truth. I collect all the shit. I got both their feathers. Fuck it. I got both their feathers, bro. In a desert. Gotta collect them all my grandfather's feathers. Ain't that a bitch? Genghis Khan, Carlos V. Hmm? I couldn't make this up if I wanted to. That book, though, yeah. That's the Bible we had. We didn't have a Bible. Yeah, we did. Hebrew is Greek. That's ours. We didn't have a New Testament. Why would we? We're his kids. Why would we need a gospel or good news? We live. Why are you talking about an old book? Why are you bringing an old book to his kids? Dumb the verses. They didn't know we was over here. He knew where the fuck he was. He knew where he sent his sons. At the grandma's house. The Giants. They don't have that history, remember? The Giants were still in America. We're descendants of them. That's why we're alive. That's why we have UFOs. That's why we have those temples. They're our ancestors. Toltecs. Egypt. Egypt is a giant kingdom, originally. That's what was flooded. They're also geneticists. Can you imagine? It's in their paintings. The pyramids are theirs. It's in Giza. The pyramids over there. It's a bunch of shit at the bottom, ain't it? If you go into that Sphinx, the bottom of his foot, it's a library under it too. That means it's a whole fucking buried city. They just now digging it up. They're scared. They fuck up their history and their damn lives and their date of stuff. They're not ancient. The giants are. The giants are ancient. They're not ancient, they're not giants. So how the fuck? Human history ain't even their fucking story. That's what I hate about this world. It's a fucking illusion. I'm looking for one more. The other one. Always gonna get you with the eyebrows and that beard, boy. And that nose. Can't miss it. That's him. John Smith. Prester John. On his 13th. Head wrap, connected beard, woolly, same story, genetics. That's just a drawing. It's a big dude, same story. My grandfather, King of Israel, Jerusalem. There's in Spanish, Carlos V in them. Preste Juan. Got a crown on. He a king. He a priest. Prester John Smith. Royal High Priest. My grandfather's a Royal High Priest of America. That's what his name means. He's a Royal High Priest. That's his decorum too. He's a Royal High Priest. Magic. Like Gandalf and them niggas. Like Gandalf with a crown. Royal High Priest Juan Cardinal. My grandfather. John Smith, Dwayne Smith. This is some bullshit. Where are any of these characters in any of their histories? Kind of fucking weird. It's in Spanish. Oh, they're not Spanish then. Cool fucking story, bitch. Why is Negro Spanish then? Exactly, bitch. We have more than one language. We're a kingdom, not a village. They did not enslave villagers. They kidnapped and murdered the descendants of kingdoms. United States history, 1775. I don't know how Boston Tea Party give you the rest of the goddamn land. Cool fucking story, I guess, if we were in land of make pretend. We have to act like the 100-Year War don't exist. We had to act like the Gullah Wars don't exist. We had to act like the Seminole Wars don't exist. None of that shit show up in history. But antebellum slavery is so bad for you niggas in Minnesota. You niggas in St. Louis in California. All you Moorish and Indian associates of that kingdom as of 1868 on top of that. Where'd the escaped slaves go? To their grandma house, nigga. Arizona somewhere, bitch. You seen how we built Sedona up? Stop fucking playing with us. Royal high priest, kids. Jesus is a royal high priest. It's the royal high priest bloodline. That's Jerusalem, Mount Zion, Montezuma. It's all the same. It's the same fucking person. Those are Jesus' grandkids, bro. The fuck is going on? Those are Genghis Khan's kids. Quite literally, the Khans, baby. That's where that beard and that afro come from. 2 Indian braids, man. Too bad my ass going bald. Fucking genetics, boy. Fucking genetics. These fucking immigrants, boy. These fucking immigrants have fucked up the goddamn taper fade, boy. I couldn't have 2 Indian braids if I wanted to, boy. That is crazy. This fucking colonization sucks, boy. Them niggas had all their hair. They were like 50, boy. I'm hot. Where these people come from, boy? They stepping on our genetics, boy. Something fucking wrong. I ain't supposed to be bald, boy. Genghis Khan may have had a bald spot, but his hair had the 2 Indian braids down to his belly, boy. Nipsey could never, boy. Now I got this shit. I got the texture, that's it. What the fuck I'm supposed to do with that texture bald? Goofy as hell. Yo, leave them white girls alone, y'all. Fucking up our goddamn hair patterns. Anyway, shout out to my grandfather real quick. But anyway, that's them. $500 years ago. That's all. That's just us a long time ago. But just remember, ain't that damn long ago. And we've been here. Since they look like that until what we look like now, that's how long we've been here. From Arabic, Latin to Spanish. That's how long we've been here. That's all their shit, by the way. Royal High Priest. If there was a church, such an idea, he'd be the king of your church too. Royal High Priest. Prester John Smith the Explorer. Knight. He's a knight. Like a paladin in Diablo. That's probably why the paladin is black in Diablo 2. That's him. Quite literally. A paladin. Yep. That's a class of that kind of thing. They're not warlocks or witches. They're more like paladins. They use angelic forces. Demonology. They use angelic forces. The royal part. So like their manifestations are coming from a different dimension, basically. They're tapped into a higher vibration, basically, to quantize it for literally. Like they access global variables in their magic. That's the whole God and priest thing. Initiated, chosen, and their life reflects that. They have very hard lives. It's a prerequisite. So being born in bondage and escaping and starting over again, that's just the story of them. It's the story of me too. In a less, I don't know, they could have made up the intensity of it too, but I imagine it was harder for them. But it's still the same type of scale of bullshit. What they say is part of the assignment. Fuck this, boy. This shit goofy as hell to me. Don't tell me that my damn granddaddy. Fuck out my face. I'm in a goddamn United States citizen. Trying to get human rights as a black man. Can you fucking imagine? Yo, I'm done. I know Genghis Khan don't like him. Genghis Khan can never like something so stupid, boy. The audacity to invoke the ancestors. And the audacity that it's our ancestors. They disrespect our ancestors, using our ancestors against us. Oh my God. They got all of us on blasphemy, but they got my ass on treason. Yeah. In our system, they're committing treason. They're committing royal treason by even existing. The blasphemy part is if they get into spirits and start calling on divinity. Everyone don't do that. Just the ones in power do. It's very convenient. So very few people know what I'm talking about. Interesting story. You got the African, the American. He's black. You got the Malaysian, Afro-Asiatic man, and you got this other guy out there in Europe with the fully connected beard and shit. You got them. You got him. You got the Caucasian in the middle. He got a nappy beard at the time. You can tell he's kind of paleo. He ain't all the way what we see today. We can tell by that nappy beard right there and some of his features, like the top lip. They call him an Anthrochroic. Caucasian, the real one. Notice he's interlooped with all of the Afro-Asiatic races, though. He's a 5th generation mix thereof. The African right there, different hair than us. But I'm all of them. I'm all 5. Time after the Judas, feel me? We all mixed up again. Afro-Asiatic, that's us. With our, look at it, it's right there, the design right there. It tells you it's us talking about this. It's not random white people doing research. This is our research. It's pointing to us. Like it's ours. Like it's our research. This is old. This is ours. That's why they all look black, because someone black drew them. So we categorize things that way. That's not who they claim to be. Because if they claim to be that guy, or part of this guy, then they're claiming to be us. So why would we be their slaves if we're like their ancestors? That's a ginger, yeah, my grandma. A Bainon, literally. Yep. I got that in me. That 5th generation. Oh, my beard like that. This nigga's beard right there. That's exactly, I got his beard. That's some weird shit, but he's down from Carlos V. Literally. It's fucking weird, bro. I'm over it. How you turn this shit off? Fuck the fly. I always want to fly on me, man. Fuck out my face, bro. Cool story. Damn. Sound like the Terminator out that bitch. Ben bald spot in the back, Judah spot in the front. Yeah, that's what I got both. They said Ben and Judah travel together. The people that came from Asia. You should see my grandfathers in them. They still, hold on. One more. Let me see if I can find my grandfather. You are not alone. Ding dong. Dum, dum, dum. Yeah, you can see it in him a little bit. It's more Asian looking. He's a Smith too. But that's not, well, we don't know. He's a Smith too. But I'm John Smith through his wife. But he's a Smith too. which is weird, fucking weird. I might be John Smith twice, but they're Jews. They're red. You got that Shang Tsung ass mustache. You see it? That nigga look Asianish. Yeah, they're Afro-Asiatics. They're Semites. They're Jews. Same story again. Like a Tribe Called Quest. We are own. That's what we are. We're Afro-Asiatic. That's my granddad. That's my dad's dad. He little though, so he Afro-Asiatic. The giant gene come from his baby mama, Ann Smith, Beasley's, the Lighties, them Jews. But this guy right here, man, what a character. What a rest in peace, man. Turbo Lyme cancer bullshit from the damn vaccines. He had 6 boosters, and god damn it, he didn't listen. Pissing me off. You see them, my cousin. Same story. Her mother don't have the chinky eyes. Yep. Gave her a Japanese name too. Afro-Asiatics. Afro-Asiatics. There goes the ginger. That's my white side. That's the only one though. She a Bainon from Carlos V. She carried the gene from Carlos V. Crazy. And Myersdale, and it's like in the Jews, like 2 or 3 more generations back. Whatever they mixed in with the Jew colonies in Pennsylvania. So she ended up with my grandfather, who is a Jew descendant, an Indian descendant. Same story though, and I come out Indian anyway, no matter what. I come out red no matter the fuck what. The fuck going on out here? Africa weird, bro. They keep fucking with us. On King James, man. Come on, dog. Same story. There he is. He right there. Circled and highlighted. That shit right there. This is in Peru and Israel. And they all got the fringes. And they all got Solomon's staff. And there go my granddad. Oh, King of Jerusalem. There you go. There he go. There he go. The King of Jerusalem, bro. And we got some people outside talking about they Jewish. Everybody in this American ass painting is niggas with 2 braids. The fuck going on? And now the new kids got waves. Going from red to blue, from the girls to the boys. That's all. Patriarchy. Oh, Carlos V. Oh, my grandfather's patriarchy. Yeah, weird story. Weird fucking story. But they're all family. They're related. They're Israel. The point is that's Israel. It's not like the white people's stories or movies. No, this is they're all from the bloodline of giants. There she is. They're all the bloodline of giants. It's the angel blood. There's a ginger. So yeah, day 1 Bainons. Cool. Then my grandfather. So it's a lineage of all the emperors of America. That's him. That's a giant. That's Israel. That's the bloodline. They call them the Amazon goddesses because they're tall. They're giants. The goddesses because they have angel blood, right? As far as we understand it. It just means alien. In case anyone's confused about reality. Yep, same story. Always the same story. Yep. Some fucking Trapanese ass, Blackanese ass people, boy. That's all. We just some Blackanese ass people. Our hair is different. It's just Semites. Smiths. Bloodline of Jesus. You couldn't make it up. It was just some of them. There's a lot of branches, but yeah, it just got passed to me. Hate to fucking see it. Could have been somebody else. Should have been him. But yeah, real life. Very particular features and hairlines, unfortunately for us. Because we're Jews, not Africans. Once America learns the difference, man, and realize that we are what they call Indians, it means the same thing. Judean Indian, we're the same thing. On Judea, Jerusalem, that's us. That's what America is. Everything's named in such, Arabic or Spanish. King James English, 1611. But what was here before 1611? So what does that mean? We would have knew the other languages that were in rotation, from Carlos to Fifth until. That's it. That's it. And everybody ain't have to do it. That's just the way they were tracking history through that language for some fucking reason. We don't know where it starts or ends. The Civil War seems to be the beginning of flip flopping, so they could have disconnected that shit on purpose so you didn't follow the story further. For real. If you do American history in Portuguese, there's a whole different bullshit going on. Our textbooks don't touch it. Because you're like, yo, the Portuguese and Spanish did so fucking much. And remember, these are Moorish people. So if they did so fucking much, where their share of this shit go? The Kingdom of Spain, this Kingdom of Portugal, New Spain, fucking Texas and Mexico, like it's a kingdom of Moors. The Moorish people and their Indian associates. Up until 1868. I don't know if they're still kingdoming in the 1800s, but it's still theirs. Those are their descendants. So that's what those people are. Those people ought to be the bloodline of the Moors of New Spain. That ought to be all that's really there. And whatever else was around that they were mixing with. But they would be the majority if it's theirs, right? It's their development, it's their civilization. So the majority. Can you imagine the science on this? As of 1868. What the fuck going on with Spain and Portugal then? How come they ain't saying nothing? Oh yeah, that's right. Those guys over there are states named in vain. Got flags in the 1900s. But we stupid. I got the history about these niggas over here before they got a flag in a country. Oh no, that's a state, not a kingdom. Oh shit, fuck me, man. I thought the kingdom started there, came over here. I don't know how y'all was doing. But all right, the kingdom that was here will still be a kingdom that's here, and all of their children. You can change the map all the fuck you want. I am talking about the kingdom people. The people of said kingdom. The fuck? Where they at? You don't forget nothing like that. It'd be so many. It wouldn't just be me. I'm just Smith. Big fucking deal. But not the only story. King of Kings, meaning there's other kings here. I'm just their big homie on Israel. Ooh, shit. The fuck? Someone's got to do it, ass niggas. But where are they? Supposed to be 13. Well, Levites, Dans, everybody. Whatever the name is lately. They have kids too. They down here. They have to be. That's what this land is. The fuck? It's for all of us. Some were Mohammedan, some were more natural, some were very religious, if you will. Knights and shit, kingdom shit, emperors, royal high priests, doing magic and shit, technology. Yeah, everybody ain't want to go to university. Some people just wanted to have their kids and mind their fucking business. Can you imagine all this land out here? Fuck it, nigga, the fuck. What the fuck they gonna do? Be happy? Especially if everyone's your family first. If everyone's your family first. That's what a nation is. A nation is a family first. It's the first families and all their kids. That's what we had already by 1611. We ain't been a family since. So it seems. That's the key difference in this kingdom thing. It's not talking about possessions or buildings. That's the toughest thing because we romanticize it in the movies. But you seen that shit with John Smith, or ain't that a bitch? Jon Snow, John Smith. He was technically a royal, but he grew up a different way. Just like fucking Skywalker. The same hero's journey is on Azamori, on all of us. It's the same story. Started from the bottom, now we here. That's a cool story for the man, but it's the bloodline. It's the family, it's the tree, it's everybody. It's like You don't talk about these guys unless you're the family talking about the guys of your family. You understand? Like, those stories matter because they're family stories. Like, you feel me? Like, coming from our background, like where we come from, and then being in a new land and starting over again. And you're like, hey, yo, shout out to granddad. Like, fuck. And then time goes on, you lose track of that. And all kind of other weird shit happening. And then you disconnect it from your ancestors. You barely know where your grandma stay right now, so imagine the 12th one. We don't even know where they buried at. And it's right around here. Feel me? Like, that shit right there is evil. That's evil. We had no reason to forget that. Unless someone came around on some bullshit. Unless a lot of us died off on some ill shit. And all of a sudden they had control of the kids and start giving them, framing a new narrative and a new standardized language model. That's like programming, bro. That's a fucking war crime, by the way. We did not consent to that. That's a fucking war crime. If you did that in any nation now, your ass is going under the jail. And they here because they did that to us. And they still gaslighting us on King James. They still gaslight us to this day. Ain't shit change if you're still colonized. You're still indentured servant. You're still renting from the foreigners. You're still following their papers and their legal systems. And there is no alternatives. That's full occupation. I get it. There ain't no escaping it. You ain't Katniss enough. This ain't divergent enough. We ain't getting to this. I have the UAPs show up, but they don't seem to be very helpful in the day-to-day operations. I swear to God, they might stop something weird happening in the sky, but they don't seem to be giving a fuck about whether or not we got jobs. Fundamentally, because we're under occupation. Our people have lost track of that. Some wild ass distractions and some good times though. We learned a lot still. We even evolved spiritually, but on a generational level from scratch. We had to remix some old shit and make it work for us. We had to scavenge. You feel me? We had to get out the mud. The mud flood be damn. We had to get out the mud. And nobody's trying to help us rediscover one damn artifact. And we all know that. Everybody in this world know that. Nobody came to try to help us figure out shit. Everyone's just cool with some slave story and some Africans. Like, bro, what are we talking about? But, all right, we'll figure it out somehow. And we're the generations of people that did. All of them figured out something. Bobby, Panic, Young Pharaoh, Brother Polite. They're still men, but they're figuring something out. Like, yo, this ain't that at the very least. Malachi's a Yorker, nah, all of it's telling you the same shit. There's some aliens and some other things. This ain't that. Who are these niggas? It's not good enough that old stuff is black. That don't answer for none of this shit. Why am I under occupation? Why are you whitewashing my history? Why are you gaslighting me in my language? Can I live? Please? In my grandmother's backyard. In my grandfather's language. Can I live? Can I be free? That's this story. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm a very unlucky fucking guy, bro. You couldn't make this bullshit up, but I wouldn't. I wouldn't want. No one would want to if they could try, boy. We doing the same shit again. Where's this shit go? Let my people go part 10. We ain't let my people go part 10, bro. Yo, we in the let my people go part of this story, boy. This shit funny. This shit funny, boy. I wish I could laugh about it if it wasn't me. Mm-mm. Yo, this shit scary. I get why it's scary. I get why probably so many of the ancestors are relatives even. Because we probably have a horizontal branch of a lot of us genetically. But even if they had some inkling or ancestor memories light off, they probably wouldn't say nothing. They wouldn't say nothing. They just get so used to what it is. But they're usually better off too. If I was better off in the beginning, like I ought to, that's when my life crashed. Actually, never mind. I wasn't supposed to be in this direction anyway. That's how you know God is. They say God had a sense of humor or something. I didn't read that in the Bible. I didn't read that in the Bible. I don't like God's sense of humor. I don't know what that is, but had that event not happened with my mother, my whole everything would be different, right? The whole everything about me, everything except for the fundamental code, I guess. And it could never happen because it didn't happen because I'm here. But I'm just saying, like, knowing how math works, a different version of reality. I wouldn't even once I figured out, oh shit, duh, Dwayne Smith, John Smith, that's our granddad for real. Yeah, your grandmother Indian. Wait, John Smith came here and had kids with Indians. Yeah, them. Elizabeth Smith, all of them, you. Cool story. Oh shit. That's had to do with the white people shit in politics, but it just hit you like, damn, that was a long time ago. Damn, that shit changed, right? You want to be thinking about like there's something you have to do about it though. Because naturally, everyone goes, so many people know in my family they're related to something like that, but they didn't do nothing about it. The only thing I can think of is the parts of my family, for whatever fucking reason, are associated with Masons and the KKK. They seem socially better off than other elements of my family who are just vanilla or Christians. And the Christians have their own churches, but they're Jews, descendants. The Israelite descendants were Christian churches, 501c3. So they're dealing with the FBI. Remember, this is new. After my grandfather died, Noble Drew Ali died, then the FBI, then the CIA. These are all new things. Occupation, these are extra instruments of occupation. Intelligence. Well, what are they studying? They're not with us. They're occupying us. They're third party, on top of that, to a third party. They're hired agencies. The United States holds 13% of each. Weird number, right? But yeah, that's how they do it. They play games. It's a very intricate game on the designer level or the architects. It does not require everyone in their system who wants benefits to see the big picture. I think the same thing goes with our tribes. There's probably a lot of, I can imagine, I have to imagine that. Because I could figure it out because of my spirit, because of my connection to them. But others who never lost it, like they out here too, man. And they just quiet. They probably got like a fucking trust fund or something. I bet you, bro. I bet you we have some bona fide sellouts, bro. I bet you we do. I'm talking about to this day. I'm talking about to this day, boy. Those original colonies, those original families. It wasn't just us by ourselves, boy. This shit don't make sense that nobody spoke up already. From the original colonies, at least. Versus the United States idea. Citizenry. How would you go from sovereign to citizen? You understand? Like, that don't make sense. Somebody fucking lying, bro. So I'm almost certain some of these weird government programs and payouts are missing money. I can almost bet you there's a bunch of sellout families. I can almost guarantee it, boy. French and everything. I bet you. I bet you. Houston, Louisiana, I bet you. Alabama, I bet you. I bet you any amount of money, that's a big fucking problem right now. How are they going to continue to pay them off? Oh yeah, shit gonna get real in a second. If you understand what I'm talking about. This don't happen, this program, this way of doing government, and the fact that it's foreign and credit based, that's like This is evil. They're descendants of very evil people. Hopefully they're not as evil as their ancestors. Whoever contrived this. That's the ill shit about it. The people today are not the people who, you know what I'm saying? They're just the sins of their fathers. They're not the cause. They're the effect now. Just like me, I'm the effect of King James, or the effect of John Smith. I'm not them. I'm my own story, and so many others now, since then. And there's other cool characters in my story since then. So we're always the effect, like lightning, like we're the tail end of something else that started already. They gotta be too. There's others, so many others. Don't let that Portuguese and French shit fool you. It'd be the same bloodline, no matter what their language is. It's who their grandmother is. It's who their grandfather is. It's why they live here to begin with. Yeah. Their kids are here. Those other kingdoms, their kids are here. Probably on some fucking benefits, bro. That should break my heart. Crypto Israelites. We have to. That's probably why there's Hebrew Israelites and all those disciplines. It's like breadcrumbs. Even the rituals and shit in the Black Jews Saturday churches, they're like Sunday church or Baptist church, because I've been to so many different kinds, you can imagine. But compared to how Hebrew Israelites and those people who are like almost there, but they still stuck in slavery and moving from Africa on some Umar, them niggas, Marcus Garvey ass niggas, Dubai ass niggas, Boule ass niggas, French based niggas. Remember, everyone in Jamaica ain't Jamaican. Everybody ain't that type of Indian. Everybody ain't African, Azamori, and the Maroon colonies. There's like 5, 6 different type of tribes, different people, but they all just black skinned, I guess, right? Imagine. You should pay attention to their hair and their beards. But anyway, this ain't that. Like, that shit I'm talking about, all this is recent. Mass communication, again, is recent. So imagine, everybody want LinkedIn. They just us as evil, man. Yeah, we got a sellout problem in Israel. They sold the kingdoms out, just like they did in Al-Andalusia, fall of Granada, 1492. 1493, Christopher sells the Ocean Blue. The same way they sold out the Red House, they must have sold out the Casa La Blanco too. Yeah. Getting betrayed by estate managers, bankers. We're being betrayed by estate managers, HOAs. We're being betrayed by middlemen. Had to be. They're doing that Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing with the other ones. They call them decoy families. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That'll be our people. I'm telling you. Those other ones that you hear about are decoy families. They're not Jews. I am. King of Jews' grandson. I resonate with my people. I know who the Jews are now. Meaning there's people just like me. Pedigree-wise. But just genetic-wise. Here in America, who are behind the scenes of the decoy families. It's kind of like slavery. If you understand where you are. Then who would have money to have slaves to begin with? It makes sense. When you understand, just before that shit, it was the kingdom of Israel. And something changed. It was Andalusia, Moorish Granada, Spain. Then it was Espanol and some pale-skinned people. Gringos and Blancos. Where the Moorish go? happened there, white wave there, and then it started white waving here. Same years. That shit evil. There's no account for what that is or why that is. The paling of everything. There's no account for what that is. There's a weapon. That's a biological warfare being conducted on you. I need you to know that. That's not how God does it. Mm-mm. God does it in multiplies. This damn near annihilated us. And then again, just 6 years ago, that damn near annihilated us again. I'm telling you, I'm losing so many of my ancestors. I'm about to be the oldest motherfucker in my bloodline alive. If I can just make it to 50, I'll be like the oldest one in my bloodline alive, bro. That shit's scary. That shit's scary. That we survived all that mysterious shit in the 1800s, and then boom, boom. Now we indoctrinated going to their schools, boom, boom, boom. All these benefits and promises, boom, boom, boom. Then our families torn apart, and we just sound like we talking nonsense, boom, boom, boom. Everybody stuck on their screens, boom, 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 boom. And we still here like, yo, what the fuck is life even mean? Like, what's going on here? Where is this shit going for us? Nowhere. And there's no going up from our starting point. That is, there's no going up from this. That's the problem. We're trying to build on a foundation that's not real with us. None of us, no matter whose kids you are, you ain't got your damn story. Your families and your bloodlines will still be under the same damn empire. He's the king of kings of the world, Craig. That means anyone who's a descendant of an empire is already related or familiar with us. Same. Everything else would be considered uncivilized. The uncivilized tribes, or the barbarous tribes. They're just speaking to their organization and their emphasis on bloodlines and pedigrees or not, and how they do their operations of expanding their territory, growing. That's just what stage they are in building their tribes. But there'll be different things and stuff. I don't understand that yet. I don't know where all the extra genetics is suddenly popping up in our timelines. I don't know. I know there's UFOs here. I know the story about the Sumerians and the Enki Enlil. I know the suggestion that if something put our big asses there, so they can put whatever the fuck else they want. And if one can do it, two can do it. And if there's like 20 of us down here, there could be 20 of them upstairs. The fuck? I can't tell you shit about shit. I'm brainwashed too. I'm a brainwashed Jew, man. Part two, like, brainwash me too. That's how I know it's real. Cognitive dissonance be damned. You gotta relearn everything and then have your brain be able to accept it and create a model from it and be able to code switch between it if you need to. That shit's a lot of work. I have a whole fucking parallel version of history, and I know their history too. That's a lot of damn work. Them damn report cards ain't pay no damn rent. They lie to you. Man, these kids need to go play outside. Fuck that homework shit. It didn't work out for me. So yeah. I wish this shit was a lot different. I wish it was a bigger, different answer, man. I wish it was a lot simpler. Like, oh, it's just a matter of humans holding hands and joining together, and one day it'll be all right. Like, yeah, I thought it was gonna be like some kumbaya, maybe, or we just outgrow certain things, and each successive generation will do it better or more gently. Nah. Someone hit the fucking gas on this shit. So add more kerosene. Like, what the fuck? Got gender wars and all kind of shit that should be embarrassing and no one notices. To what the brother said earlier, the vibration out there is so much lower, even for content and attention. The bar is being lowered to what's acceptable to even broadcast, to even the responsibility of communicating as a whole, right? The quality of that, you would think there'd be a standard, like, hey, let's go higher than that. We're better than that. There's something funnier than that. They don't even know how to disarm whack stuff. It's trophy culture. Everyone gets a participation trophy. Everyone's beautiful. Everyone's accepted. Everyone's skinny. You know, that thing, what it does, it queers out negativity in that language model. So they can't even identify when shit is like harmful or like coonish or tap dancing or minstrel or all those words are very heavy and they meant something. Contrast to time and societies and foreigners, how they treat you. And then today, the grandkids, it seems, losing the contrast. That could be progress, but then they forgot they damn self. Like, what does it mean today? Where you accept yourself at that standard on your grandmother? That's crazy. Sexy red on your grandmother? That's crazy. Glorilla on your greatest, sweetest great grandmother or her aunties and her sisters? Cut it out. And one of your grandmothers were Indian? Cut it the fuck out. That's recent history. Look how fast we lose our recipes, let alone without being interrupted by brainwashing and television and all this other shit. Great for the imagination, but not if you forget who you are in the story. Mm-hmm. I spent my whole life arguing about me with foreigners. Mm-hmm. And then when I was able to do all the words and get the Edamon and everything, it's after I said that my whole life. I knew my whole life, actually. I didn't know what I knew, but I knew what wasn't right. Context. And then once all the laws, all the etymons, all the dictionaries, like a Mandela effect, suddenly it was everywhere. Then suddenly the algorithm, everyone's talking about some degree of that. Even today they're doing it again, like another wave of it. Like, this is what the words mean. No, this ain't Texas. This was something else. Yeah. Let's get back to the Moors one day. All right. Some 1880s ass memories. What about 1820? So, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're getting closer to something. But we're dealing with descendants and mixtures of descendants, too. That's a big problem. Two different sides of a story. Then you grow up leaning to one side of the story. You ignore, you know what I'm saying, your impact on yourself. That shit tough. Like, a lot of this shit stalemate because a lot of the impact is going to be part of yourself. Socially, or just even in the cognition of who we are. Like, to be so many different characters at once. Like, that is wild, bro. For us still to not be a nationality of one people yet. No Brazil. They almost there. We ain't got that type of cohesion. For 400 years, the devil is a liar. The devil is a liar. And we had 80 million abortions, bro. That's crazy. What humanitarian group would allow that after they saw 10? No one spoke up for that. You know what I'm saying? You know how fast you get from 1 to 80 million? Like, no one is after say, yo, the community, y'all aborted 10 million babies. And per capita, per growth, per population replacement models, you might want to slow the fuck down. We need some new propaganda from the Democrats. You notice no one caught that? I know, that's evil. Politicians, though, people go to school and stuff, and LLCs and non-for-profit ass people didn't notice it either, I noticed. You know, the people you trust in your society based on their title and authority. They don't actually do the fucking job you think you have the title of. It's a weird fucking story down here. We living in a fucking RPG. We in a pirate RPG. This is fucking Final Fantasy 9 with niggas, boy. I promise you. This a ghetto ass RPG ass society's rule system, boy. This some Dungeons and Dragons shit for real, boy. Someone rolled a dice on this bitch, cause come on now. Come on now. Come on, dog. Our civilization is stuck at Trump, bro. After all we've been through, bro, nah, someone run it back. Someone run this shit back. Why they wait till our generation to straighten this shit out, boy? They could have did that. They If they didn't fake the moon and they were just on some real nigga shit, like yo, we just got kicked out of our country. We need some help. We get back. Yo, we got some cool technology. We'll share it with you. Like if they would have hit that button instead, we have like Ableton Red. Like you know what I'm saying? We'll be a whole different bro. We have Volkswagens over here already. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. We buying foreigns, but the foreigners are here already. It doesn't make sense. So like they didn't play that game smooth. They didn't mix in. They didn't like wasn't thankful for their liberation or whatever the fuck that was. Just I don't know. 80 years ago, you know, some of these people are still alive. So like, you know, it's weird. They're kids. They're weird. They forgot where they came from. They absolutely fucking forgot where they came from. It sound like it. And that was just 2, 3 generations ago for them. So imagine us. Like a lot of people here are the grandkids of Nazi Germans, right? We're aware of that, right? And the other side too. And whatever they thought a Jewish person was. I want to see who all the black Jews are. All them Germans with green eyes. I seen you. World War II be damned. They're bringing certain families back too. Covert missions be damned. You know how this game go. But yeah, I met a few of those too. So, it's a weird fucking story, bro. But when you get to behind the scenes of it, you're gonna find one of us. Cain and Abel, Jesus and Judas, Sarah and Hagar. There's always two. It's like that Bruce Willis movie with Samuel L. Jackson, Unbreakable, Mr. Glass, and then him. Same type of thing. Yin and yang. Definitely. I can tell. I can tell it's a woman too. I can tell. I can tell, but this a girl idea. It don't make no sense. I know a girl designed it. I know she did. I know she did. I know a girl designed this. I know she did. I know she did. This is one of our own sisters, man. On the Persian side of the family, it's one of Persinia's hybrids. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that Mulan shit. She like a Mulan chick a long time ago though. But if that's her bloodline or her assignment, then the family or that set of tribe members and all their friends and their new associates, they would be behind it. It's evil, bro. They say this shit at school. Oh my god. Wait till you see all the damn lessons there. You know what I'm saying? All the hidden lessons there. There's a lot of hidden lessons when you know who you are. If you have the blessing to know who you are, man, go ahead and document it for yourself. One more time. You are living through a reset. I'd write it down. I do it with pen and fucking paper. I'd write it in your Bible. Stop fucking playing. You better start writing down as much as you can about who the fuck you are and who you come from. Just a cool fucking idea. At the very least, just a cool fucking idea. Go on Ancestry.com while you can. Just find as many names, places, and dates of times when it happened. Find out who you were when it happened. As far back as you can go. How far spread your roots are across the east coast of America, I'm sure. For a reason. Yeah. Got to keep track of that at a time like this. I'm telling you, these motherfuckers ain't slick. They want an AI and computer to generate love curriculums for your kids. They might not even teach them shit about shit, let alone who you are and where you come from and how we all got here to this day. I think you should probably invest in some time to write your family story, man. On King James, I would do it. I would do it. I make that shit like a clip art project too. Cut out the pictures. We gotta get a fucking inkjet printer in this bitch one time before AI take over. You gotta create your own symbols and sigils real quick. Like, nah, when this land was called North Carolina, there was a city there, and this park was called Green Road. At this time, circa 2004. You gotta write that down, like that. Like that. Because motherfuckers will move the goalposts, man. If they want to go bankrupt and sell this shit off to someone else, and they said the Russians got the Chinese honeypots on deck. I was like, whoa, can you imagine the science here? Fuck my head up. I was like, oh, those Chinese girlfriends to these people, they're not working for China. They're working for Russia, bro. Mind blowing shit, man. When you understand how many Asian people live in Tartaria. But the Chinese honeypot thing, like, you understand, like, they already infiltrate. People ain't don't even know what the fuck a Christopher Columbus is, bro. I'm telling you, man. They gonna forget that Columbia, the name started at the World Fairs, man. You better write it down, man. For your family. If you got kids, especially. If you got kids, man, go ahead, man. Go ahead and write it down. Go ahead and start that book about how the fuck you got here. Yeah. Names, dates, locations, geography, family names, and the time plate, the time period. Because they did it to us. They took one of our cities in South Carolina and then switched it to Columbia, South Carolina. So that gave me a time period. I was like, oh, my grandmother, who's an Indian, was born in that city when it was called something else. Still in English. But they went down to Southeast and start naming certain shit Columbia, 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 Columbia. So that's colonization. But that is not prior to American Revolution type of shit. This is a different group doing Columbia expeditions. So when they come to the United States in these already made cities by Negroes and Indians, these new people coming over here are taking it over, incorporating it, and calling it Columbia. That's kind of like a marking a flag in someone else's territory that's already developed recently, 1800, late 1800, Reconstruction. Whatever that is, a buyout, I don't know, it doesn't sound like a war. It sounds like money's involved or, benefits. But whatever that is, they switched the name of our territory to Columbia. Anything that's like Valley, they switch to Ash. Like, they be stacking, like, they be disrespecting you like gang taggers, if you understand. Like, they're almost like, the new thing is almost cursing it. Like, we had New Berg, like iceberg, or burgers, like Heinz 57, the Holy Roman Empire Jews. So, like, to turn something from Berg to burn, or Vale or Valley to ash, is kind of like, someone putting your fire out. In the naming of the goddamn cities. And what I'm saying is these named cities are new. This is all after the Civil War. Yeah, so I caught that shit in my family history. I was like, whoa. Nah, all her family in this PD region, Hartvale and Hartford and all this shit, yeah, they got some in Columbia and Florence too, but this little region right here in the 1700s, this little region right here, they didn't have these little Wake counties and these little borderlines in the post office just yet because they're Indians. Like, this little part right here, oh shit, they flipped it and called it some bullshit and they stacking on Jews. What is all of that shit? What's all that extra shit? Who are these Columbia people, World Fair people who are stacking against the black Jews? Like, what the fuck's going on with these niggas? Columbia, South Carolina. Prime example. So, Statue of Liberty, Columbia. District of Columbia. That naming, that convention. DC, District of Columbia, that whole demonstration is as a further occupation after the American Revolution. One more time. After the American Revolution, something else happened. Lincoln got killed and something else happened. Hence, they killed the Republic's president. And then something else happened, right? A different agenda. Those niggas. Columbia and shit. World Fair. Foreigners here. Beware. Got more money than them. Buying them out and doing something else weird from where they come from. Recently, in their recent history that we don't know. Because they weren't here during the 1850s. They were there in the 1850s. You don't know their story over here. We ain't got a library or TV yet. Remember Haas? Allegedly. Most people who were foreigners, I guess, but we had metropolitans, all your state capitoliums. Yeah, that was us. I guess there were people everywhere else. I mean, go wherever the fuck you want. But imagine organizationally cities named after people who organized together and built them up their damn selves. Victorian era shit, like math and science involved with the shit. Churches and coliseums and mosques and shit in the same city, like they all here. That's not United States history. They ain't got no religion. They ain't got no culture. The fuck we talking about? Over here? That's weird. Nah, they shut that shit down at the World Fair, y'all. That's 1880s. They took over all that shit in the 1880s. They colonized in the last 140 years. I'm talking about the people today. It was colonized. We Indians were colonized already. And then some bullshit and sellouts and blah, 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 blah. And they had a bad deal. And some bigger sharks came in and took them out. And then, boom, now we here. Jekyll Island, Titanic, all that shit. That is the people who died on that boat. That was a hit. There's a lot of black Jews on that boat. A lot of Indians. Who the fuck else would be rich at a time like that over here? Trail of Tears, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street there. Durham, North Carolina, Black Wall Street beware. Wilmington, Printing Press, Black Wall Street over there. The white people were burning that shit up leading to the Titanic. That means they ass just got here. Reconstruction. Wilmington, North Carolina, white man's Declaration of Independence, suggesting that they were in bondage. Because they were. They're prisoners and slaves from whoever sent them. I'm telling you. They let out the insane asylum for real. And that's during Reconstruction, bro. Know that. They be psyching people out by taking it all the way back to slavery. You be skipping the orphans and all the psychos they sent here recently. Liberty Island, a little bit before that shit. And then after that, oh man, Mental Health Awareness Month. Send all the fucking Nazi kids here. Project Paperclip. Like, y'all keep forgetting, like, someone else is letting all these different types of elements of the same quality in here. And ain't one fucking American Negro, Indian, Moorish mixed descendant ever on the damn TV talking about their damn grandma's house. Who are these people in government, bro? Where is any of us? I'm talking about any of the Moriscos, bro. Can I get one Afro-Asiatic to stand up and represent the people of the Republic? Like, not one of us are in the Republic. That's kind of weird, bro. I understand if they're African American. I get it. They wouldn't make sense. But I'm talking about us. Like, where the fuck are we? We got to stand and wait. For me, it feels like I got to wait and stand and watch a third-party group of people organize a society in which I participate in. But objectively, I have to wait and watch it transform, evolve, or move separately from what I'm doing. Like, I'm always in the world, not of it. More so now that I know who our families are. And you see the world changing and getting more reprobate, people more frustrated, the challenges that people are facing, survival challenges, and you see it all happening. And I see it kind of like as a side effect. It's like, yeah, this is all a culmination of some evil, bro. So we understand why it's happening. But you still have to stand outside of it. Like, you feel me? Like, I can't. I'm. I'm always a shadow of everything else in my own life because this way this isn't right for our bloodlines. They're not gonna have me talking about some free fucking Palestine, bro, and I gotta sit here as a Negro and watch everything else that is not clued in, or Shriner or Mohammedan, or the non-Fezzers, I guess, whatever the fuck's going on in their systems. I have to wait, you know what I'm saying, for the Fez people to organize and figure out an agenda for why they have all these other intermediaries and narratives and chaos emerging again, with mental health skyrocketing, drug use skyrocketing, poverty skyrocketing, homelessness skyrocketing. Like, it's like, if you're outside of it, you kind of see it like how we play StarCraft. It's top down, like chess. So you can see, like, when shit's happening at a distance, although it's happening to you, it's not happening to you. So I see, like, the shit happening over there on a base right here in my grandmother's backyard. I know it's on a base in my grandmother's backyard, so I'm outside of it. I have nowhere else to go, though. Coldest thing about the whole story, whether I participate, don't participate, whether they give a fuck or whatever, right? Benefits or not, I'm still home. I'm still where my genetics start and go recently. So good. All right. Nowhere else for me to call home, at least. At the top or at the bottom of this bitch. I might go to Lima, Peru just on principle. Thus. So, like, to we have to watch it. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, we gotta watch it do something else before we can even, like, it's like double dutch. It's like we're in line waiting to go. And this person just pump faking. They never jumping into rotation. They just pump faking, pump faking. And you're like, damn, I could have been in and out already, man. In line for what? Like, why are y'all playing double dutch for? What's going on? Where are y'all taking this? Why are you taking all these different people? Like, what are you trying to accomplish here, sir? Do you mind if I get my home back? I promise we'll leave you alone, right? Like, I have nowhere else to go. I mean, it's kind of unfortunate. I do not mean to hassle and haggle you with these, these uncomfortable truths, or these minor inconveniences in your narrative and your operations. But you think I can get the ball back? I would like to shoot over here, right? Waiting for the fucking wheel of fortune, or the chaos wheel to spin to a reality that even rhymes with something like that. That could even transition. That you can even mid-journey that transition in our life. That's how fucking sad it is to be alive during this. You could try to figure out what's the right thing to do, but you just can't fucking imagine it. You feel me? You could do the law of polarity and averages, but you just really, like, when you count up everybody and how far this shit has went, it can't never land about anything you read about, right? We ain't read about this. We ain't read about this. We read about us back then. This ain't that. We got a whole new spaceships here, boy. I ain't seen them draw these ones. They ain't draw these spaceships. They ain't draw these girls either. You seen them? They ain't the same chicks on those murals or those paintings, man. Something changed. They gonna blame it on the diet. Alright, nigga. On the alchemist bloodline. That's what you gonna do. Epigenetics be damned, I guess. Royal descendants be ham, I guess. I don't know what's going on down here, boy. If any of that history is real. And that's just assuming that their interpretation of us is real. What if we were just trolling niggas? Would it matter? Still where we live. Same story. So yeah. Yeah. I would recommend writing your biography, outline wise. You know, you can always go back to Chat GPT later and refine it. I would do it for your kids though. I'll give them a physical and a digital copy. And they might not even know why they got it, right? They might not even know fucking, it won't fucking matter for real, for most situations. But I would give it to them anyway. I give it to the other people's kids too. Especially if you go back to like the grandparents, like from you up. Yeah, give that to the grandkids too. Shit, send a fucking attachment. I'm telling you something. Because when this shit gets defunded and it falls apart, whether that's energy, social groups, networks, benefit groups, however this cookie crumbles further, you're gonna lose central. You're gonna lose a central narrative. You're gonna lose consensus. You're gonna lose the averages, and then people are gonna start to faction off to the benefit of survival, man. That's when people become the evilest and meanest. That's where that racism shit starts spiking up because people are going to try to preserve territories and resources. And it's going to be like The Walking Dead, but just socially. Like, people are going to be kind of like fucked up like that. Mind you, half these people on drugs already and prescriptions. So, yeah, imagine life when they can't afford happy medicine, my niggas. Like, we right there. Motherfuckers healthcare, no matter if they fix it or not, right now, right here, they're already canceling that shit. So in a month or two, you're gonna start running into people outside who ain't taking no fucking happy medicine. And I'm telling you something, you ain't meet those people before. Unfortunately, I lived with a couple. You ain't meet those people before, boy. Those ain't the type of people you want outside or at your job. You do not want the happy medicineless people out abroad. Jobless, food stampless, all of that on top of that, and now they can't afford the Obamacare. Shit, and me, they said that shit went from like one person was like $112 already, and then it jumped up to 600, and that's like the smallest jump I seen. But she was like, "Get fucking real." Like the sisters are talking about the audacity of this shit. Like they got to choose between food and healthcare in this bitch. I just want you to understand something. I already saw the threads, man. I saw the girls on the happy medicines, man. They already posting about this, nigga. I already said it weeks ago. I've been foreshadowing this shit. Cliff Hobby, damn, no Alta report. And I saw the threads appear today, boy. The first thing that came up in that, nigga, the first day, I sure as God made green apples on the 40th day and the 40th night of the unluckiest Christmas of America, 2025. Oh shit, 25, but don't pay attention to that shit, 9. They already talking about it, boy. Talking about having I don't know, you know how they happy right now, so they try to say it in a happy way. Like, have a little compassion for shut your ass. Please don't start with these fucking compassion speeches. I'm gonna lose my damn mind up in here. I know what DMX was talking about. He was Sagittarius too. I knew what he talking about. He'll make me lose his mind up in here. At a time like this, compassion speech, and they only have a compassion speech when they about to run out of drugs. I need you to understand what I'm frustrated about. I ain't frustrated about compassion. I'm frustrated about they only do the compassion. We are all the team as people. The only time you've seen these thought leaders appear on multimedia, social medias, is when they about to run out of fucking drugs or benefits. Let's call a spade a fucking spade. Spare me the compassion tweets. Spare me the compassion takes on your podcast. Don't compassion me to death because you're running out of drugs, right? Basically, right? Fundamentally. Fundamentally is the only reason why this is going to happen. It's going to be a tidal wave of compassion. It's going watch. They call it, in the hood nigga section. This is our interpretation of what the word humbling means, like how Kendrick Lamar uses it. You're seeing a humbling process that I hate. I hate when it happens to me. So I'm a full role participant in humbling. I have a master's degree in being humbled by life and people and circumstances and bad built bitches. You just add the list up. I've been humbled by it. So I recognize a humbling tidal wave appearing to those who are much more defiant than I, who've probably never been humbled before. And that's what I'm saying. Like, drugs, man. You know what I'm saying? Fundamental. A lot of that Obamacare shit, boy. It's the happy medicine, y'all. I ain't judging it. I'm just saying you gotta realize how much of it is in our population. You gotta realize like how much of it, like per capita, like you gotta understand how many people have to buy that shit and the price went up on the brick on them. You understand? This is like, you understand why everyone got killed in The Wire? Yeah, hold on now. Y'all watched The Wire when you were growing up? You heard about Marlowe? And he, what's that boy name? Preposition Joe. You know what I'm talking about. Came to the meeting, the price of the brick went up, and like everybody went crazy. Like, what? What the fuck you mean the price of the brick went up? This nigga crazy. You gotta take him out. Your uncle tripping. Like, we had that part in the story. For Obamacare though. Obamacare the brick. Oh my God. They got us again. These sons of bitches got us again, boy. I just forgot about that shit. The price of the brick went up. Yo, them sisters wasn't monogamous. My little brothers out there, y'all niggas ain't got a chance. I'm sorry. I just stacked that up. That's what the fuck the problem is. This is an exponential crisis. Oh, Mr. Now, this is an exponential crisis. This ain't about tomorrow. They keep thinking they got till 2029, 27. I've seen people projecting like cool stats and things and changes for like a couple of years from now. No, we got an exponential problem. Money is exponential. Debt is exponential, especially interest rates. Usury is definitely exponential at a time like this. Have you noticed it outside? Oh, I get it. They're running out of time exponentially now. Oh, my Lord. I'll give you a common example. If you lived your life in such a way, you find yourself to be 25 right now, and let's say you gave yourself to 30 to settle down, you can still wait till 30. Problem is, timeline-wise, you don't have until 30. That's their new problem. They're running out of time, not timing. It's not the wrong time in their life. They're running out of time to do it, period. Because of the price of the brick went up. Y'all don't understand, do you? If you don't understand, let me know. I'll break this down for you. I never thought about it like that. You normally don't. You don't like to look at people as consumers in a consumerism society, but this is what's happening on a consumer level. Price of the brick went up. They can't play both games. They can't play independent and free, and then can't afford the price of the brick no more either, right? Boys in the Hood Part 3, they can't do it. You can't do both at once. You can't buy those bags, which is an impulse buy off of feeling happy. You can't get that new credit card. You can't do none of that because the healthcare gonna come out your paycheck. So you can't just waste your time outside hanging out with the sister girls either because goddamn, bitch gotta do Uber on the weekend at least. She want to keep up with the Joneses, and they're the main ones because they happy enough to keep up with someone named Jonesy. I don't trust the Jonesy, not even on a video game, Fortnite. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you gotta really think about what's happening to these people. You gotta really think about the domino effect, bro. We already got weeks of no paychecks to all of our power baddies out there who work for the feds. We already got the TSA people. You already know that story, crazy story. And you got all the tertiary services that benefited from either one, and delays in other businesses because everyone else didn't have money to continue such. This is a chain reaction if you understand everything about math and science and economies. So we had a weird fucking month behind us. And then they're gonna say, hey yo, by the way, fuck if you got enough calories, you fat anyway, but by the way, the price of the brick going up. Nah. Not in the middle of a war with a country where you get drugs from. Nah. You already know, we talk about hoflation and inflation. We talk about the price of trafficking drugs to your nose or your house or your pill bottle through cartel wars, military occupation, and FTSA flights down, shipping costs below $800. All of that is attacking drug trade, by the way. You gotta do a new chart for that one because it's a shadow of the other charts, and crypto and shit is the star of the show. But the drug trade, right? The drug trade is parked in those same seas where them boats are going bye-bye every day of the week. The whole drug trade. The whole drug. Listen, I forgot. I didn't tell y'all this story. Oh my God, the drug trade. Hold on. I forgot I grew up around the drug traders. Hold on. God is good. I almost slept on that story. Oh my God, I almost slept on that story. It just happened. It's about to happen again. I'm about to go back outside. Last night, I went to the store real quick to get me a Black and Mild and see if I could see the sunset. An hour after the sun had set. But the moon was out all day. And I was at the store, and there was two young Asian women. Well, one young, a 28-year-old Asian woman, and someone who could be like her auntie. Maybe someone in their 40s or early 50s, hanging out. I guess, whatever the fuck. But they're sitting in the parking lot before I get there. And then there was a big black woman, like really big, like obese big, tall, big, like, thyroid condition. Kind of talking to him, and I pulled up. I went in the store, I came out, and then the older Chinese woman, Asian woman, and the sister was in the car talking. I ain't paying no mind, I'm smoking. Then the Asian comes out, and I'm thinking, like, how the fuck they know this woman? And the old Asian woman is telling the young girl, like, yeah, it smelled like baby powder. And something, and I can hear the woman as she's driving off. I heard her voice, like she was loud about something. So it was like a bad batch of cocaine, basically. Long and short of it. But the way they were talking about it was like kind of in code, but not really, because who I grew up around, I was like, wow. Who would have fucking expected? Like, fuck the food stamps. I know 3 types of prototypes out here doing cocaine still. And freaking out because someone sold them baby powder. Like that's a con game. That's a low thing to do in that world, and it happens sometimes. But I'm saying all 3 of them are looking for it, and the one person that they can get their hands on to get it got baby powder from someone else. Meaning the Asian girls who obviously are doing coke, and they want to hang out at the Kino bar to see if one of the employees come back with something. Like, meaning they gotta wait. They can't just make their average phone calls. They just did coke the other day. So they meeting somebody in a strange parking lot and do the taste test, and it's baby powder, and something's weird, and the lady start coughing or something, right? Drove away. The price of the brick went up. I forgot. I'm sorry. Well, you gotta keep it up. And Max B, the Wave Guy, just came out. Of course, price of brick going up. It's all symbolism. The inflation on drugs. So you got cost of living, the cost of drugs. 3, baby powder is wild. But yeah, that means there's a shortage on cocaine. There's 3 different women looking for it at the same time. Weird fucking story. But I'm in Las Vegas, so it's more magnified here. But so I'm gonna do the scout report. You can taper it off in your village, but sin starts here. It's a drug inflation for all the reasons. The cartels are shit's getting intense on the drug trade. Then you said the price of prescriptions go up. And we be forgetting those ingredients come from the drug trade routes. Pakistan, fucking Afghanistan, Iran, like Colombia, Venezuela, the whole thing, Craig. Cacao down there on Mayan God M. Like, that's down there. So all of the shit, and some of the shit in Mexico too. Like, and they're contesting those trade routes. It doesn't just affect fucking plastic and microwave things. It affects drugs. So if the United States doesn't have control of Panama Canal, for instance, fuck the shipping containers with the IKEA stuff. They taxing on these damn drug imports. Rare earth minerals, niggas. You think them niggas trying to make fucking rockets to go to space? They ain't never leaving the firmament. Them rare earth minerals be drugs too. You can't grow everything everywhere, dude. Not the same concentrate, at least. They're pirates originally. Opium wars. They don't even teach that to us in school. The war on drugs is the oldest war they brought here. Opium wars. Look it up. China, aka then Tartaria, same story. Heroin. Mm-hmm. From that side of the world to this side of the world. East Indian tea companies, opium. It's drugs. It's not just one or the other. It's drug. It's a drug trade. Those are drug traders. They're pirates. They're traffickers. It's all the same category. Hence, no difference between a pimp and a pastor. They're the same degree on that pirate ship. Mr. Ness says, I said they don't have till the end of the year in September. In November, they already have baby powder. I forgot the price of the brick went up. That's why insurance is mirroring that conflict. They literally can't afford it. Not the people, the damn companies. The insurance companies can't afford it. They want to try to make the consumer compensate the cost, and it's egregious. Now you just gotta think about how much of that cost was subsidized by the federal government, which is why it changed. Obama was paying for people's prescriptions, bro. I hope people understand that. Like, that's the biggest pie slice of it. The biggest pie slice of why people are venting it now on social media on our age range is that's what it is. It's Obamacare subsidized the price of the brick, all dimensions, all flavors, and now it's showing signs of the functional side of people, the working class people. They're like, oh shit, this shit's expensive. And then they go to the streets for alternative eventually. That's how addiction is. And they're like, oh shit, this is expensive. Go back home and don't do it. Just sitting down, turn the damn lights on. Oh shit, this is expensive. That leads a drug addict to want to do drugs. Can you imagine? They can't afford drugs, so what they do? All the other unscrupulous human behaviors for the drugs or for human exchange for the way to buy the drugs. I've seen everything. So you're gonna have a lot of that, I suppose, because I took for granted that even if you solve hunger, you can't solve withdrawal if people literally cannot afford those categories of drugs. That's opium war. That has opium wars written all over it, bro. That shit evil. If you want to research anything or get a reference point, research the wikis on opium wars. Oh my God. We're in the middle of opium war. Hence the black market and crypto. Yeah, this is an opium war on the pirate banker level. They're trying to reorg the drug trade negotiations. That's why the cartel's involved in this. That's why the fake Israel's involved in it. It's about drugs. This whole year is about drugs. Yeah, even Big Pharma. They're just a laundromat for the same people. Corporations got their own identities, but I'm talking about the people behind them that control the drug routes. Because it's not just controlling how it gets in, they also control the land in which they produce it. And you gotta understand, they're growing so much of it, they're making billions of dollars, meaning they don't have a problem with their government. They don't have a problem with their police. Like, you understand everything? Like, it's a almost damn near a clandestine military operation to produce so much of it. And for no government or no Interpol and no intervention, and it's constantly in our country and people's noses, like that arm of it, highly organized, cartella, and all other versions of it, mafias and all kinds of other things, different parts of it. The biker gangs can move crystal all through the Ozarks and have no competition and have really no oversight. Good Boys Club and all kind of weird shit, right? But they still want to get those ingredients from an Indian. You know what I'm saying? They had to get to California or Seattle or something, Tacoma, when them shipments come in, or Filipinos. Like, it's a dynamic. Because money, because the way that pirates are is like money doesn't know skin color or any of that bullshit. But that's an alter ego for them. They interface in society as society. That be tricking a lot of people. They code switch. They code switch to pirates. But a lot of them are the descendants of pirates, so that makes sense why it's like that. It's the price of the brick went up. I get it. And a lot of people are going to want to do drugs. They just can't afford it. So mental health, sadness, depression, and it's winter. So you start to see them talk about winter sadness and the fluctuations of their moods. You gotta understand, when people start talking and venting like that, they about to do drugs. That's not an empty tweet. That's a prelude. That's like, hey, dear journal, life is not lifing right now, so it's kind of gloomy out here. I haven't been this sad in a few months. And then it's dot dot dot. Yeah. So there's gonna be a spike in drug usage this month when there's more expensive drugs, more fentanyl on the streets, and Lord knows what else. And you have to think about that as a cartel or a drug person. Military occupation, ICE, and all that on your roots. In your cities, too, where you sell the most drugs. Y'all stay woke out here. Trump is, what is he doing? That's what that's like. Trump is making motherfuckers check in. Trump is making these motherfuckers check in, bro. I'm talking about the underworld now. Trump's regime, if you will, they're making motherfuckers in these old underground railroads, if you will, these old prohibition ports, if you will, these trade routes. They're making these motherfuckers check in and pay up, man. They try and get them to renew their fucking, they try to get these niggas a 360 deal on the drug trade. That's crazy, fam. That makes sense why he picked those cities. There isn't no fucking hot spot for immigrants. Man, if they don't shut the fuck up. Like, the person immigrating is cousin to the Mexican that's a citizen already there. Stop fucking playing with us. Like, this foreign, like, nigga, they cousins, bro. Shut the fuck up. That ain't what immigrant. That ain't, no, fuck the border. They move it. The people, they're the same, bro. What the fuck we talking about? That's a distraction. They must be talking about drugs. Yeah. The Somalians deal in drugs too. They have their own thing. So Minnesota and all that, yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's the underbelly of it all. That's crazy. I forgot. I was asleep. My bad. I watched The Wire. I lived through some of it. This is about drugs. On their level. And what the men are doing. That's why Mexico's involved with the cartel. Yeah. The Mexican president is an Israeli woman. An Israeli woman that speaks Spanish. Can you imagine? She was only here for 80 years. That girl. She on the side with the cartels, talking about their human rights. I want to be fair to the drug traffickers if they use the military. What? You have a fucking cartel problem in fucking Mexico, sis. Like, you want to know what type of cartel problem they have? Let me explain it to you. If you fuck around and go to Mexico during cartel problems, you and your friends and some friends from other countries can go all rendezvous in some nice, beautiful resort, because you know how our sisters love luxury. And you go to one of those in Mexico. And on that day, cartel day, everyone in that hotel gets dragged out and executed, just to affect that hotel's ratings, because it's owned by a different cartel. Like that's the type of problem Mexico got. Oh no, they're following the CIA and FBI blueprint now. Remember, a lot of them were trained by the top guys. Same story. It's the same story, because that's what I'm saying. The cartel is a mock version of what they did to us in the United States 200 years ago. It's a mock. It's like like them trying to recreate it and navigate it differently. Proxy, by proxy too. Don't miss the proxy part of foreigners and immigrants. It's a proxy. So even the United States citizenry would be technically a proxy of the person that organized the United States, as always in these stories. But yeah, so they have a cartel problem like that, like Grand Theft Auto level. You know how like if you play one of those Grand Theft Autos where you can have stocks in the restaurants, and it's crazy they put this into the game. Stay woke. If you keep doing shootings at Cluckenbell, you can watch his stock drop to bring the price down and buy a lot of it, and then just stop the crime, and then the stock will go back up and you make the profit, right? On some GameStop shit. And there's other scenarios in Grand Theft Auto. I think 5, one player does that. That's real life. That's real life. But that's no more realer life than right now in Mexico. I'm saying the nice places you go to. One more time so everyone understand what the fuck I really said. If you didn't hear anything I said. The lady in Mexico that run all that, it's the United States of Mexico, so it's a corporation of corporations. She said, no. The traffickers, they have human rights or something. We don't want to take that option. Meanwhile in Gotham, the people she referring to will clear out 78 people in a hotel for a bad Yelp review on a rival's hotel chain. Wait a minute. I hope you heard what the fuck I said. We ain't talking about Slauson. We ain't talking about Southside Raleigh. We ain't talking about nothing in Houston. What I said. I hope you heard what I said. The president talk about their shit. The president don't talk about our shit. No president talk about our shit, actually. She's very specific. She said, them niggas over there, oh, they got rights. We don't want to, like, infringe on their human rights because they take 78 people out of a hotel and execute them human rights. And they own the biggest hotels in Mexico. All that tourism, all those white people, all those resorts are owned by the cartel. That's the type of problem Mexico got today. They own it today. Today, like not back in the day, not in United States history story, not in Montezuma, my grandfather's story. Today's story. Today in Gotham. Mexican cartels beef different. They'll kill everybody at your resort for a bad Yelp review. And your president know you own that hotel. And everybody know what other hotel the other cartel own. And they still allowed to have resorts and visitors from other countries. I'm telling you about Mexico's unique problem. America got those crazy white people on medication shooting up their schools. That's a side effect of the medication. When we going to talk about that, Big Pharma? Drug trade? Can you imagine them talking about their drug trade side effects? Probably not. But anyway, if we didn't know we were taken over by pirates, ass niggas you. Yeah, anyway, so imagine Mexico got a unique problem, bro. These mafia movies ain't nothing on this. Scarface is the YNs think they doing something. Nah, you didn't hear anything I just said. You didn't hear anything I just said. Impossible. Nah, that's like saying the cartel own all these casinos. Because they do. When you start understanding what I'm saying to you, that the corporation of corporations, the majority of the corporations that are not top 1% hegemony ran BlackRock, Vanguard, Blackstone, those class. The ones down here, where all the fun and all the magic and all the lights used to appear, that's all handled by cartels. As of now, something happened, bankrupt white people ran out, wow, and then the Mexican said, and the black guy said he speaks Spanish, and they all said the thing, and they bought it all up, and then the Jews came to get them, got them in 360 deals, refinanced it, and convinced them to rent it out. So now they refinance all these properties that they sold for billions, because, new money. Like, oh, $2 billion, I can fucking use that. We can expand over here and fucking get fucking that guy back for the shit he did to my uncle, you know. Like, yeah. And they're like, nah, your rent go up every fucking year. There's an interest rate from a third party. That's the central bank. That's the IMF. Those are the biggest gangsters you've never met yet. They probably in your gang. Gang. Immune to all of your laws. Wonder why they get away with everything when they work for the bank. Pirates. Yeah. Like Ocelot and Metal Gear Solid. Don't miss it. You always have an inside guy. It's all your money. Of course you got your own agents. Of course the Federal Reserve has its own agents. And of course they always up in some gang shit. They ain't even think about that yet. CIA, FBI be damned. What about the people that you using the money of? You know, the people that you owe $38 trillion to. You don't think they watching the game too? That'd be fucking very irresponsible for such an organization that's immune to any type of federal regulation, it seems. Or no oversight by another fucking committee of Democrats and people who are we the people constitutionally. Yeah, they their own fucking military and everything. Couldn't fucking believe it. Federal Reserve is not part of your government. But they got these big ass banks that look like the Roman, Moorish, Arabesque designs. All the Houston, New York, you see them. Those are not ours. Those ain't Americans either. Those ain't United States citizens either. Third party. They're third party. They're not federal. Federal doesn't mean anything. It's a classification. United States of America Incorporated Service Corp at District of Columbia, Nuremberg. That federal shit is just a classification. The Federal Reserve is not part of the federal branch of your government. Your government got a 360 deal with the Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve got its own military and its own agencies. Immune to the guy they have in a 360 deal, the guy you vote for. And then you got families and bloodlines and societies that are all from all over this bitch. They ain't got nothing to do with none of it. But they pay their taxes. Mostly via the underworld. That's how they get all these people here. That's why there's so much human trafficking and how like people open up new businesses. There's always like some prostitution, some hoeing and drugs going on. They all happen at the same place. The same place that has all the mattresses also has all the mattresses stuffed with the drugs. Trust me. And they're always foreigners. It's like a pipeline. Different languages and everything, but they're working for the same cartel. Just like Russia has Chinese honeypot women. We already have that problem in the United States of America. It's just that in Mexico, because it's who they are and what's in their blood and their story, yeah, they acting the fuck up. Already. Brazil. Cops versus the same thing right now. Venezuela. Those are drug captains. I could have sworn Maduro's the captain of the Sun Cartel, and Trump would be the captain of Big Pharma, since those are the big 10 companies usually, right? You zoom out and see who owns them. Yep, same story, same family. Anyway, so Maduro clan and families associated with his cartels. This is like a franchise, like dominoes in every state. Them guys. Negotiating rare earth minerals. I'm sure there's plenty of lithium in that lithium triangle down there. We just discovered that this year, I guess. And but we've been sanctioning them to death for 20 years in a row, right? Because like, who knew we had iPhones then? Come on. Drugs, though. Yeah, man. They're having 2 wars at once, man. They said it's a trade war. This ain't about fucking tariffs on no goddamn macaroni and cheese and t-shirts from India, nigga. The United States doesn't make anything. It can be nothing but drugs. Because you gotta be on drugs to run the United States like this. The United States is on goddamn drugs the way they run the United States. So you know it's drugs. This is drugs, bro. The United States is they turn in on they vote in the United States out of being the plug, bro. I promise you. They don't need the United States to regulate the Silk Road no more, bro. the regions, you know how it is, Shinto village, the Greenleaf village type shit. That's all it is. Like, nigga, we good. You bullshitting on the technology upgrade you promised, but China done laced us with these new guns. We good. Shout out to you, bro. Nah, we good, man. We don't need none of them CIA trained gray op ass Blackwater G ass soldiers anymore, bro. We don't need no more gringos, bro. We good, bro. Now we got it. Trust me, we got it. We got like fucking ground to air shit from Russia, bro. Trust us, bro. Nah, we good, man. It was a good run, man. I mean, look what happened to all these Negroes and Moors, man. We went as far as we can go, man. Like we finally got them off of our back, man. Like let's not sour this. Let's just go our own separate ways, man. It's not, neither one of it's ours, so we might as well go two separate ways about this. That's all it is. They're going separate ways. They're decentralizing the Vatican. That's crazy. They're decentralizing their pirates, their Ponzi scheme. They're going captain for captain out here. So they're So it's a reorganization of their secret society too. In case you don't miss it. It looked like politics, but it's not. This is all family based. Corporations are fake, so your presidents are faker. But you understand, like, the ultimate problem of people who control resources. Those are people. So those people are beefing. This shit ain't even theirs though. That's the illest shit about it. But they're beefing per their understanding of their agreements that they inherited, and thus you got to stand on the outside and watch it happen. While they're the supply is tainted and expensive and fake and Chinese, right? Because the Chinese people have been sabotaging the drug trade. I don't know if you understand why that's crazy. Like, fentanyl's not a good idea. First of all, I need you to understand everything. So now you got to upgrade your understanding of the drug trade to military operations. You understand everything? How much of your military is in the middle of drug trade operations? I need you to understand everything. Since COVID was a military operation, it don't get bigger than drug trade than big pharma, by the way. All dimensions. All dimensions. Same bankers behind them. Same story. Legal and illegal. All that's separating is the suckers from the pirates. I know. Everybody else just want to live and have a beautiful life and family, or we used to. I know. That's what happens when you peer out of the glass ceiling. I know. Ain't nothing but giants up there eating babies. I know. It's in the Bible at least 3 times already. Every dimension, every metaphor, you understand it. You'll see it the same way. Thus, we in such a weird space. To God be the glory. It makes sense. Makes more sense. Got a cartel problem. They practice black magic. Oh, you got a witch and warlock problem too. Don't sleep, nigga. Some cartels practice black magic. So if they got problems with the cartels, boy, I'm telling you, that ain't about sandwiches. That ain't about how much weed you sold at the corner store either. No. They doing black magic, nigga. They doing blood rituals. They consuming body part. Nah, bro. Y'all not dealing with the reality that Mexico's fucking government is fucking majority cartel members, bro. Or cartel affiliates. Like right next door, bro. Tijuana to San Diego, like right there, dude. Like right fucking there, bro. All through the Americas already, man. Don't sleep. What do they have in common? Transport, trafficking. That is your economy, by the way. Those trade routes, those interstates that they use, all of them use them. Those are old Indian trade routes, by the way, for similar things, maybe. Wouldn't fucking matter. It's our map, Bruce. But the federal highways is very specific and ancient, if you will. It's like a Silk Road, but imagine one in America from the same people. So they've hypothecated the Postmaster General. That's why it's maritime. The pirates hypothecated our ports. And then I guess the occupation turned into inward, democratic negotiation bullshit, manipulation, and secrecy. But now these ports are being challenged. So if the ports are challenged and they lose control of the ports, then they also kind of de facto, their flag is no longer planted in the land. And that's what y'all need to pay attention to. Because it doesn't matter what the citizens know, it's how the world is going to treat them. It's like a video game, you plant the flag and the territory turns red or blue, right? Well, that's why was negotiating Alaska on a tarmac not too long ago. I told you Hawaii is always in question. That probably just been a lease from Russia because all that's Tartaria. I'm telling you, they lease these things because they're pirates. They're not landowners. So they're doing trade agreements on a treaty level, which means someone in the bloodline of royals is behind it. However you manage that with the middleman, bankers, and royal families a royal family of bankers is retarded. That is not what that is. They're bankers for the royals. And that's allegedly. Anyway, so those guys, they're working for someone higher. Being in the light of any of this would be ghetto at that side of polarity, at that high on top of it. So yeah, they're beefing. They're beefing over trade routes, y'all. And if the United States loses Panama, and right now it's contesting the Caribbean, whatever those hidden routes are, or that whatever their benefits package lies in that world, if they lose that, it'd be equivalent to Russia and China and the rest of the UN or whatever those delegates are looking at it kind of like, oh, their flag is no longer planted there, right? That's the Postmaster General thing. If they usurp these ports from them, then they can't claim it no more, right? It wouldn't be the United States loses that territory if it doesn't have access to its own port for that territory. Does that make sense? Their whole thing is on maritime. Their whole thing is about the ability to trade, to import and export, GDP. Like their whole economy is based on that concept. The government is that, and that's it, by the way. Everything else is we the people, and our nations, and our tribes, and our cultures and traditions. They have a whole set of UCC codes for how you can conduct yourself individually. The United States is only talking about business, by the way. It's in their codes. If they won't teach us how to read it. It's a fucking headache, but you'll get the picture if you just read them. The United States is a federal corporation. It's in their own definitions. And they have to apply it that way so you can understand the rest of those codes and how they're being applied between courts and the marketplace. It's not what we go to school for, how we cooperate as a community. That's the thing that be fucking up everybody. They be applying their community standards to something that's way out of their pay grade. They're playing a different game, bro. They got a military. They're not fucking playing with people. They ain't fucking ask nobody either. That's why I say this is a hostile occupation. You can't make it make sense and vote it out. You can't straighten it out. You can't get a new narrative. They did it with guns. They did it with pirate ships, cannons, whatever the fuck. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. So, all of them got their swords out. It's like a Mexican standoff over trade routes. GDP, debt, it's all connected. And they've been sabotaged. Fentanyl's been sabotaging the client base. Adrenochrome was spiked a couple years ago, I heard. Even Diddy being the plug for the celebrities between Miami and Hollywood with the whatever's in the baby oil. They have you distracted by the sex part. They still ain't identify what that drug is and what its side effects are. It's kind of classified. He had a lot of it. He's not a chemist, by the way. And nobody else got arrested, so allegedly. So it must be a foreign, how Praz somehow was working with the Chinese. Weird story. I think they gave him a $20 million fine finally. And probation or some shit. I don't think he's going to prison. Thank God. Now Swiss Beats got the same problem. Can you imagine? Hip-hop producers working with a foreign military operation. Yep. That just happened this month. Look it up. And then the Chinese honeypots working for Russia. Look it up. It's all new. It's all coming out to watch. I told y'all a long time ago, the Well Run Drive daily I did. I said they're going to get to a point where they can't afford blackmail, bribery, and things like that on the street level. And that's ugly. But now, The well is drying up on the corporate level. So the organizations, the family levels. So they're dirty, their blackmail, their extortion, their benefits packages is all dried up. So it's like it's only a Mexican standoff. Like nobody got to snitch or do anything, but then that also means there's no leverage left. There's nothing to leverage to negotiate into, you know what I'm saying? There's no program no more. Like they all did their dirt already. So, snitching and having someone go to jail is not their dilemma. Their dilemma is millions and billions of dollars. Their dilemma is not being reprobate. You feel me? Like extortion is just how you grandfather initiate people in. But by the time they get in, they're gonna do so much fucking crazy, criminal, evil shit that the fucking bribery video is not the cake anymore. You feel me? Like you gotta understand, like those gangs that initiate people, like you gotta go outside and kill a random person. Yeah, that's just a fucking initiation because of all the random other unrandom people you want to kill afterwards. Because if you can't kill that lady, then you cannot be banging with us. Niggas is killing us. So if you have a conscience about this shit, then you don't need to be around us. We're being hunted. You understand? There's a different ramification in that realm for real. Not every act of violence is random for real. That's the point of it. Make it look like the bear ate them alive. I know that's right. I read the Bible. So it's the same story. Y'all know how many CEOs that got murdered in the last year? Y'all know how many stepped down? Over 2,000 CEOs have stepped down. They've been stepping down since COVID, but just now, 2,000 more stepped down. Remember Luigi and all of them going after the healthcare CEOs? Yeah, quite a few more got caught slipping. And quite a few more stepping down. Like 2,000 CEOs, six figures. You know what I'm talking about? The six-figure people. That's a lot of new people on Tinder, boy, but they stepping down. 2,000 stepping down. 2,000 CEOs, man. We got 2,000 corporations here? Oh, we got S corps. Okay, all right, but even them, they're not the Big 10, and they're stepping down. Can you imagine? 2,000. That's across the whole spectrum. They ain't the top 1% all the time. That could be everything else. Whatever else that's incorporated, and you can have a CEO position. Them jobs, them people, they like, fuck this. I'm stepping my ass down somewhere this year. Ain't they? The doctors are stepping down. Nigga, they told me when all else fails, go back to school and be a doctor, nigga. You will be set for life. Somebody fucking lied, y'all. Nurses don't want to nurse and doctors don't want a doctor no more. And then we found out these traveling nurses be up in these homes and shit. They look like regular apartments. They just sleeping with Tyrone. He's 68 and he trekking on Thursdays. Hey, man, they got us again, brothers. That Ultima belonged to an old man, boy. They got us again. But anyway, in the Neapolitan collapse of romance as it's unfolding the truth of things, you know what I'm saying? Even having a fucking awakening on what the fuck's really been going on for real with these people. Scary. It's a lot worse than we expected, man. Isn't that crazy? It's actually worse than most of us have expected. Damn. Billy Hamilton, when the cap dries, was a classic. Holy shit, that's fucking insane. Yeah, we in a weird place, man. We're in a weird fucking place, bro. I just thought about it. The price of brick went up. No wonder everyone being weird. And they say the effect on that drug is you can't feel anything, so you can do anything. Yes. It's like being a superhero. And they almost got away with it, man. Slide, because it's hidden as baby oil. That's a crazy story. Tootsie is what peak cocaine is called. But what are the side effects? Breaking Bad was a documentary. TVFB 13-3, Jonathan 3. A town of 12,000 a day having 78 OADs a day is crazy work. I'm telling you. Amy Ross says ICE got shot at here in Chicago in a little village neighborhood, which is mostly Latino and heavy gang related. I know that's right. And they got cartel on ICE. Don't play with me. Amy Ross says, I didn't learn about the Opium Wars until college with my Far Eastern history classes. Yeah, we the Far East sometimes. Moors or Orientals. Mr. Now says, I said they don't have till the end of the year. That's where we stopped last time. Yeah, I don't know. The juice ran out of juice. I don't know, bro. They not oiling this machine. Cogs be damn Jetsons. Like, I just realized this whole mood shift of everybody and everything. mRNA be damned. Spike proteins and long COVID solved by nicotine be damned. I smoke Black and Milds for a reason. Anyway, but these motherfuckers, they're fucking with the price of drugs on top of this. How to import them, all of it, bro. All of it, bro. They're going after the underworld money, boy. They taxing. They say tax the billionaires. Nah, they taxing the drug dealers, boy. Oh, that shit's gonna be weird. Yeah, they're taxing the drug dealers. A lot of them gambling things in NBA. They hanging out with the mafia and stuff. Yeah, how much you want to bet in that room? I mean, you just think of the variables here. How many of those people you think in that room is connected to human trafficking or drug trade? They got all this expendable income to fuck around, go band for band with NBA players. So you do the math and science. It's not 40 hours a week as a plumber or whatever the fuck the Italians pretended to do outside of serving delicious pizza if it's made in America. But they're not from Italy anyway. They don't look Moorish enough for me. Wherever they come from, those guys. Come on now. Come on now. Cut it out. We gotta cut it the fuck out. It's the drugs. Cashapp and his honeypot going after the drugs. They going after kingpins, bro. Hmm? A lot of those random CEO murders and all that stuff. Ain't know about no fucking weirdos manifesto in college. It's the price of doing business. The fuck? Drugs. Drug trade related things. Or even the other stuff too. Like when you become rich and powerful like those people that are targets, they use the same powers on someone else. A lot of people leave that out. A lot of these strange and powerful people high up in society who are targets like that, they only get that high and stay that high as long as they could because they also make those phone calls for other people. They ain't the only threat. They ain't that first threat is what I'm saying. So they have to counter these threats as part of their security. It's as part of their, and if they got hood nigga adjacent, you know what I'm talking about. But it's the same thing even if they're a white girl. Absolutely. When you have that much money, or when you know for that much money, kidnappings, abductions, all that shit, it's a different type of life. But now imagine that just being because you're privileged or rich, on top of the fact you deal with the underworld too. And you show up in places and you're gambling, you're tricking, you're negotiating, you're meeting foreign politicians, investors for all the laundered things. So remember, that's the business acumen part. How to take this old railroad or this old passage that I inherited or my grandfather took advantage of, stole, betrayed. You know how it is. Django Unchained, Hateful Eight, however that play out. And you beneficiary 150 years later, and you're like converting it to the fucking dream, if you will, right? Making a difference. Them niggas too. They're responsible for missing people too. Mm-hmm. To go from 0 to 100. A nigga who graduated college and does teams on phones and golfs, like that's worth hunting. Nah, that's personal. Especially if you can replace them with a vote. Replace them the next week. So that's personal. Those hits are personal. Mm-hmm. A lot of them celebrities. A lot of that shit's personal. I don't hear about all this debt and all this stuff a lot of these people have. And I think that the canary in the mine was the NBA, Gilbert Arenas and all that. That was the flashpoint for it. But that's a big version. The NFL does it. Everything does it. Doing numbers, running numbers, all that kind of shit. They've been doing this. Just upgraded it on some wire shit. They stringer belted. That's the civil rights and all that. They stringer belted by the 90s. And then got the stock market involved. And then that's the usury part. Now it's draining. So unofficial laundered charge causing the prices and rate of increase to exceed that what it means to be a civilian. So they'll say that your economy's doing well and that justifies how much you get paid and your cost of living. because theoretically this money is out there. If not, then what's up with these new property license and mortgage exchanges and all this transaction, all this motion? And they try to use that with the people they put to school to think about mathematically. It was like, well, if it's not drug trade and things, and you just look at it organically, these people are just making excuses, and you're just stuck in usury. Like, nah, a lot of this money pumped in, even in your city, be illegal. Strip clubs, hoes, parlors, massage part, fucking bars after certain hours, nigga. Go to the golf course on the right day, and then whoever's house they gambling at, they gotta get that money back into the system. So that is not a reflection of how much motherfuckers got to spend at Target. Target seen a jump in $1 million. Don't mean niggas out here opening their wallets. But they'll bring the prices on the vacuums up for no fucking reason because they're using that type of stupid ass logic. And it, like I said, it benefits them. So it's like, oh, what if there is another variable? It doesn't fucking matter. People will adjust because people get that same data point and go, the Joneses are paying for this stuff. What the fuck? And you saw that shit happen to eggs and food. Nobody complained about eggs since I did 6 years ago. I'm like, hey, fucking yo, why is the price of eggs so high? I didn't see them tweets. I didn't see too many people talk about it. Some people mentioned it, but they didn't understand where I was going with this bitch. The price of food rarely go down. So that means it's unexceptionally, artificially high. Just like them damn farmers. They must have been fucking high. They couldn't secure any sales for their damn selves. That's the same place them biker gangs go to drop all that meth off, by the way. So they just been doing drugs. They haven't been doing business. 30% of the crop was for the Chinese. Where's the other 70%? Why are these niggas broke? How is 30% of it on China's fault, right? Soybeans, but 100% of them are bankrupt. What was the other 70%? You're missing 30% from China. I get it. Trump fucked it up or something. Sanction wars or whatever. But you have 70% of all else and you're bankrupt. Huh? 30%? If you lost 30% of your expected income suddenly because of a bad trade deal, with the 70% you do get, you're bankrupt. Not that you go to zero. Not that you lose profit. Duh. No, you're bankrupt. That's a different word. Meaning if you had $10 million saved before this year, and this year you only made 7 because 3 is gone, you make 17 instead of 20. That's a loss. That's not bankrupt. These motherfuckers are bankrupt without China. The fuck? They're on credit, ain't they? Exactly. They 360 did those farmers already. They bought them out at cost. They didn't understand the legalese, obviously, hillbillies, right? The lore. And then they hit them with the little tiny had small print, I'm sure. If they put the federal government in charge of their trade routes, using their maritime postmaster generals to deliver things within their own postal system, they would have to. Especially if they're foreign and this ain't their land to begin with. Oh my God, it'll make sense one day when we understand what the fuck this government is. So they're challenging their trade routes. Yeah, and if the United States authority of pirates on that level of things, or families, if they lose that to the other families of other countries, it won't matter what the story, you know what I'm saying? It won't matter. It won't matter what the story of the United States is. This is a little bit more, some way more nuance to this. If you see them get off that Federal Reserve, though, you better fucking duck. If they undo the Creature of Jekyll Island suddenly in our lifetime, boy, I'm like, can we fucking stop? We done went through too much, bro. If they undo the Federal Reserve now, boy, it is fucking George Soros ass. It's George Soros ass. Whoever he worked for. You know, he's one of them banker types. He's a middleman. He's a really rich middleman, too. That's why he's so fucking rich. He did things for Nazis. Imagine. He's a philanthropist because of how much money he helped them steal. Real life, read about him. He just got that dude in New York elected. He spent over $30 million on him. And mind you, all the Jewish billionaires in New York spent millions against him. And George Soros run. one, keep in mind, all these people self-identify as Polish, German, Jewish people. So same tribe of people. They should be the same family. They're all from the Bible people. But you know how this goes. But they're beefing with each other, man. He's going against Rockefeller and Rothschild institutions. And that makes sense. The Nazis used him against them. George Soros is the legacy of Nazis. But not the way that Project Paperclip people codified a Nazi from their stance of victimhood. Now, George Soros is like a Nazi in terms of original, what their message and intent was for that time period 100 years ago. Mind you, he was born into World War II. He was a kid. He's alive now funding all of these elections against them with his spare time and all that money he collected. Real life. He's not shy about it. You should watch his interviews. We have no comprehension of that class of character because they lie about every damn thing in our curriculum, especially when it comes to that war. But yeah, George Soros is on the Nazi side of that war. So you see George Soros and they'll put an Israel flag next to him, which doesn't mean anything. That 1940, he's probably born by then. Like, the fuck we talking about? Like, no. Nah, it's not the flag game he's behind. He's behind the families. He's like a banker for Nazis. So all of that money the Nazis got, he wanted them on the money side of Nazi propaganda. He's on the money side of the people behind the Nazi thing after the Jews of Germany declared war on Germans. And then the Nazis showed up and hypothecated and burnt down the buildings. You heard the stories, 9/11 Part 10. Same story back then. Same people, by the way. If you notice everything, 2001. Same story again, but then all that shit, that's George Soros and them. He's like, he was a kid, so he's a survivor of those pirates. He's a survivor of those Nazis' wallets. He has their crypto wallets. You understand? Like, he knows where they took the treasures. He knows the trade routes. He knows who they sold it to. That's who George Soros is. He led the Nazis to all the so-called Jewish households. And I know a lot of them look like me. So he grew up in that density. And they got him as a kid, recruited him. And to save his life, or whatever the narrative is, he worked for them. And he hypothecated all of these Jew or Jewish estates and inventoried and all that stuff and put it into the hands of the Nazis. Just because World War II is over does not mean they stopped doing business. Keep that in mind. Those are two different demonstrations. So George Soros has been demonstrating whatever that was since then up until now. So the same way AIPAC funds Zionists into the White House, George Soros is seeming to be very favorable of liberals and socialists and those type of Marxist ideas. So, like, again, these are two foreign niggas from Poland and Germany beefing on our fucking government's ping pong table, and we gotta wait until they fucking finish playing. Loop. That's all. Some pirates, boy. They don't care about their bloodline. They care about their bottom line. That's why it's confusing. A lot of them look like us. They don't give a fuck about none of that. We are the world shit, boy. Nothing in that Bible ring with them. That's how they're using it to enslave people. The enslavement is believing that these people are decent, while you have to live up to some other arbitrary book or rules. And they'll tout that and repeat it out loud and don't follow none of it. You go to church and see some of them too. Like, they be there for the sensationalism and the energy, but they go right back to the bullshit they be on, and they'll take Sunday off. That's how they reason with it. They'll do all kind of fuck shit except for on Sunday. Have you met these people? I have. They'll rationalize it. They'll rationalize their commitment to fuckery, but still have like that obvious awareness that there's a God for them. The two things can be true. You can know that God is real and still be compelled into some bullshit. It's half what the Bible's about. Don't be one of those. They must be common. They must be so fucking common that they're fucking up your society 66 books in a row. Like, the scale of being decent in our history of things that are civil doesn't last very long for many. That's all. That's all. It's all fucking genetic. It's all genetic. It's all generational. It couldn't be a different way with these mixes. The farmers tricking, let me find out. I think it, or on fucking meth. The Civil War, who got the most money to throw around? Yes. Perfect. Can't even be a drug lord anymore. Not on the street level. You gotta be locked in. Chest pain and seizures, man. Tootsie may contain MDA, meth, cocaine, caffeine, LSD, benzos. Jesus Louise, can they pick one? Everybody raises their hand on that one. Memory loss is the big one. Jay Leon's black eye. They play in traffic. Jay Leno's black eye, yeah. He fell down the hill type shit. Yeah, those are gamblers. Anyone who hang out with Trump, they all gamble at his casinos and hotels and golf matches. They're all gamblers. But they gamble like rich people. Like, I bet your daughter's virginity, ass niggas. Like, they do really ridiculous shit. They even bet on people's lives. Like, you understand? It's like Hunger Games to them. And their secret, it's not even a secret, it's private. And their private rich society. They'll just come up with some weird sick shit and put money on it, bro. Philanthropy. Like, I need y'all to understand, on Bill Gates and everybody in between us, that's one example of it, but there's other lesser degrees and they're doing the same thing. Like, I bet you, even brothers do it with women. Like, they don't put money on it, but they'll bet each other. Like, I bet money I can go pull her from over there. Like, it's just so natural. Like, you're a descendant of a pirate. They'll bet on it. Bet money. Bet me. Bet me I can't do that. Like, where did that come from? We weren't raised by gamblers, were we? But everyone will make a bet on it if it's the odds, if you have to rise to the occasion. If there's a prize, they'll bet on the prize. Almost every time. And that's natural. That's just freestyle. So this is what it's, but you gotta think about that reprobate, psychopathic, sociopathic on top of all that. They bet on whether people live or die. They probably got app stored and everything. They got everyone's healthcare data and private data too. Don't forget they be owning these tech silicone corporations. They flipping money in way more ways than creating a cool service or business for drop shipping. They get rich fucking around with money. You understand something? You get to a point, and if you're in those type of underworlds, you just throw money at things and get so much money thrown back. And then you lose a lot of money, but it's in proportion to all the crazy money you made just suddenly anyway. What did you lose? You just got $1 million yesterday. What did you lose? You didn't have it 5 days ago. What did you lose? A moment? They chain momentum. Moment to moment to moment to moment. They chase the adrenaline. Moment to moment to moment to moment to moment. That's a different type of rich. It's high velocity. They don't accrue billions and trillions. They run through the shit. As soon as they get it, they spend it. As soon as they win it, they gambling. They'll get the rooms and everything, and get all the women and all the drugs and everything, and go back the next day and throw all their money away. Bullshit. Like, you're dealing with those type of animals. And the government, the federal government is kind of trying to crack down on it. You're gonna see a lot of business policies get uncomfortable because they went the casinos was day one, the DOJ, and the hack they did, making them disclose client information, like their banking records, if they dealing with high stakes gambling or something. They're starting to roll that out on billionaires in general. They're gonna audit billionaires. And it's separate from taxes though. You have to understand everything. Everything's digital already. And I need y'all to understand, they're not asking them for fucking permission. It's their US dollar federal note. They're just announcing that we're rumbling, and while the government shut down, we're whispering about doing the same thing we're making casinos do, so we can get some fucking clarity in this little Ponzi scheme we're running. Don't remember who we are with feds. Come on now. We're going to find out where all this leaks is coming from, and we're going to renegotiate your little trade deals. The price of the brick go up. You're still in. And now they're down to billionaires. Like people who made $1 billion through the system in their own unique, fucked up way. New money, new pirates, new geniuses, if you will. They're like, yo, by the way, all your shit's already digital. I hope you don't mind if we doge it, because we're going to anyway. We're going to audit where all your money comes from. And if you're part of these cool little boardroom parties and these cool little corporations, man, we'll extort the fuck out of you. So we're going to find out how much you owe. Tariffs and marks of attention. It's like getting a letter from Sidi Muhammad suddenly. Can you fucking imagine this story looping all over again? Because it is. Yeah. Whoever their Sidi Muhammad is a cash collecting on these niggas. If they going to audit billionaires, they're going to try to legitimize the numbers of their business. That's crazy. Because you already know the answers to that, don't you? Most of it is illegal. There's only so many 40 hours in a week. So most of their profits is illegal. If you ain't buying it, you ain't shopping every day. This food is very violent in price, but they still make $1 million a fucking month? From who? Who? You gave out a fucking jackpot for $10 million? From who? Who? This is your lowest tourist month ever. Where did that come from? That was weird. You're already cooking the books. Where'd that money come from? Oh, you just throwing it out there. Laundering. Transferring. It's middleman shit. It ain't about winning money. That's how you pay people off. Do this for me. Play that game. You'll get your $10,000. Play for 30 minutes. We'll tell you when to bet everything. Laundering. Abracadabra. Y'all know people do that, right? Yeah, I know how many people do that. Maybe that's a different question. Do y'all know the velocity of how many people are into crime and do things like that? Like you probably have them where you live, like sweepstake places, fish tables, and like that type of shit, where it's illegal to have a gambling facility where you live, but somehow they have sweepstakes, and they play and they win all these games, but there's no money. It's like, because, they be getting robbed and shit when they first try to do that goofy shit. A lot of them people from Africa, ain't they? In Israel. Don't sleep on those tables. I know where they come from. Anyway, would they get around that system? They can pay you, but they do some middleman shit. They'll give you basically like Chuck E. Cheese tokens kind of thing. Some item from the store or something. And they'll give it to you to represent 10s, 20s, whatever it is. You then take that cart or that box or that token or whatever that is, and you go to somewhere else, and they exchange it for cash. And they're all in the same network, similar to how the cartels are in Mexico. Similar way to the CIA does a cell corporation organization. It's all CIA copy and paste shit. Just, different remixes by different factions. CIA trained all those Central American and South American overthrows. So the way they do things is how their cartels do things, and how the cartels do things is how these gangs do things, and now it's just entrepreneurship, I guess. That's the blueprint. They're doing it to themselves now, or their kid, it's their kids, the new factions of the same people. Yeah, that shit weird. That's crazy. The federal government, like, yo, we running down on all you niggas. That's what the holdup is. They said they opened up are they opening up the government today, tomorrow, the next day? They said they submitted the votes. They go back to work tomorrow. If they go back to work tomorrow, then that means the news cycle gonna pick up, and they'll have a whole new narrative about what the fuck they were really going on in 40 days. And what it means now, because all the numbers for month to month, from year to year, past couple of years with the economy, tourism, airplanes, obviously, the green card situation by itself, What else was there on job report? It said like this year, United States lost 1 million jobs so far. 1 million jobs under Trump, right? Politically, it's like, what the fuck? But don't forget the part where it's 1 million jobs are lost. That's like after everything's up and down, though. Like, that's the summation. No matter how many new jobs are hiring, that many more jobs are lost. So, 1 million more jobs than the velocity of whatever was added. It gets kind of confusing because you can lose them somewhere else and gain them somewhere else. It's like, seesaw. But 1 million lost when it was all said and done so far. That speaks to unemployment, though. They don't track every little mom and pop or cartel or foreign type of thing. They're tracking things that pull benefits with their Social Security. So there's 1 million less inputs into Social Security than expected. There's a better way of looking at it as a bank. So a bank is banking on the charge of 1 million of these people earning however much that gets put into the different tax buckets, but especially Social Security. So what I'm saying is there's 1 million hamsters missing from the wheel that feeds the benefit pipeline for the older people. So losing 1 million jobs is one thing for the people who got to survive and pay the cost of living, but it's also not feeding into the pensions, retirements, and extra funds of the boomers and older crowd. That's what the real problem is. You firing everyone down here, cool, but they're not generating any charge. In fact, the federal government has to subsidize unemployment in the state and whatever the fuck insurance policies are to get them taken care of to sustain to the next job. But as 1 million at a time are not generating interest into Social Security for the old people. So AI and AI ain't, if a company's switching AI, then there's not X amount of accounts getting paychecks that are funding these programs, right? If you're a job and you hire 100 people, you got 100 times the amount of people paying into Social Security. If you narrow that down to 10 people in an AI script, that's way, way, way less people paying into everything. AI doesn't help your society. But corporations are not your society. They're foreign, so that's why they can do whatever the fuck they want. We depend on them. We got rid of the farms and mom and pop traditions, trying to be cute and glamorous and go to cities. You understand? So now the cities are retreating into their own technical thing. They can. They're not part of you. They're on borrowed time and incorporated cities on top of that. There's a lease on them on a corporate level. So thus, like, we're in a weird fucking space right now, boy. They're renegotiating damn near everything at once. Most news just talking about opening up the government. Yeah, because he don't want to take that L, the starving, and then the food, let them eat cake moment. I told you they want to last minute that shit, like some bitch ass niggas. Give it 2 weeks. They better, but now they got a drug problem. Price of the brick went up, so just gotta pray about it, our safety in it, and our navigation of it. Because you're not going to be dealing with normal people no more, guys. They're angry already. Whatever drugs they are taking, they ain't hitting the same. Like, it ain't the 80s. And then you make the good shit, the people at good jobs who wanted the good shit, keeping up with the good Joneses, would go from Mount Olympus to unemployed, and now you can't afford it. They take the substitutes or the generic ones just to hold on to. And then they hit the streets. Yeah. And that happens within days, not weeks. It happens very fast. They think like addicts. If you don't understand it, you're not an addict, thank God. Addicts filter everything through their addiction first. I do too. Just being addicted to nicotine, I can tell you. Like, I can plan my next move based on when I'm going to smoke. The addiction comes first. Marijuana, not so much. I can take days off and not smoke it, but I'll eventually want to because this shit's flunked out without it. That's different. That's like a codependency. Like, I'd rather be high than be that feeling. But it doesn't calm me. Like, can go a day without it. I would just be fighting how I feel without it. Like, this shit right here is going too slow for me, buddy. Whereas nicotine is like, hey, dude, you about to eat? Oh, shit, you about to smoke? Hey, dude, you just woke up? Cough, breathe. You want to smoke, don't you? So now imagine, because nicotine just calms you down. So if you like come from anger or violent background, it levels you up. Whereas opiums and stuff do something different. They raise you up. None of my vices lift you up. Weed's a downer, nicotine's a mellower. Opiums, coke, and things like that, it's like party time. I'm invincible. I can do anything. Hey, so you wake up. Hey, how you doing? Those people. The can do it ones, the entrepreneurs, the hustler. There's 24 hours in a day, people. A lot of them niggas be on drugs, y'all. That's the drug talking. That's how them drugs make you feel, for real. Dead ass. They are not capping. That's how they feel. They don't mean they're competent. That's what be pissing me off. So yeah, so you have that false entrepreneurial spirit, bravado, that energy right there, and then it goes AI generated content. Noel says too many bricks cause population collapse. I think so. I do. The fentanyl definitely did. The fentanyl definitely did. Rest in peace, my cousin Greg. It's a real phenomenon. People are dropping dead all the time. They're just not talking about it. That's crazy how fast you go from like important we are the people to like non-important because you overdose on fentanyl. Then like all these people like look like crackheads or something. They're not trying to buy fentanyl, guys. It's a fentanyl overdose. They didn't purchase fentanyl. Be some very regular people with families and kids and shit who got the wrong drug or something that smells like baby powder. That'd be fentanyl on top of that. The fossil fuel petrodollar is human remains or algae. Yeah, all of it is. That's crazy. If they know how to do that artificially, that's crazier. On missing people. In a world where we know they have access to free energy on Nikola Tesla and all the Zeppelins in Alabama, in Jamaica. So yeah, we at the end of that. There's a new generation of them, but they running out of energy doing all that weird shit for bail. Whatever that spirit, demon, sigil, idea, family, bloodline, lie, story, backstory is, whatever that is, it's running out of juice. Thank God. We might have a chance in Hades to get to the other side of it. So to open up the government allegedly, unless some other big secret CIA thing goes down between then and now. Hopefully that means they cut on the federal paychecks for all the people out there and some of the military people in TSA. You gotta stagger it. So hopefully by Thanksgiving, basically, if they really gonna play this out and not play another fucking last minute game. Because like I said, normal people are feeling the wave of the pre-COVID energy, so you just gotta keep your eyes out for whatever the next fucking headline is gonna be. Now they no longer have the government shut down as the narrative, in absence of the Epstein files and answers to other questions about what's going on with everything, including pharmacies and vaccine research. Like they're not accounting for what's going on in real time. It's a deflection almost, but write it down. Remember for yourself. A lot has changed very fast, especially in policy and the power dynamic of where money is coming from and going. The games that people play, it's changed. It's exposed now. It's hyper exposed. No Telegram. Remember those Telegram users be in your community, bro. Those Signal users be in your community, bro. These ain't strangers on the internet. This is your society in the alias mode. So keep that in mind too. Cartels and everything. They are not doing this for their mothers and fathers, bro. They'll lie and say it's for their kids, though. So keep that in mind. You'll know the type. They all have the same fucking backstory, same mode of operation. The psychopaths rationalize out what works. Lowest common denominator of easiest manipulation of others. That's their operating system. They don't have a lot of energy to spend of their own, so they're what is that called? Fuel efficient, source efficient. The good ones are the ones that live, the ones that survive. A lot of them die or go to prison. A lot of those people back in the hood, they're killing people, but it wasn't, it was sad when it was someone innocent, but absolutely. We know a lot of psychopaths that got killed. You don't talk about them, you know what I'm saying? A lot of sociopaths and psychopaths get murdered too. Don't forget that when you start feeling sorry for everybody. So yeah, it's evil either way we do it. And Dick Cheney died, didn't he? So his whole family in the Bush cartel, Texas. Yeah, Gulf of America, trade routes, postmaster generals down there. They probably have like Corpus Christi and shit like that, right? Yeah. It's all drug trade, oil trade, trade war. It's drug trade wars. It's Opium Wars 3. The new bill will fund EBT for 226. So they got one more year on it. And then Social Security's next, right? But it cuts to Obamacare. So the prices of the brick are still going to stay up, although people will still have the option of feeding themselves. Damn. That's going to change dating dynamics too and relationship dynamics too, man. Brothers, man, don't let her. She already committed to that divorce, brother. Don't switch up now. Don't switch up on her. Don't switch up on you now. She already told you she want to break up and go different directions. Tell her don't switch up now. Don't let these 40 days and 40 nights fool you, brothers out there. I know who you are. I ain't gonna say your name. Don't let them switch up on you now because the season changed. We learned in the last 5 to 10 years that love is very seasonal with these strange people. The pandemic made love temporary. The end of the world, Craig, the threat that everyone's going to die if we don't take responsibility and prevent dying, turned into a free-for-all for romance. It became a bullish market for demanding more value out of relationships at the cusp of everyone dying. Ain't that a weird pole flip? World War II said people were afraid because people were going out to die and shit, so they had nuclear families and had more kids because they doubled down on value. But the same fucking thing just happened. And now people are more divided off a season change. Somebody fucking lying about their own damn history, part 5, because we just went through World War II conditions. And it didn't create a nuclear family, did it? What's different? No, who's different? Who's doing our propaganda now? Hi, Israel. Hi, BB. Thank you for helping the millennials. What the fuck is going on? I don't know. They lost control of that, whatever the fuck that was. The narrative. They cooked our asses, boy. Smoked their boots, bro. It's gonna sober up a lot of people, boy. That sobering feeling is gonna change the tone again. That humbling experience is gonna bring people's vibrations down. they're gonna have to feel sad for the first time in a long time and figure out why. They have the whole fucking internet to help them. But many people have never started that path. And you know, if you ever been through anything like that by yourself, this should take years, don't it? I'm on like year 20. So I can understand how difficult this shit's gonna be for a lot of people. Just a mental adjustment. If this ain't that. And life ain't going that way. Even if you're fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how it is when your dreams or the scene changes and you can't do shit about it. People having to turn that lifestyle and that consensus, because it's a general consensus that's being cut off. It's not just a niche path. It's the way. The Joneses went this way, and it's like, sorry, that park's closed. Where do we go now? Exactly. Those people. It's drugs. Withdrawal. Anger. So it's going to be anger, internal anger, introspective anger, with the occasional blowout when minorly inconvenienced. If you start noticing that more often, go ahead and try to sniff out and isolate whether that's a withdrawal symptom with those people. They really just need to black them out. They need nicotine. And they talk all that shit about smoking, but secretly doing cocaine. So nicotine will help counter that shit. If you run into people like that, who are just uncontrollably angry and like that type, and they don't mean nothing towards you, but they're triggered easily. So they need nicotine. 1, an absence of whatever the fuck that opiate was. 2, the neurotic people, man. People who kind of have like sadness and negativity towards themselves and withdrawal. And it's winter, so you're not going to catch it for most people. And it's going to be double down because it's cold and there's not enough sunlight on direct contact with their skin either. So you have those people end up having split personalities, or what is that called? Their mask is extreme. So it's kind of like not bipolar, but it'll seem. I never understood. I never knew they were so sad, like that effect on you, because they overcompensate all around people. They try to they force the energy into their social scenario, especially in work. Especially those who work, they do that a lot until they burn out. But now they have to do a burnout without the substance, without the chemical to help them, without the fuel. They can't do that. Meaning, you see people who used to be like the life of the office or the restaurant or the thing, and all of a sudden they just seem like out of it or sad, or not sad, but like, you know, lightless. Withdrawal. Sudden anger and sudden withdrawal from their old alter ego. It's all drugs. It's not money. It's drugs. The money is going to cause them not to be able to afford drugs, though. And they're quantum entangled, yes. They're good. Yeah. Money and drugs is quantum entangled, so. But it's not cause money. It's not cause food stamps. It's cause drugs, too. Yeah. And that's such a sad reality for us as United States citizens, isn't it? But that is a lot of, everyone knows what I'm talking about. And that means there's too much of it. We're not in the same city, in the same time zone, none of it. And you know exactly what the fuck I'm describing to you somehow. That means there's too much of it. If there's too much of it, and then you just take a large fraction of that with costs and withdrawals, bro, that is going to shapeshift the narrative on the timeline. You know how it is, 100 monkeys real quick, and you're going to keep seeing people adapt to that downshift of decorum, that downshift of optimism, that downshift of what the fuck's going on, that downshift of crazy too. Like, people are generally scattered. We call them crazy because they're scattered, I think. The more scatterbrained ones, the ones that kind of all over the place. And you already see it uptick in that. There's no consensus with it, though. There's nothing for them to grab onto. There's no one to feed it a narrative for them to connect it to something else, right? Whatever that spirit does, whatever that condition does, it requires attention from people, believe it or not. But they won't get it. A lot of those people exist, but they self-medicate too. So he probably thought it went away. That's how good those drugs are. The drug addict version of them is more balanced than the version without it. And I think that's injury to the medicines and vaccines and things they did to a lot of us. It probably didn't hit all of us, but it was tried. They tried it on all of us. But the ones that hit, that took effect on, Jesus Christ, they didn't have a chance in the 80s. Mm-hmm. So you gotta act like you're not addicted in society. You gotta act like your life is perfect in society. You gotta act like you got it all together and you got all the money all the time and you got all the answers. And then, and you fuck around and get a following, or you fuck around and someone invests in you. You fuck around and you meet the wrong right people and live in that illusion. And because of those flaws or chinks in their armor, they get taken advantage of the most. And those be the fucking puppets that you see. Cannon fodder. Idols. Placeholders, dummies, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, all the same story. There's another mechanism behind them that chooses them. That is running out. It's not choosing new ones. I've noticed something. So, restructure organization or someone died off. One or the other, same story. The new bill will fund EBT because of Obamacare and blah 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 part 3. Yeah, we gotta thug this shit up. This is like daily season 5. We're about to be in a whole different timeline again. But all glory and praise be to God for our protection and our provisioning, regardless of what season it is. I ain't forget. But yeah, I appreciate y'all for coming through. Another day, Monday. What is it, the 10th, right? November 9, 10, 25. So, like, comment, subscribe, support the support. I appreciate you as always. But yeah, pray for protection and guidance through this weirdness. Trust me, it's not going to come from consensus. Peace.